Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I want to appreciate all of y'all for coming in here tonight to see the star, Mr. Perry Unlikely himself. So let me give a quick shout out to Vaughn, to Wally, to Miss B Finesse in the house. Welcome, everyone. And as you know, we're going to go through everything. So, without further ado, let's get into the commercial of Emancipated Studios.
What the kosher clinician said was a hopeless man is a broken man. A hopeless man is a broken man. This is a very deep and passionate statement, a deep and passionate claim. But this claim is very personal to me. Let's talk about it. I was once this man. I was once a man who had to sit here and reflect back on my life, and while I've had many successes, I've had many failures. While I've created great paths for many people, I've also left a trail of destruction.
But I'm going to tell you that sometimes we need help, my brothers, just like I needed help. And a lot of times we're crying out for help, but we really don't know where to get that help from. And you know, there comes a time when a man must take a stand against the immoral acts of other men, regardless of the consequences he may have to face.
What this all before?
Now I'm back because I've been working on Emancipated Studio. Emancipate your mind, which means it's time to free your mind. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I want to give a big shout out to everyone that came here tonight. Oh, we got a good one here tonight. They said when Egypt was getting ready to go bankrupt, they called this man. When America was suffering in its economic crisis, they called this man. When China didn't know what to do, they called this man. When Oprah needed to understand financial resources, they called this man. When Barack Obama was trying to figure out how he was going to balance the budget, they called this man. And now, Uncle Stu, the old man on the block, had to call this man. Give it up, everybody, for Perry Unlikely.
Thank you for the introduction, man. Thank you very much, very much.
What's going on, sir?
Doing good, man. Doing really good, man. Doing
Well,
well.
good. I just want to appreciate the fact that you took time out of your day to come here to Emancipated Studios
My
and
pleasure.
hang out with a brother from the seven cities
Absolutely.
and trying to represent.
Yeah,
I ain't born here, but I'm a represent him. I'm a represent him.
absolutely, man. My pleasure, man. My pleasure to be here. I appreciate you having me on, man. And
Oh, thank you.
to chat, man. I love what you're doing. Love everything about the show, man. You're heading in the right direction for sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Absolutely.
sir. Let me give a big shout out to my man Jonathan Bonneville, better known as BJ. What's going on, sir? Loving everything you do. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. I didn't get a chance to look at it, but I know that you're rocking with me, and I appreciate all that you do. Appreciate you. So, Perry,
Yeah.
everybody usually know you
Yeah.
rocking with TLA.
Absolutely.
Then when TLA was on my show, they saw y'all talking big money, big things, all these words that nobody understood.
Yeah.
Maybe, I thought I was a nerd. I was getting comfortable in my nerdiness. Then y'all came up here with all this financial stuff.
Yeah.
Then I
I'm
went
a nerd
to
myself.
trying to hang out with, I thought, although I'm the old man, I try to hang out with like before the billions.
Right.
Then they went into anime on me. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm kicked out the universe.
See, I got to move on now.
Yeah, I got to move on now. Yeah, I thought I had enough books behind me, but evidently I ain't reading the right stuff.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, TLA, man, has brought a lot of us together.
Yeah,
brought a lot of us together. So
absolutely. So he's been awesome. He's been awesome. So as opposed to all the crypto stuff that you're always known for, what we like to know, or what I like to know personally, is who's Perry Unlikely?
Who is Perry
Where
Unlikely?
did he grow up? What? Talk to me.
Absolutely. So grew up in Virginia, small town Virginia, that is, right on the Tennessee state line, actually. There's actually there's a Geico commercial. It used to be the one on the state line. It's actually on the Tennessee-Virginia state line. And I grew up 15 minutes north of there in a small town, and not much to do, but it's off a major interstate.
Okay.
Not much to do. Great upbringing though, as far as I wouldn't change anything. I grew up single mother. So I have an older sister, and then I have an older brother. But my sister's 13 years older. So she was almost like a parent figure somewhat, and she was kind of out of the house by the time I started to get older. And my brother is just he's 18 months older than I am. So it was really just us knuckleheads. Yeah. So early on, just I always like to get into stuff, but nothing too much, just simple. Always, I've had big dreams as long as I can remember. I mean, since I was a kid, I always just dreamed of doing something big.
Right.
And I was always encouraged to do that, from my mom, always encouraging. And that's something that makes me think about, single mothers do get a bad rap now.
Okay.
And they have changed. I mean, they have. They're, I can't say they all have, but many of them have. I think a lot of it's just the visibility. But
let me ask you two questions. Because you said single mothers has changed, and just to let you know, I can relate to let's say your sister. Right. I have a sister that's 16 years younger than I am.
Okay, yeah.
So we're like two generations. Basically, I grew up with my parents all by myself, and in theory, she grew up with my parents all by herself. So It was like we both had that single childhood experience, if you will.
Right.
But you said that the single mothers, from your mother to the single mothers today, can you kind of talk about that? Like, what do you see as far as that social dynamic?
So what I see, I will say this. I think that the good ones aren't being highlighted enough. And the reason for that, I think, just goes along with the fact that there's generally more joy in highlighting, the trash out there anyway. That's just that's what the media, that's how it is anyway.
Right.
But the biggest thing that I see is sacrifice. A good example is, so actually my mother came back home. She came back from Texas. She was pregnant with me. So she knew that my father wasn't going to come. So she said, I got to do whatever I got to do, and I got to take care of these boys. But this may sound simple, but if you think about how things are done today, you think about the fact, so she came back home with me. So I never saw my mother with a man until, into adulthood, right? When she was dating. Now, here's the thing, my mother was 34 when I was born. So I'm 3 years older than that. Now, we all know what 34-year-olds do, right?
Right.
So the fact that whether something went on or not, the fact that I didn't know and I stayed in a child's place, not seeing men come up in my home, not my mother's home,
right.
There's a benefit to that. And think about that sacrifice. And even single mothers I've known along the way, they'll have different men coming in their home, and I'm not judging because it's not my place, but I do know the impact that had on me. And as you don't even notice it, but as you see that in other people's homes that are the same age, and then you grow up, you look back and you realize, and you're able to appreciate it. It's not something you can catch right then, but looking back, and then the admiration I have for my mother, knowing now that I'm that age, the sacrifice she put down. I don't really have many words for that, because I know that's not easy.
Well, for the moment, I'm gonna stay there, because a lot of women really may not realize the impact of that. I almost want to play devil's advocate and say, do they really know? Are we really out here teaching the effects or the sociological effects? Because, as a parent, you almost want to pretend kids don't see certain things. Right. You don't find out until they grew up. They actually seen the very things you thought you was protecting them from, or thought you was covering them from. So, by saying, hey, my mom did this, and this is how it affected me, I think we can also start teaching that dynamic about how does it affect, children when they're seeing their mom, whether the mother realizes it or not, how it's affecting the children.
Right. Absolutely. And we were raised like men, you know what I mean? There was no softness. It was my mother, and there was men in my church. But what's interesting, and I tell people this all the time, is, we have a lot of excuses. Now we have a lot of excuses about, our men do, about, well, I didn't see this growing up. I didn't see that. But, people ask, like, well, where did you learn? And I'm cut a little different, but so as far as, being a man and being a husband, where did you learn it from? Carl Winslow, Philip Banks. I mean, honestly, there were good, and the truth is, there were good black men on TV, and we know what looks good and what doesn't look good. I just took the good and I left the bad, and there wasn't much bad back then really on TV as far as black men. I mean, you think about it, we don't even see. I've been asking people lately, what positive black show do you see nowadays? Blackish? I mean, I'm just talking about shows that show us with a job.
Right.
And to have that, and then also as I got older, the men in my church, I always took from that. And also something for me is my mother went back to school in 88. So, we grew up, and it's a small town, but Section 8 is Section 8.
Right.
But so what I'm fortunate in, I got to see my mother go back to college. So in 88, she went back and graduated in 91. And she used to have to take us with her. And my cousin would go, and he was older. So he's about 10 years older. So he would watch us in the gym while my mom was in class. And it was actually at East Tennessee State University, and he would be shooting around. And then, and I just remember taking those trips. It's crazy because I know 80s music like crazy. Any song.
I'm
It's
an
because
80s
of
man. I'm an 80s man, so
it's
I
that Casey.
understand.
It's that Casey Kasem's, and it's those trips, back and forth, 45 minutes one way, and but that left an impression because also I early on associated, at that age, I was young, this college or whatever this is, I associated that with a better life because actually
Mm,
my mom went back to after she finished school, she went back to working and took a relatively simple job, and then she got into the field she wanted to be in, and we actually moved across town to my grandmother's. So my grandmother was always a source of strength in my life as well, and you know, it's just interesting to see the changes, as we improve. And my mom was always someone who didn't have all the answers,
right,
but she made sure. I remember she paid for me to take a Dave Ramsey course. We didn't know nothing we didn't have nothing. So you talk about
right.
finances, but even the fact that she researched enough to get me in a class to figure out about like, hey, debt, liabilities and things like that. So those are the sacrifices, and that's just a minimum. So I'm fortunate that I didn't have a mother that just thought, I hear people say, I feed my kids, so what? That's that's a prerequisite. I mean, you had them,
Right, right,
and you should feed them and clothe them. So that was a young, that was, just growing up. And honestly, man, just good memories. I don't really have any bad memories. There were times that were trying. I'm sure, mother trying to raise two boys,
right,
father not there, and there's father not being there. Even, I've never had animosity,
right.
but there was pain there I wasn't aware of. And
Okay,
that in some form, my mother took the brunt of that, and that's got to be frustration for her because she is the one there,
right,
So,
right.
so you could tell the admiration I have for her, but at the same time, that's why therapy is so important, which I went on to do later on. But yeah, so really though, I can't complain at all. I went to a school, I would say maybe 40. There's more blacks in the town, but as far as my age and in school, maybe 40
Right,
blacks. But even as far as racial tension,
right.
it just what it I just never really had. Now I was aware of it, and you go someplace and somebody's yelling something from a truck, but I don't concern myself with that because you're not saying it to face. Then you're not. I mean, and that's never happened to me. So I mean,
Well,
so I
yeah,
don't worry about that.
that really doesn't sound strange to me.
Right.
Yeah, growing up in New York, I grew up in a very diverse cultural
Uh huh.
city. Um, Went to private school first, then went to public school. Um, I think one of the ironies is I didn't recognize I was black until I got to middle school,
Right.
which really means I've seen the diverse of the culture.
Right.
Um, but at the same time, I mean, yeah, I have roots in South Carolina, but
Right.
when I was in South Carolina, you knew the racism, you knew the Confederate flag,
Right.
but I just had that environment where it was like it wasn't a threat.
Yeah.
It really wasn't a threat. Um,
Absolutely. And that's
so
one thing
that
too.
whole dynamics didn't affect me as well. I don't think I really hit hardcore so-called racism until I moved to the South. But even then, I think I was more affected by African Americans than I would even say, the white side.
Yeah, that's actually been my biggest. That's been my biggest. I don't say a battle because I'm not affected by it. Now. I am affected, I guess you could say, back in the day, but I really don't. I've never let anything really stop me.
Right.
So, as far as haters, I'm gonna do what I do anyway. But I will say one thing about growing up from where I'm from. Someone can hear me talk, and I point it out anywhere I go. I just sound
Hmm,
different,
hmm.
whether it's country. I've been told I sound like I'm white, whatever. Doesn't make me a difference. Now, sometimes the distinguishing is between that is that I speak proper.
Right.
We should not associate speaking proper with being white. That it should be speaking proper. It doesn't matter
Yes.
what race you are. So, and I'm quick to snap back and say something, but it really doesn't bother me. I am who I am. But yeah, just those experiences, especially with blacks, I would say when I left home, or when I left home, um, you have this association that people think that I was born black. Nothing will ever change that.
Right.
100%. So
Right.
people have this mentality that because you talk a certain way or walk a certain way, that defines your blackness. And I'm quick to defend that. I'm
Mhm.
very quick to defend that. But it doesn't. I would say it maybe bothered me at one point, but it just doesn't anymore. And as you get older and you start to work towards your own goals,
Right.
you're just not bothered by just hate doesn't really bother me. I mean, people are gonna hate, but for the most part, yeah, my upbringing, I would say all the way through high school, I mean, really enjoyed it. Can't say enough about it. And I grew up in a tight knit community where members of my church lived all around the hill, the next hill over,
Right.
and it was one of those things where if you was acting up, you wouldn't get your butt whooped before you got home, and then
Right.
you won't get it when you got home. And I've always said this: I'm the type, I don't get whooped twice for the same thing. Now I got whooped multiple
Right.
times, but I've always carried that throughout life. I don't make the same mistakes twice generally. I just don't. You fumble, you figure it out, and you're like, okay, let's tweak it and let's do something. And so that's my thing. We make mistakes, but I'm big on, hey, you tweak it, you adjust it, and just don't keep doing the same thing, over and over. And I've kind of lived by that. But yeah, close knit community, really, I mean, just really good people, and I
Right.
can't say enough about it. And I'm close to pretty much all those people, and that's one thing we're prideful about is that I always say, man, the streets that I came from, those neighborhoods,
Right.
every they put good people out into the world, and I'm not even talking about myself. I'm talking about all those people. I can name them all.
Right.
I love them to death, and just knowing that that's what we've got to capture. What is it about that place right there in those streets and what they
Right.
did that put consistently good people out in the world? And there's other places like that, but
Right.
that's what we gotta capture, So
You said something and you're kind of touching on, if I say against the grain narrative. Um, I like when you talked about your mother and you said your mother raised two boys. And the narrative is a woman can't raise a man.
yeah.
Help me understand that dynamic. What was it that she did that poured more manhood into you than, let's say it from a sexist place, manhood versus the femininity of what some men are projecting they receive from their mothers.
Yeah, so one thing my mother did, she always made a point to make sure that we had men in our lives, whether it was
Okay.
the church, whether it was we had good men in the church, and she made sure that, you know, and would try to get them to get involved with us, and they did, just doing different little hobbies, things like that.
Hmm.
And that was really impactful because I know a lot of times nowadays it's like the idea that, well, they don't need a father figure, or which is just not true. It's just not
Right.
the truth at all. And I know that firsthand. Um Also, I have an uncle through he's actually a cousin, but I call him an uncle through marriage. He was really instrumental. Now at that point I'd gotten up to where I was around 14 or 15,
Hmm.
but just teaching me the basics. I mean, this is crazy because I can certainly afford to pay whoever I want to change my oil and
Right.
change my tires or do whatever. To this day, it's crazy. I don't change my oil anymore because it's not advantageous. The little bit of savings isn't worth it anymore. But literally, since I was 16, changed my own oils, my own
Right.
oil, tires. I do pretty much everything on my own car, and just it wasn't being able to do that, but it was the time he spent with me, the lessons and stuff like that that I've just never really forgotten. And we're close to this to this day. So she always made sure that we had people around, and also we we were entrusted as and raised up to be men, raised up to be respectful. So that's the thing. As far as, it's funny because that was a lot of my, I would say probably when I was younger, insecurities, just because you hear this narrative. I had this feeling that people thought, I was raised by a woman, I was gonna be soft.
Right.
And I was ready to jump. I was ready to jump on somebody at any time. And it's funny because even when I've always been the type, I'm standing up for what's right, and I'm not backing down. Even if I was going to get beat up, I'm not stepping off of it, and I will not.
Right.
And I look back now and I'm like, man, that was foolish. I could have got torn up, but I was just that way. You get older, you have kids, you realize, hey, it's not. I don't need that trouble, but
Right.
it's just, so a lot of my own insecurities back then kind of have made me who I am. But yeah, my mother just always made sure we had whatever we needed. She made sure that we had, men in our life,
Right.
and even cousins. Just there was always people around and willing to take time with us. So yeah, I do find that funny because that is a narrative that just women raise soft, men. And I'm sure the way that some of them do, I'm sure that's correct, because here's the deal. It was never a thing where we were just up under a bunch of women. It just was that. It was, like I said, we were around men, and that is extremely important. So, I'm glad looking back that we definitely had that. And we would do all kinds of stuff. I mean, in Virginia, you got, I mean, we would work tobacco fields sometimes. I mean, we would do a little bit of everything. So
Right.
my bad. But
Yeah.
yeah, so it was, there was always a lot to do, and we stayed busy. Work ethic. I mean, I've been working as long as I can remember.
Right.
That's really all I know. So just having my mother, I'll say she paid attention to detail, put it that way. And she was someone who was working. She was working a lot too.
Right.
So, and I remember knockdown dragouts over homework, but it didn't matter. We were going to sit there until that homework was done. And I'm thankful now. I was not happy then, but yeah,
Right.
I can't say enough. Just,
Yeah.
it wasn't, we didn't raise ourselves. Somebody actually
Gotcha.
raised me. That's the difference.
That's the
So,
key.
yeah.
Yeah, because I love when you talked about, what your mother instilled in you, because it flashed me back to myself. I grew up, mother and father.
Right.
But at the same time, I had 4 female cousins.
Right.
And I was like the second oldest of all my female cousins. But one of the things I've always prided myself was that they never let me do girly things. So
Right.
it was always, you're the protector. There was no coming in the bathroom and going into the rooms while they doing hair and getting into certain conversations. So, growing up, it was, oh no, you're the protector. So if they went out there and said the wrong thing to the wrong person, that was me that had to stand up and fight for all this silliness, but
absolutely.
it really helped me to be that protector, to be that person that is standing up for the weak, the innocent, and everything else. So I definitely can see that. You said
Absolutely.
something that was really interesting.
Uh-huh.
When did you get into Dave Ramsey? Because a lot of people heard of the name. I got his book, so I know who he is.
Okay, yeah.
And he started out in the 90s.
Yeah, real estate.
Well, radio in the 80s, but
Right.
he really became known in the 90s. How was your mother so insightful to say, hey, we need to start studying money and how money works? And because the narrative today is you don't have this type of knowledge in the school system.
Right.
The narrative say we don't operate good with money. And yet your mother had the insight,
right,
to say, hey, we need to start reading Dave Ramsey books.
So she always had these ideas of wanting to be not necessarily debt free, but as she moved up, in life, just a feeling of still not feeling like you really had a lot. Um,
Okay.
she always felt like finances is something we got to figure out. My mom's also, she's always been big on, we usually think of legacy with men, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my mom's always been big on legacy, leaving more than she had. And
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and even my grandfather built the house. We have the house to this day. So he passed that down. So
Right.
so there you have a place of structure that's there, not house to house. You got this house, and which we still own to this day. And then she she heard about him. I think she was just looking, and she heard about him on the radio,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
was
that's how it
yeah,
started.
and then was like, let me check this out. And crazy enough, I was probably about 20, maybe 21, maybe.
Okay.
And she was like, "Hey, I want to take this class. If you'll take it, or if you'll take it with me, I'll pay for it." And I was like,
Wow.
"Sure, yeah, absolutely." So I still remember to this day. It was on Tuesdays, I had just gotten into sales, and it was in one of the towns I would come back through to go back home. So she set it up where it was perfect to work with my schedule and with her schedule, and and got me in it. And actually, that was really a foundation. Now, I didn't adhere to everything
Mm-hmm.
Dave Ramsey said, but I'll tell you the biggest thing for me that it did.
Okay.
It changed my mindset on, you see all this flashiness out there and stuff. And it just really made me take an attitude of, you know what? If I can afford to do what I want, I don't have to show it off. It's just not. So I always kept my expenses low. That
Right.
from that point on, I started working on just keeping my expenses low. So honestly, as crazy as it is to this day, even and I've done a lot of jobs where I have to use my vehicle for work, right?
Okay.
So here's something I'll point out. Now, a lot of people will go out there, get an expensive car, run it into the ground for work. Even simple decisions like, why would I do that? And get a little Nissan, I can just put miles on. I've got like 3 Nissans I put like literally 150,000 miles on or more.
Don't worry
It's a
about it. I'm a Nissan man. I'm looking at a Honda,
right,
but
yeah.
I am a Nissan man.
Absolutely. So just just stuff like that. I always kept my expenses low. As I've gotten promotions, I just live the same, man. And that's really helped. So that's what Dave Ramsey helped me do. Now, there is the whole final the whole makeover, right? Financial makeover and a money makeover.
Yeah,
And
I have the money makeover book.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So what happened is I took from that the biggest part that I did not pay attention to was I felt like I'm a man of faith. I felt the Lord was leading me to go back to college, and I told my mother I was going to go to college, and I'm a man of my word. So I was reaching that point. The money I was making was good. So it was good to have no bills, right? At
Right.
22 years old.
Right.
So at that point in time, I think I was making 45,000, 22 years old, don't owe nobody nothing. But I knew if I kept on making more, I wasn't going to go back. So the Lord was leading me to go to school. And, my mom's boss talked to me about going back to school. And boom, I made the decision. It was one of those things. A month later, I decided to go back to college and do supply chain management and logistics.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't change a thing. But as far as like student loans, I took out, and now it was out of state. So,
Right.
looking back, because I was led spiritually, I wouldn't change that. But
Right.
if someone's asking me my opinion, right, I'm saying go local,
Right.
community college. I'm gonna tell them don't go the path unless it's spiritual and you feel you're being led. If you ask me, I'm gonna say, hey, and I'll tell you to this day, now people will say college isn't for everyone. The
Right.
experience is for someone, certainly someone younger, when you learn to work with other people, group projects, it's the adversity is the thing. because the thing about college is it does show a commitment to something. That's the important part. Now, I think you need to go to college to become wealthy or do whatever? No, I don't. But that commitment, if you can string together that 3 or 4 year commitment in that, there's a good chance you'll be able to do it for other things. And I know you know that with being a content creator.
Right.
A lot of people want to be content creators. They don't have what it takes for that commitment.
No.
Let's do a video here, a video there. It takes work. It's hard work,
Yeah, because I would say between college and the military is what gives me the discipline to do what I do.
Absolutely.
I don't just tell people I orally have a business. I actually have a licensed business where I have to report to the federal and to the state. So,
absolutely.
I got that, all in the works. I want to go back to something because I'm going to reflect back. He's in the chat, but I want to reflect back on you went to college in the 90s.
No, actually, so I got out of school early 2000s, but I actually went back. So that's one thing I guess I actually didn't go back until I had been out of high school for 7 years. So that's another thing for me that made it easier. When I went, I was determined. I was focused. I was really focused when I went back. So I went back. Actually, I worked for about 7 years and then went back. So I actually didn't go back till about 2009. And then was out by 2012. So I was just there, took everything I could, 3 years, and it was actually a little bit less than 3 years. I just loaded up and then went back to work. Not making that money was killing me because I had to go back to the restaurant business, and the money just wasn't what it used to be,
Yeah. Let's talk about that because I think that's very interesting. I'm gonna reflect back on the conversation I had with What the Itch. He's a businessman, international,
right?
But he said something, and it was really was kind of eye opening. He was talking about the 90s and the now,
right?
How basically in my era, the 90s was you get out of college, you got the great jobs. It wasn't really close to find that company that you're going to work for, but the 90s still had a little bit of safety to it.
Oh, yeah.
Where here we are in a whole different.
Yeah, it's gone. That safety net's gone.
Yeah. And so can you talk about that transition?
Oh, yeah.
Of what you may see, let's say, from that financial aspect. And I'm older, so where I think I would have gotten it, I think I missed it. And so sometimes I'm disconnected from understanding that switch.
Yeah, so that's interesting you say that because what I've heard, and I've heard it for years, is I've always heard people say, younger people don't want to stay on the job anymore. They don't like to stay and work, And the thing is since I got into the field I'm in supply chain relatively young. So I've always been the youngest person. Even to this day, now I'm reaching a point now, I'm tipping the scale. There's younger people about to start coming. They're basically starting to come in. But the organizations
you're not telling your age.
Right. But the organizations I work for, it's just people have been around for 35 years.
Right.
So they all been around so long. I was the last one to come, and then I've been here for a while. So, but the truth is, the market isn't that way anymore. Companies, a lot of companies don't want to pay, right? And the truth is, it's sad, but the easiest way to get a raise is go work for another company. Well, I'm not going to say it's the easiest way, but the easiest way is continue to get your skill up. But or let me take that back. To me, the best way is to get your skill up. The easiest way is to leave and go somewhere else and get paid $5,000 or $10,000 more. Now, is that the right way? No, because you just continue to start all over. But these jobs are not the same way they used to be. There used to be pensions, right? Mm-hmm. Those have faded. Unions have faded. And you used to be able to go in like the people I work for now. They've been there 35, 40 years. But the way that it's shifting, it's all about things cutting back and just it's just extremely hard. And that's why I do think anyone who has this idea of going and working for a company, staying there 20, 30 years, I just don't even believe it's realistic anymore. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it is extremely hard to do that. And I think you have to look at it from a standpoint. It really is like the difference is it's like the NFL now. They will cut you in a heartbeat and care less. That's just the way it is. There's no, as far as loyalty, it's just not the way things are. Now there's a couple companies, for the most part, it's just not that way, you know.
How do we, because there are arguments and you're complimenting, things that I'm learning.
Right. Yeah.
So like I said, I will admit that I'm out of the loop. You know what I'm saying? In certain ways. I'm trying to think how really to because there's so many depthness to this thing. Let me see if I can try to peel some layers and give some arguments. Okay, what do we do with our young people today? I normally don't read the chat, but because I know who's in the chat, he talks about gig economy.
Yes.
What do we tell these young men, say between, getting out of high school, 25, 26, 20, I don't even know what age range to put that in, to tell them, hey, how it was in my generation, it ain't there no more. This is what you're going to have to do.
I got what you're saying. Here's how I will do things different. See, I'll do things the complete opposite with my boys. I will anyway. Okay. So, for example, we've always said, whether it's sports, whether it's you want to be, an artist of some sort, make sure you have a fallback. And as far as like the gig economy, the only thing about the gig economy for me that, and I've not been someone in the gig economy, so is that you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, because the gig economy is one gig to the next. I'm still old school, and I like to know that check is hitting that bank on that day. That's just I like that. Now, a lot of people are beholden to that, right? I'm not beholden to it. Like, I don't have fears. I take risk, but the way I'll do it different is especially our people, we have got to start looking at, we've got to stop the nonsense with, the wealthy do this, the loopholes. It's just not true. It's just not true. Taxes, it doesn't matter how much money you make. Taxes is code. You either use it or you don't. It's just that simple. So real estate, I would encourage anybody. So my children, what I'll teach them is owning your own business first. Mm-hmm. That is what you do. The fallback, because I'll be able to pay for you to go to school, the fallback is what I did. That's the fallback. Where I had to do it the other way around, take that money, get into real estate, which I certainly agree with.
Right.
The thing for them is, and here's the deal, if you instill that in them and that's all they know,
right.
So I'll get a rental property. I'll get them a cheap one.
Right.
If you help work on this, and when we have issues, we go and we settle it, you get a check. And by the time they get older and they've had that exposure, the shock is going to be, hold up, now I got to go work for someone else and wait on a check when I'm used to owning this and it pretty much comes to me, if nothing breaks down. So it's shifting the way we look at things. And that was the biggest shift. And it took years for me to get to that point. And it was just different. I'll be honest, YouTube earlier on led me to this whole of when you're searching on how to come up, it leads you through all paths. I mean, that's the thing about it. The good, the bad, the ugly. If you want to figure out how to make money, YouTube will show you drug dealers, right? It'll show you the cartels. It'll show you real estate investing. It'll show you crypto.
Right.
I went, but I don't stop until I sold stuff on Amazon. I've done it all. I mean, I've sold books on Amazon, done it all, and it led me down that path. But that's what I'll do is just really focus them on bringing them up with this is just what you do. It's just a normal process.
Right.
I work for myself, and not that there's anything working for someone else,
Right.
but the end game will not be to go retire for someone else. You take that and you put it into yourself so that you can call the shots. And I think when you are the boss, you are able to do right by people. That's that you're in control. And with that becomes responsibility of doing right by people. So,
okay, I like that. Let me ask you this question.
mm-hmm.
What the itch brought up this argument, and I tend to live on his argument because it allowed me to think outside the box.
Right.
One of the arguments he gave is that a lot of times when Black people set up business, they set it up as a social, I'm trying to think of the right words now, social justice type business.
Yeah.
The whole buy Black, support Black, blah, 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 blah. Sounded good when I was growing up. That's because we didn't have really worldwide international connections.
Right.
Only the elite of Black people even could do that. And most of us, was military that really had that kind of worldwide access. What do you think about that whole argument in Black people setting up businesses, but we're only setting it up in our minds? Black, buy Black, just Black.
Yeah. And here's why. Be the best. That's if you want me to buy Black, be the best, and I will. But I'm not taking a second-rate product, and not that Blacks do that, but I'm not going to just buy Black just to buy Black. That's just my personal opinion. But also from a business standpoint, the reason is if I'm in a business, say I have my business and I want to only deal with Blacks. Let's talk about a business that does that and is extremely successful. It's hard. I mean, where are they? I'm not saying they're not out there, but you're limiting yourself. It just doesn't make sense. And here's the thing. Does any other race, other than obviously we're talking about 40s, 50, and before,
right?
Do other races you're from New York.
Right.
I mean, Black people.
But the reality is, other races don't do it in New York either.
No, that you can go to a Jewish deli.
Right.
I mean, and that's because they want that money,
right.
And that's why it's not financially advantageous. Now, if you can do it in a way, and I know there are places you can do it. Now, if we're into hair products, right? I get it. Black hair products, that's easy, right? But it doesn't make sense to me from a business standpoint. Now, I do love to support the Black community with my money, but it comes down to it has to be the best product. I'm not going to short myself on an experience of something just to say that I supported the Black community, because it doesn't make sense. Like, I'm not going to use deodorant that sets my armpits on fire just to say I bought it from Black people. I mean, I'm not going to do that. So if it's as good as Degree, right, and I feel like it serves the purpose, I certainly will. So, but I don't hate on people's sentiment for that at all. I mean, I do understand, and I understand that I do understand it from a standpoint of, it feels to me like it's a mix-up. The thing is we always talk about how such and such dollars, go back into their communities. And I do get where there's some truth to that, and there's kind of some falsehoods to that. But at the end of the day, Blacks, we go into, whether it's the Jewish community, the Asian community, and we spend money. To me, it's more about us just focusing more on not even just about solely just for blacks, us just being creators, period. Just
Right.
being entrepreneurs, period. And that'll take care of then you're able to take that money you make and you can then have control to do what you want to do with it. That's what to see. And that's why my main reason for that is I think the focus should be more on just, hey, let's provide and let's not just do it in a place like downtown Atlanta, right? Where let's do it or downtown New York or wherever. Let's do it everywhere. Let's really spread out. And we have blacks everywhere that are capable of doing everything.
Right.
We just don't take those risks. We won't take that risk, and risk is calculated. That's that's the thing. So that is where I think we still have a lot to overcome. We still have a lot to overcome because I know, a lot is to be said about the victim mentality. I have a different take.
Let's talk about that. I mean,
I have a different take on that than a lot of people do.
Okay, let me hear your spin because one thing I want on this platform is, and I always echo it, and I don't necessarily want a narrative. In other words, I don't want to push my own social agendas up here or political ideologies, but I like people to have the freedom to really say and speak their truth.
Right.
And if it goes against the narrative, then let it go against the narrative, because if we was doing everything right in the last 20 years,
right,
we wouldn't be here.
Right. Absolutely.
And I know some of the sociological political arguments that came up in the 80s. I was real big into social politics back then.
Right. Absolutely.
And the ones that end up rising to the top, it's going to be weird for everybody. The ones that ends up rising to the top are still saying the same thing, but they're the only ones who rose to the top. Everybody else is still at the bottom. And so now I'm starting to notice that conversation is starting to shift.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't want to put labels on it right now because that would really mess people's
mindsets. Right.
Yeah. Because you start putting a label on it, all of a sudden, that's who he is. I don't want to talk to him no more. And they're really missing the truth behind a reality.
Right. And I do want to point something out just to make clear. So as far as supporting blacks, now I support blacks for my money, and to the point where I might just ask for the Cash App and shoot them some. I mean, I'm obviously dropping Cash Apps all the time.
Right.
So I'm not against that. I'm just against the idea that we're enclosing ourselves in this community and shutting ourselves to all to the outside world. It's not advantageous as a whole. But as far as the victim mentality, I actually believe we have to. For me, I have to allow people, including myself, to address the disadvantages. I can't act like they weren't there.
Right.
They are. I mean, when you start a race 400 years later, you're going to have to overcome some stuff.
Right.
Now, the difference, though, to me is this. And you can always do this. That's why the conversation is actually pretty easy. It's now, if you were to tell me about, let's just say you said, man, I've been through all this. I want to be a YouTube. I want to be big on YouTube. I want to do my thing, but it's been challenges. All I have to do is look at what you can control. So obviously we've dealt with racism. It has been an issue.
Right.
Within that, though, you can tell easily with anybody if they're just using it as an excuse or not. Because the truth is, we're all African American, right? So what did I do with what I was able to? That is what decides whether it's victimhood or not. Like, if you're saying it's victimhood and you don't have a job, that's not victimhood. That's not victimhood. That's laziness. That has nothing to do. So that's the thing, is where I think we leave it at too cut and dry. I do think it's okay to talk about, the disadvantages, but you just have to make those moves. So, for example, even if I came from a place where they wouldn't hire blacks, okay, did you go somewhere else? Have you tried to go somewhere else? And if you haven't, then it is victimhood, and so that's the way I address it. I don't think there's anything wrong because we do go through things. And I think also a baseline for that has to be as far as mental health. And mental health for many has become a buzzword, but it's a real issue. It is a real issue. And the thing is are you addressing that? That's the most important thing that I would say that people have got to address. Because for me, it's crazy the change that I had. My mindset's it's been the same for most of my life, but when I went and addressed not having my father around, and I went to therapy to figure out the change. It changed everything, even relationships, right? I've always, and my friends would tell anybody this, I've just always been the good guy, square, and also because I feel like I've always felt I owed something to my mother. That's how I've treated women. I'm going to do right. I don't cheat. I never have. I never will. If I want to cheat, I'll just be by myself. I don't have to do that.
Right.
And it says something about my integrity. So what I say is I don't cheat because of you. I cheat for myself and you reap the benefit. You get the benefits from that because I have to be able to look myself in the mirror. So when you do it for yourself, everyone else reaps the good of that. If you're doing stuff for other people, you can't do things just for other, you can't just do things for other people, but over relationships, I noticed I just accepted things that I shouldn't have. And I didn't necessarily know it at the time, right? It's not something but it's crazy when I finally went and addressed that. And by the way, I'm someone who, because I want to clarify that,
right.
I ended up having a relationship with my father. My father made attempts several times over the years to fly us out to family reunions, and we went to 2 or 3 of them. So he paid out of his own pocket.
Right.
That to me is a man who's learned something. He has more kids, so I have more brothers and sisters on his side, and he passed away last year. But we were at a good place.
Sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But you know what? Knowing that we were at a good place and I had no animosity, I have no regrets. So we became closer. It wasn't a relationship like I have with my mother, obviously, but
right.
But we obviously became closer. But just being able to go in, talk to someone, and kind of understand myself, it really prepared me for marriage. Because there's little things there that we got to start checking ourselves. Here's a good example. I remember, and I know in the manosphere, we don't like to talk about this stuff, right?
So that you can be free.
Right.
I don't necessarily place myself in the manosphere.
Right.
Okay. No, there's several reasons. Number one, I have daughters.
Right. Yeah.
So there's no way in the world I'm gonna sit up there and say half of what they say in the manosphere.
Right.
Now, I do acknowledge it.
Right.
I do acknowledge that there's a healthy space.
Right.
I came out of that 95 Black, Million Man's March. So I understand it.
Right.
I really do. So I give them the grace and the mercy. So I don't beat them up for it.
Right.
I just don't go with all the arguments in it, if you understand what I mean. So I like to say, I'm here for you, when I know you've gotten to that healthy place.
Right.
But I'm going to still protect you, even if I don't agree with everything that you say in it. And what am I protecting? Because I know that there isn't really a space for men to talk without getting beat up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I know that there isn't really a space for men that has been jolted either by family court system or they've been jolted by, some woman that took everything or,
Right.
it has been a major shift.
Right.
So I understand that aspect of it and give them the freedom to be who they are. Because when I raised my right hand to go into the military, it was for everybody.
Right. Absolutely.
So they have the same rights to have, to be able to talk like everybody else. But yeah, here you don't have to worry about if you say something, all of a sudden I got 20 people in the chat getting ready to attack you.
Yeah, it's all good anyway. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it all the way funky, man.
Right.
There's just so many signs we have that people don't look at now. And I'm taking stuff from way back, but think about it. I mean, anybody in a relationship, if you went through this thing where your significant other is not in a good mood and you take that personal, like, what did I do? That's an internal issue. You got to work that out. Those are the things that, like my wife, if she's upset, it has nothing. It may have something to do with me. She'll tell me.
Right.
If she says, no, I just had a bad day, I don't internalize that. You got to get away. If you're internalizing stuff like that and other people, how they're feeling that day is having an effect on you emotionally, there's something there you got to get worked out. It's not healthy. If your children have a bad day, do you let it tear you up? You can't. So it's just things like that. Until we go and seek counseling or get help, we don't know what's doing that. And you see a lot in the manosphere, you do see where it seems to be this rage, and it's a lot of stuff that hasn't gotten worked out. I say it to this day. And I'll say this to all Black women is, you take it. I've grown up. I've stayed on the straight path, but I tell people to this day, Black women in Atlanta weren't looking for me. They just weren't. And does it bother me? Never bothered me. I know I'm on the right course, working the right formula. I don't care. Mm-hmm. But we have to ask ourselves, what is it about me, right? What is it about me that will make me feel that way? Now, if I didn't have myself in check, I would have ran and started bashing them, right? I married a Black woman. I worked my plan when the right one came, and it's so crazy because what's important to remember, I know Kevin Samuels has made, high value a big deal. Mm-hmm. But, I look at high value differently. I look at it more internal, but I understand what he's saying.
Right.
I checked those boxes and I still felt they weren't checking for me. So we got to get down to why are Black men feeling this way?
Right.
What is it? We have to get down to that. And they are out here feeling that way. Cause I got friends too. So we talk, and they're at the same level I'm at. So it's just that type of thing. And getting to it and addressing that stuff made me get to a point where, when I met my wife, I was ready. It was just like, boom. I knew first date. I knew I didn't have to question. I knew we would end up getting married. But I had done the work first. And I think it's so important, especially for those that want to get married. You cannot bring that baggage into a marriage. It's just asking for a disaster. You gotta work on yourself first.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Cause I like what you said. And I told you, forget the 45 minutes, if it's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, I got Frank Good and we might be on a movie. We're trying to get a movie deal here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you.
Look, he said he still got some parts open,
Right. Right. Absolutely.
I like how you said, hey, we got to get to the root of what's going on.
Absolutely.
I deal from the different angle. Mm-hmm. It really wasn't about why women rejected me. It was why my voice was always being absent.
Yeah.
When I kept seeing hypocrisy.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We did I tell any woman, we did the Million Man March.
Right.
I know what I said when I raised my right hand. I know what I went back home to do when I raised my right hand. But then by the time the 2000s showed up and they had the Million Women March, I always tell women, go look at what they was asking for versus what the Black man was asking for.
Right.
Two totally different things.
Absolutely.
Two totally different things. So with that being said, I said, well, if you got all the power, the knowledge, and et cetera, and I said this on one of my things, how's the outcome? Why
Yeah,
are boys reading at a third grade reading level if you got all the knowledge?
absolutely.
If that's the case, why are more black men still going to prison if you got it all? You
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
you said girl power, hallelujah. We got a president and a vice president. You got what you wanted. We ain't got a voting bill passed.
Yep.
We ain't got a crime bill passed.
Nope. And everybody else is getting them passed.
Exactly. And we still sitting around here talking about girl power. So, but these are outcomes.
Right.
So you're like me. I understand the manosphere.
Right.
I understand the arguments. I understand the pain.
Right.
And
everybody's we've gotten to this place where we have a narrative and we run with it, and everybody's trying to fit people into their narrative that doesn't, because that's what's crazy is like what I do, and I will acknowledge it. So in Atlanta, right? And I'm sure in many other places, you do have women, black women making great money.
mm-hmm.
They do think they're better than men. I've met them. Now, not all of them.
Right.
So for me, what's interesting is I do hear a lot, I'm going to find them and they're going to fit into my program. You're not going to squeeze someone into your program. You might fake it, but it's going to come out. You can't force people into your program. And what's so funny about it is my dynamic should really show quite the opposite. So my wife, if you want to say high value as well, right, was before I met her, PhD. Never, I'm a PhD, did it ever come out of her mouth, and she works just as hard as I do, but she's a traditional woman. And it's crazy because, as hard as she works, just as hard as I do, every single night I come home, there's food cooked. And so me, I'm the type, I'm like, hey, I'm going to recognize how good I got it. Like, because she's working just as hard as I am. So just this dynamic that you just need to stay at home, cook. And we knew going into it, what we wanted. We both traditional and it works for us. So what we have to do, we have to find the right people that do fit what we want. That's because at the end of the day, even if she didn't cook, we can afford to eat out. It's not that, it's just not that deep. I mean, we got 2 young boys. We both have a lot of work to do. We chip in, we make it happen. So I just think that's, I think that is important. And what I will say is that's why I think it's important, me, especially a man of faith, is that all this, I mean, you got people that live in the same house, right? Married. And I hear them say, one of them's broken, one of them got money. I don't even know what that concept is like. My wife and I are one. We're one. Nobody's going hungry up in here. We are one. We budget it together. We're both extremely smart with our money. We do it together. Just this whole idea, like, be quiet. I'm handling this. You speak when I tell you to. I just don't. And maybe it is that women raised me that I just don't. We just got to get away from that narrative.
Yeah, I don't follow that narrative as well. There's a lot of things, when you're on your own business and you got 20 different things you got to get done. There's no way in the world you're doing all 20 of those things by yourself, at least not in the production I got.
Right.
Because I got tech, I got cutting, I got filming. I mean, this ain't no little production that I'm running here. May look little to someone on the outside, he just stand up there and hit a button. It's like, nah, there's a whole lot of extra work and things that goes into this. That
a whole lot
is not. It's not I'm not the 19-year-old putting up a camera and going see, and then there's a whole lot more to be done. So absolutely. I definitely understand that. There's something that Kareem said, and I want to see how you kind of address that. Mm-hmm. Again, I normally don't be reading the chat, but that kind of caught my eye. So it was like, because I'm kind of there too. Like,
Right.
what's that's another reason why I say I like to challenge the narrative. But
Right.
then if the narrative fit, let's get it out and let's talk about it.
Yeah. We chatted the other day. She's in supply chain like me. We're about
Okay.
solution. We're about solutions. The root
Yeah,
cause.
same here. Yeah.
And what? So no, I definitely. So I agree with that. I agree with that. And I think that's our biggest problem. We talk about it, but we're not coming up. We're not really coming up with. We're not really coming up with solutions. And to me, the thing is, let's get down. First of all, what do we want? That's what we like. That's what we've got to. That's what we got to get down to is like, we don't all want the same thing, first of all. But, you know, the black men who do want this, where are you at? The black women who do want, and the ones that want the same thing, that's where we got to find a way to bring them together. And that's the thing, because the thing is they're out here. Like I said, I met my wife. We've been married almost 4 years now. We fit into this. I mean, we wanted the same things. And I do think also part of that problem in the solutions is we do have to drop this. I do think the whole high value thing is part of the issue. See, it's in its expectations. Like, for example, and I say this all the time, and, you know, here's a good example. I do see, and I'm going to use his show because I do see women go on Kevin Samuels, and everybody gets in an uproar, but they know what they're getting into.
Exactly.
And the things they're asking for, right? And it's so far removed from reality. So, for example, if you ask me, hey, who looks better, Chris? You, Rick Fox, or Shamar Moore? Look, it ain't me, right? And I'm cool. And what I mean is, in the sense of the general, you know, in the sense of the consensus of the people, they're not going to say it's me.
Like I think Shamar Moore would take half the women on his back.
But, you know, here's the thing. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I look better than Genuine. I don't have to.
Right.
We got to be realistic, though. Now, does that hurt my ego? No, that's just opinions. I don't care. Right. But I'm also not so naive that I'm going to get up and think I'm the best looking man in the history of the world. We got to be realistic, and we got to stop this thing of thinking, well, I deserve this. And it's like, you can't show me one thing that shows that you deserve it. And that's not just women, that's men as well. But I think also women where they come in, they have to hold firm to, this is what I demand, and I'm not backing off of it if I don't get it. And we have to get them to a point. Women do have to get to a point where, you know, men, the truth is, men do want women who don't have children. Now, that's not to say if you have children, obviously my mother was a single mother. That's not to say that you're not going to find a man at all. But we still need to teach that, hey, you do want to marry your husband and you don't have any children. That should still be the goal. It should still be the goal. And so we got to really start the conversation from raising children up, raising them up from children. That's where it's got to start. It's got to start and come up that way, because, you know, we've done so much damage at this point. So,
you know, I'm about to drop the link in the chat, but I'm going to be skeptical. And when I say skeptical, I'm using the wrong words.
Yeah.
I want to bring up Frank Gooden, if you're available, and What the Funk, if you're available. The reason I want to bring these two men up is because Frank Gooden is a little bit older. What the Funk is actually older. And they're coming from a dynamic that, to me, say somebody like Vaughn and myself,
right?
You know, it's like, okay, this crap is all new to us, this mindset, this thinking.
Right.
And, you know, I don't want to be dismissive of what the reality is and what people see. Now, I grew up in a very affluent home. So this idea of six figures, was like, well, dang, I knew people making six figures
Yeah, that's
in the
not
US back in
even
the 80s. So I don't know where that comes from. This idea of high value, and at least the way KS put it's like, wait a minute, I ain't never necessarily heard that either, but I would say, okay, well, where's this coming from? Because the average woman would ask me, what's your source of income? Where, do you have a place to stay, etc. So this is all a new dynamic, but I never really want to be so freaking dismissive. Jonathan Barron, we had a big discussion and I had to like back up, like, okay, well, wait, maybe I'm missing something in the conversation,
right.
but let me
Absolutely.
see.
Let me tell Kareen said she said Shamar Moore don't do it for her. It's because hey, she saw him with them fake braids in Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
Look, Kareem, no, I got inside jokes. Kareem is a 25-year-old woman with a 21-year-old child. She's an international woman. You just can't handle that. That's just not who Kareem is,
It's them braids in Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Them fake braids off-putting to a lot of people.
All right, listen, I'm dropping this link. It is only for right now. What the Itch. So what the Itch, this chat is strictly for you. Frank Gooden, if you got a moment, you hit that link too. So this is just for What the Itch. I ain't signing Itch. And Frank Gooden. And Brown Eyes said, y'all better leave LL Cool J alone because LL is another one. I'm waiting on he got a meeting, so I'm gonna let him come up and kind of chop it up. And based on how long the stream is, he'll probably be back later. Okay, you on, sir?
Thank you, Uncle Stu. Perry, thank you for taking the time out. So I just want to kind of move the conversation a little bit to investing a little bit because I have 4 questions. If you want to kind of move I think there's feedback.
Okay, that's what I was hearing.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to kind of go there a little bit, and then I'll let you guys talk about the manosphere. So first, we saw a lot of opportunity in the Inuit coin or something like that. Do I have that pronunciation right?
All right. Yes. Say it again now.
The crypto coin Inu or something like that. The Japanese coin.
Is it Uni?
Uni. Yeah.
Yeah. UNI.
So did I miss the boat, or is it still time to kind of get some good gains there?
So actually, I just was looking earlier. I'm actually about to probably that's more of a short term, and just my opinion is more of a short term
right
for now.
I understand that.
What I actually have in that, I've got that one is going to be, and actually the market dropped today a little bit, which is normal.
Mm-hmm.
I've got that one's going to, it's like $25 right now. That it'll probably, I expect over the next couple of weeks, maybe to a month and a half, to see $40 on it. So to me, that's a nice little, I do it in small amounts. I don't get greedy. I do a little bit here, take it, and then move on to something else. So yeah, that's something I'm personally still buying. Definitely.
Okay. Oh, and before I continue, I understand this is you're just telling me your opinion. This is no way kind of financial information. I fully understand that. You're just telling me your experience, and I'm just asking you experience. What I do is totally up to me.
Absolutely.
And then, so other than that one, do you see any for short-term investments, right? Like where I can throw in like 10, 20K and, get something nice out of that. Any other opportunities?
What? We're actually at a good point. We're at a good place that and actually I am gonna start I talked to the Intentional Millionaire. I'm actually starting a Patreon just to kind of walk people through. I think that's the direction I'm going to go. But really, there honestly, now not Bitcoin, although Bitcoin's good. It's just the market cap is so high, and I would say Ethereum is pretty high now too, although it's got opportunities. Really, man, that top 10 beyond that, to me, I'm calling it an easy double. I mean,
we're beyond it.
I mean, that top 10, anything in that top 10, like beyond like Bitcoin and Ethereum, because they're so big on the market cap.
Right.
Yeah,
Except
whether
the
it's
top 3.
Yeah, Solana, Avalanche, Litecoin's probably not up there anymore.
Right.
Any of those top ones are, to me, I'm looking at them as great opportunities right now. Because we haven't even seen what this market's about to do. We're at the final stages of final few months of this market cycle, and you're going to see a lot of activity come pretty soon.
Right, because you mentioned before the 4-year cycle with Bitcoin, and I did my research. So basically, Bitcoin won't be good until about October next year, right? When it drops again, because now we're at the 4-year point. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
So here's the thing. We've reached a point where, and everyone's really trying to figure this out. We could see an extended cycle because we've seen that over time. And with mass adoption, I just don't know that we're going to see those 80% drops like we used to. Bitcoin last time went up to 20,000.
Right.
And then goes all the way back down to nearly 2,000. Ethereum went from 1,400 down to $70. I don't think we're going to see those types of drops anymore. But I'm playing it as if we will, because the thing to remember is if I put my money on the sideline and it doesn't drop, oh well, I take money back into the market and just start playing it again. But if it slips from under me and my money's in the market, you're talking about, I mean, in one day, sometimes I see, I literally see 15 or 20,000 swings in a day. And just when I look at my portfolio, just gone. But now I don't freak out. It comes back.
Right. It comes back. Right.
So yeah. So
right. Absolutely. It's just the fluctuation. So should I buy now or let me ask it a different way. Are you buying now? Or are you waiting till October?
I'm buying now, and I'm buying when it's red is when I buy. I don't like when it's green, people go chasing. When it's red is when people are scared. That's the time, because we're in an uptrend. So like today there was a pullback. You get a pullback. That's the most beautiful time. And usually those things will bounce back in 3 days. You're already up 5 or 10% in 3 days, but it's better to catch it on the red days like today than you really want to do the opposite of what the market's doing. So
but because I look at some other guys and they're saying October, and then my last few questions, and then I'm done. So basically, now we're talking about the metaverse and NTFs, and we're seeing people doing like $1 million, $3 million by investing in digital real estate. What is your idea about the metaverse, and what kind of opportunities do you see for yourself in that kind of digital space? Because you got like those gaming coins now people are buying and becoming millionaires. It's like the new kind of thing right now with the whole internet 3.0. So what is your opinion about that? And for Black people, how can we get our money into that and kind of make money off that?
So that's a good question. The metaverse is going to be massive, and gaming is going to. That is the next. So in 2017, they had these things called, basically called their ICOs, initial coin offerings, which technically aren't. They're not illegal, but America doesn't necessarily like us getting in these coins right when they launch. What happens is they sell them, you get in them, they don't even hit the exchange yet. So you get these coins for 3 cents, tons of them. They hit the market, go up. So people were just making 1,000x, 2,000x.
Right.
The metaverse, that's that next wave in gaming coins. A good one that pumped just recently was I can't think of LR. I don't know if it's LRC, but it's they're teaming up. It's called Loop Ring. They're teaming up with GameStop. Just 1 second. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm taking my notes, man. Loop Ring
and that news just it just went ballistic. So between the metaverse and NFTs and the concept around the metaverse, why it's such a big deal. Take all the games we've been playing for years.
Right.
Imagine, I'll take a favorite, one of mine anyway, GoldenEye 007.
Okay. Yep. That was the dorm room favorite.
Imagine you're in this world where you actually are able to use crypto to buy items in the game that you now own that are collectibles that you can sell to anybody, but you actually own it. So these games are going to a place where, like, instead of just playing the game, you actually own stuff. So even in a game, you might be able to own the only Mona Lisa, right? The only digital Mona Lisa
Right.
within a game that you can sell to people. So there's art galleries. It's really crazy, but there's a lot of opportunities. So that's where I'm actually starting to focus now. I'm really just now starting to get into the metaverse deep and just read up on it. And the good thing is if we have this crash, that's the biggest thing I encourage anybody on is when these crashes happen, that is when you get in. That's when you see 3 cents turn to $3, turn to $30. And that, I mean, that I've literally know, and that's, it hadn't been as easy of a path for me, but I personally know people who have went from, 5,000 to $1 million, $5,000 investment to $1 million bucks.
From gaming,
well, not from gaming, just in crypto in general, from getting from getting in those dead periods. I bought Cardano for 6 cents a year and a half ago, and it's $2.50 right now. I mean, that's
huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
So basically, you're seeing that like gaming coins, investing, because like for me, instead of doing like the NTF pictures, I think real estate would probably be the safe bet right now. Like those gaming real estates. But
yeah,
so
and
you're seeing.
I love those plays though too. I actually love those. I was looking for some digital land not too long ago. Like I was actually looking. They have like Manhattan, the digital land for cheap, and those will blow up. And you do need to study up because a lot of that art you just have to be careful. They have these things called crypto punks. Right. They literally look like these little. It's just like a little digital piece of art that wasn't worth that much, and now literally everybody's. I swear I think I saw. I never get on Clubhouse, but I got on there, and I think Jay-Z's icon on there was a crypto punk. And then some of those things people are buying them for 11 million, 20 million, and they got these things for like $10. Some of them were free. So, and as far as blacks, I just encourage blacks to and really everyone, but it just pains me because this is one of those things, like I say about real estate. It doesn't matter if it's your passion or not. You can't afford to not take a part in this in this because at the end of the day, we'll be sitting back 20 years from now talking about, well, they got rich and you just don't want it. We're talking about like having a chance to invest in Amazon again. You do not want to pass that.
You don't want to miss this, right? Yeah, this is like Amazon, Windows, crypto. This is because this is less than a year old. Yeah, Apple as well. So yeah, that's all my questions. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Stu, for allowing me to kind of get my questions off, and I appreciate that. So
absolutely, and send me a you can message me at perryunlikely@gmail.
Yeah, I have your
email.
Anytime.
Just shoot me an email.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that.
All right, anytime.
I cannot hear you, Stu.
Okay, I got you. What the itch? I'll probably be emailing you probably after the holidays.
Okay,
and
sure.
We'll probably put on a forum because I definitely want you in on that. You know, and I'll let you know, behind the scenes exactly what I'm looking at.
Okay, but I want to say something else to the last point of your conversation between you and Perry. Where you guys talk about they're not talking about any solutions. I don't think that I think they saying solutions. I just think that most people refuse to hear them. For example, like we talked about this before, Kevin Samuels is not in the Black Manosphere community. He's not. O'Shea Duke Jackson would be the fair representative, and he has given solutions. I just think we just don't like the answers we're saying. Like, so for example, I come from North Philly. I come from Strawberry Mansion, to be exact. Right now, in that small area, there has been 400 killings this year. 400 to date, or last week, according to last week, 400. I come from the hood with an insatiable amount of violence. Black women were not checking for me, right? I 6'4", 250 on the swim team. Black women were not checking for me. Now, did I have to fight? No doubt. We fought a lot. We fought a lot in school. We fought a lot in the streets. I hit a kid with a lunch tray at my school, right? Because that's how you get down, right? However, Black women were not checking for me, which is fine. No animosity behind them. But as you move and move around, right, you just meet different people. Now, for me, I'm engaged also, but like a lot of us on this side, right? None of our wives or whatever. Like, I have about 10 friends, all from Ivy League universities, Dartmouth, Cornell, etc. None of them are with a African American woman, right? But I mean, we're not bashing Black women. We have nothing negative to say. I also have nothing negative to say. But the solution for us was do whatever in your best interest. And when we say that, a lot of times the community don't want to hear that, because my solution is do whatever is best for you, as long as you're not harming anyone. But
I agree with
that no one wants to accept that. Like, no, you need to be a part of the Black community. You need to have a Black wife, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Where our solution is, Perry has an African American wife. That's great. That's awesome. We encourage that. I have my fiance is Iraqi from the UAE. That works for me, right? It does. Whatever, that's the solution. Whatever is best for you.
Yeah, and actually, when it comes to love, I'm that way anyway. I mean, I'm not knocking nobody for marrying whoever. I just because I don't think we should. You need to be with who you love. That's just hands down. Absolutely.
Whatever works for you. And I because when we talk about the manosphere and like this red pill rage and things like that, there are solutions, because you have three factions. You have the red pill men, you have passport bros, and then you have SYSBM. Those are the three different kind of factions, right? Mm-hmm. And everybody kind of goes where they're most welcome. For me, obviously, it would be passport, because I've been living abroad for 15 years. So I'll listen to that content and stuff like that, because that's my life experience, right? And then over here, you have, then other places you have others, right? But the point is, it's just whatever works for you. I think that's the solution. And then, but people kind of gloss over that, and I think that's an unfair depiction of what Black men are going through right now. Because even though I've never ever had a bad experience with a Black woman in dating, never ever, right? But when we talk about things like that, people just refuse to hear it. And so I'll close with that.
Absolutely. Hey, appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you. And as you know, I don't have a particular narrative. I ain't going to deny his story. I'm not going to deny his feelings. I'm not going to deny his thoughts at all.
Right.
Somewhere along the line, there has to be what I call reality checks.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
And for me, that reality check is either you're going to listen to these brothers and hear their stories, and I like when he said Kevin Samuels ain't a part of this. So if you took Kevin Samuels off the table and just heard these men, are you still hearing the same thing? And they're not female bashing. They're not speaking a different language. I've told Vaughn, there's a certain platform you and I can't go up on. We don't have these men's experiences.
Right.
And I can't continue to deny their experience and put their experience in my experience.
Right.
I can't.
Right.
The numbers don't lie. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Okay,
yeah.
What is this? Okay, the numbers don't lie.
Right.
This group can't just be a bunch of factions screaming, hollering, yelling. This can't be it. There's something else. Now, because I study politics, I know exactly what I'm looking at.
Right.
I know exactly what I'm looking at.
And to Perry's point, in which I like what he said earlier, where oh my god, I just lost it. To his point earlier when he said like he worked his plan, right? And then whoever came and the person that came into his life, right? I mean, that's all we're saying, because we're, you know, a lot of not here. I'm not saying anyone here, but a lot of we like to superimpose Kevin to these talking points, because I get it, right? He's the image guy, so it's just easy to do that. But most, if you go to some of those platforms, most of the red pill spaces disagree. And I now remember my point. And I agree with Perry on this, and I'm so happy he said that. We as Black people are so extreme because our life in America has been extreme. Either you come from, majority of us either come from poverty-stricken areas, such as myself, or others like my college classmates. They come from, you know, down south, debutante, you know, Jack and Jill areas where their parents, two parents, families, you know, $200,000-$300,000 family net worth, right? Very few of us are come from the middle class area. So we always think extreme poverty or opulent wealth, right? Not looking at, to be a successful community, majority of us has to be middle class, middle income earning families, because that's how you get a functioning community, right? Where you have the two-parent home, picket fence, where the family net worth is 100 to 130K, where two incomes combine, right? When majority of us are that's when you have a healthy, functioning community. Just like the richest countries in the world are the ones with the largest middle class. America has the largest middle class. Now China has the fastest growing middle class, right? Africa is booming right now because they're developing a middle class, right? Because there's rich people everywhere. There's rich people in war-torn Iraq that are richer than some people in America. But you have extreme poverty. There's no middle class. So to have a functioning community, right, it's the middle class. And my last point, and I promise I'll move on to Mike. If you graduated from 2001 to 2008, you are the largest economically displaced group of people in America, regardless of race. Because I graduated in 01, and from 08, we are the first group of Americans that did not do better than our parents. That was the first group. And that's why now college has to be the backup plan, as Perry said, and not the forefront, because college has no longer been shown to move you out of social economic status. So if you were poor, you go to college, you become middle class. You're middle class, you go to an elite college, top 30, then you move into upper class. Colleges no longer have shown that, even at the Harvard and Wharton level. And I'll close with that.
What I appreciate you for is, you know, because I always say this is the platform where narratives are destroyed, you know, and he destroyed it when he came up on my platform for the first time, and spoke his truth, and we was talking more about finance in the beginning, and then we went into the manosphere, and I have always believed, hey, Kevin Samuels was a part of this manosphere thing, until he explained to me, no, Kevin Samuels is a man all his own. You got this group, this. So it began to even give me a better light and a better understanding of exactly what I'm hearing and what was going on.
And I do want to say this real quick, because I think it's important. My wife used to get on me for it, because when Kevin Samuels, when I first heard him, and I got a lot of respect, man, Kevin Samuels works hard. If you take anything from him, that brother works hard.
Yes, he does.
I mean, he works hard. But one thing that's interesting, when I started listening to Kevin Samuels, and I'm married, very happy, but a lot of feelings did come up, because, and that's part of the allure, is that, that all those feelings of feeling like, you know, women weren't checking for me, right? Even though I'm married now, and then you see that he's calling out women who, I deserve six figures, and some of them clearly you do not. Okay, I mean, I'm just talking at face level. We can't just say what someone deserves by looking at him, but with the things that come along with it, it's just like anything else. And I know we don't want to always get into looks, but we do need to be attracted to who we want to be with.
Exactly.
So if you're not taking care of your body and you're not doing these things, so we just have to look at. So that's why he has been able to kind of stoke something in a lot of men, is because there are good brothers who have felt some type of way, but where I think it goes overboard when you have savages in the comments, just like, I mean, it becomes like a group think type thing. And as I said, I'm always going to go my own path. When I find the right formula on something, I'm not deviating from that. So I just wanted to bring it, because that is why it does capture. I don't want to say it's that rage, but there are some brothers that do kind of feel that feeling coming back up, and they just kind of attack. But if you're down there attacking in Kevin Samuel's comments, I can't say that I think you're happy with yourself. Take it in, listen to it, but you shouldn't be attacking all day. You should be focused on your goals or whatever.
Yeah. Well, see, one of the things that I said about Kevin Samuels, and I've made it clear, he was the first black. It was 2 points that he made that I never heard anybody talk about. One, me coming from a military background, understanding mental health, and how important it is. He's always advising everybody to go get mental health treatment. Right. Second, me, him talking about men who are victims of domestic violence. I never heard nobody talk about that.
Yeah.
Not in the boldness that he did. So I had to, give him credit for that. Plus, I went back into his videos, and for like 3 to 4 years, he was talking strictly to men. And I tell anybody, if you ever heard him when he was talking to men, ain't nothing compared to what he was saying.
Down. Yeah, he used to break them down.
He is weak when it comes to women. He is vicious when it comes to men.
Yeah,
so, he when he's telling men, you better work 60 hours a week and stop worrying about a woman and this and that. I mean, I don't see why that's not echoed, but, it gets into everything else. So I don't take no credit away from him whatsoever. I don't do the Kevin Samuels bashing, how they say you chew the meat, throw away the bone. I recognize the entertainment side of it, where it's like, oh, that's entertainment. And you just laugh it off and keep it going. But at the same time, we saw the same foolishness on other, not even platforms, on national television, and we said nothing. You know what I'm saying? We said absolutely nothing. Maury Povich did it. We said nothing.
Right.
What's the guy that says
Sally Jesse? Maury Povich.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
You talking about Jerry Springer too?
Yeah, Jerry Springer. We didn't say nothing. We didn't say a word. Now we let the black man say it, and now we ready to cancel them.
That's I think all these wrap into Frank Gooden. I mean, I think you're the biggest part of the solution, man. It is putting things in front of us that show our good side, that show us, because we don't see good qualities in ourselves. It's ratchet. I mean, here's the deal. I mean, Real Housewives of Atlanta. Well, when I go out in Atlanta, black people are not acting like that. But on TV, that's what you see. And people start to think that that's how we are.
Right.
We aren't that way. I work with black people every single day, and they are not acting like that. So, but if we don't control that, if there's anything we need to have control of, it is media. Mm-hmm. It is our media for ourselves, to present ourselves in a good light. Because even here on YouTube, the truth is, if my children were to go down the rabbit hole when they're older, they're too young now, they're going to see more about Chicago drill music, which is something I'm kind of interested in, is just how it got to where it's at, before they see wholesome stuff about being good and doing good for society. And we got to fix that. Media, that's what's getting everybody jacked up. That's the biggest problem we have. It's always been controlled by other people that don't have our best interests. And we got to fix that. We have to.
Frank Gooden put, if you want to say it, fire to me. Y'all think I'm just sitting here and just doing an interview. And it's like, what everybody say? Hey, I'm taking notes.
Right.
But Frank Gooden really put fire underneath me, and this is how he did it, and I give him his flowers while he's alive. That's what this platform is doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Absolutely.
I'm the black man who's going to go out here and I'm going to find the best of the best, and I'm going to have the tough, hard conversations. But I want women to see. They always say they don't see it. Okay, Uncle Stu is going to show you those good black men you claim you don't see. I'm going to show you the black men who can speak a grammatically correct sentence and still have the conversation.
Right.
If I got to go all the way to China and show you the good black man, I will show you him and have him speak 3 languages to you so that you know he knows what he's talking about. Right. You know, if I got to go all the way to Florida to show you, I'm going to show you him. Now my question to black women is, why isn't my channel blowing up? Because if anybody's seen my talking points from this morning,
right?
Why isn't my channel blowing up? Shout out to Jonathan, my boy JB in the house. Why isn't my channel blowing up? You know why? Because let's be honest, we would rather support some platform that's either cussing everybody out on the right or cussing everybody out on the left. And then we sit up there and we say, oh, we don't like to go to church because the preachers are doing this, but your platform is doing worse than the preachers are doing. But then if I give you a platform that is positive, that is looking for solutions, constantly fighting solutions, and presenting the intellectual best in the black community for everybody, you won't hit enough likes on my channel. You won't subscribe to the channel. But if all 4 of us started cussing out black women, oh man, we'll have about 300 people in the chat.
Right. Absolutely.
That's the reality too. Now, here's the thing. If I can kind of say on this,
please.
Is that I appreciate you. First of all, I appreciate you too, Uncle Stu, for what you're doing here. Just thank you I'm honored to be here as well, speaking on this, and appreciate what Perry is saying. And in many ways, like this right here is superior to, say, fictional narratives, because we're looking at the reality right now. Whenever you keep doing what you're doing, right? And, so it's Perry Unlikely is real, married, kids, home ownership, financially set, able to do, and then out here talking about it in an authentic way. We can see that. And that's what you're talking about, Uncle Stu, in terms of just going out and bringing the real so that people can see that, we're not all like, the stereotypical flavor of love on the dating show,
right.
Chasing them and doing flavor.
Let's even keep it real. We ain't all out here trying to find options.
Right. That's true.
We want our one woman to be all the option. We ain't, you see what I'm saying? Like,
that's reality
we ain't out here doing that.
Right. So what I would say, Uncle Stu, is just be consistent, because this is kind of what I referred to the other time. The way that you're going, it will grow. It can grow, but this is the hare and the tortoise type thing. The tortoise can win. All right. But the tortoise just got to be consistent and keep moving in the path. And because this isn't appealing to that lowest common denominator, it's going to take it more of a minute for people to gravitate towards what you're doing. It's so that's just a challenge you have. You got to keep doing it. You can't, and I know you're up to it, but that's what it is. That's the only challenge.
And you know what, Frank, what's crazy, man, and you just kind of made me realize that is, we always say, why can't we? And we are. This is the beginning of, this is it. Like,
this is it.
Think about, I can't tell you the countless hours I've seen of, your channel, Miss B Finesse, lead attorney. I've watched Frank's work, and you think about it, and it's like, we're blacks from all different places. Nobody's being ratchet. We don't agree on stuff, But
Right.
we're here having those conversations
Mm-hmm.
in a respectable format,
Mm-hmm.
and we are the beginning of fixing this community. It's here. It's really here. And the way that it works is, you know, I go on to be successful in crypto. I know about real estate. I reach out to Frank. Hey Frank, I need to do a better job on my production. Can you help me? Hey, by the way, can I invest this into your project?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and by the way, hey, we need somewhere in Philly to shoot. You know, can you let us know where to shoot? Hey, I'll be in Virginia. Uncle Stu, can you? That's
Right.
how this thing works.
That's
Or
it.
I got somebody in your area that can do this for you. That's, you know, you're in Atlanta, you need a place to stay. I got extra bedrooms. You know,
Right.
that's how this thing works. And we just do it one by one. And the thing is, we are a network of people everywhere. You know,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
we're a network
Absolutely.
Right.
of people everywhere.
You know, it's funny that you said that because I'm gonna use JB for the example.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we debated on one platform.
Mm-hmm.
You know, had to go to another platform to apologize. Then end up in another platform where we touching and agreeing on different issues. But I'm sitting up here saying, does everybody understand what real communication look like?
Right.
You
And
know,
mature.
do you understand that sometimes communication might get passionate?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
And then you might have to say, all right, let me think about what JB said. All right, let me think about what Uncle Stu said. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take this part from Uncle Stu, and I'm gonna take this part from JB. Okay, I maybe I missed it because I'm this old, so I'm thinking this generation. JB thinking this generation, and then I'm clashing generations without saying, well, wait a minute now. I ain't 20 something years old neither. So how
Mm-hmm.
can I
Right.
speak for what the heck is happening to 20 something when I
Right.
ain't 20 something?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And we have to know
Right.
our role. We have to know our role.
Right.
That's something I had to learn. I'm not gonna
Right.
lie, man. When I watch the lead attorney and I watch these shows, I'm like, man, I want to do like the lead. But that's not my role, man.
Right.
I mean, I can talk about stuff like that. And I got another small channel where I just like to kind of spitball. I don't do much on there, but if I can lead people, whether it's in crypto or real estate, and teach them, then that's what I need to do. Because that's the areas I've been successful. That's what I need to do. We all got to find our place and hold firm to that. You know what I mean? And I think that's important. So that's why I ultimately decided, you know what? There's a need for crypto, and there's a need to get blacks introduced to it. That
Right.
if
Absolutely.
I can change one or
Absolutely.
two people's lives through that, then I have done my mission. You know, the lead attorney can do what he's doing, and he does it well. He doesn't need
Right.
me. He don't need me to do the same thing he's doing. You know,
Right.
Right.
maybe that's a passion project down the road, but right now, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, and this is what I have to accept that, and that's how it
Right.
should be. So
That's
absolutely.
wisdom. You're speaking
Yeah.
pure wisdom right now. Pure
Absolutely.
wisdom.
I would like to say something if I could. It's a little bit of pushback,
Uh-huh.
but and this kind of goes to the point of what I was talking before. So I do agree, Red Pro Rage is a thing. It's a thing. That's why it has a title. But
Right.
however, you know, we got to meet people where they're at, because if you're
I
not going to
agree.
meet people where they're at, they're not going to listen to you. So for one of the reasons where, you know, a lot of people say you should start a YouTube channel about business, trade, import, export, because that's my lane. But you know what I mean? I can't meet the people where they're at. So for example, when you talk about, okay, look at this guy, he's married, he has children, he has you know, the life that we were, you know, that we were marketed to when we were kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at your community, that's just not an option where you're at. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
So you
I
got
understand
to
what you're saying.
recognize that, right? We got to
But
recognize.
here's the counterpoint to that. See, this is why it's really important that of what something that Perry said. We have to have the wisdom to understand our lane.
Right.
Each of us, and what I mean is that each of us, we're not going to be able to be all things to all people.
Right.
It's going to be on someone else to be maybe more of someone who maybe can reach out to someone who is not on that particular level, or for some reason feel like they can't, like what Perry's talking about, maybe it's kind of like a Cosby thing. He's got the life, he's got the wife,
Right.
the family, but not everybody growing up in certain places can immediately make a jump or see their way to a Cosby lifestyle. Well, it's on someone else to be authentic, but where they are to be that part of it. It's not necessarily on Perry himself or me or any of us individually
No,
to try to play those roles.
Right, but that comment I made was kind of in response of saying, like, why is the ratchetness or the bashing more, more well received than what, like, okay, like a panel like us would be more received, because the bashing is meeting them where they're at the moment, right? And if to have a platform like that, even if we want to have a positive spin, that positive spin has to kind of meet them where they're at, right? Like there's some universal truths that you have to recognize, right?
I understand. So let me tell you. So the bashing is where everybody's at. And so what I mean by that is that no matter what, the bashing, the conflict is how, like, I'm a filmmaker, so I think I've been trained in terms of narrative and how to drive a narrative. No film that you ever watch, no movie, no story that you ever will watch and watch it from beginning to end, that's a hour and a half long, you're not going to watch it if there's no conflict. The main character is a protagonist. They have an antagonist, and they have a goal, and they have things that are trying to keep them from achieving their goal, and in fact separating them, making them further from the goal. And no matter what it is, whatever the story is, be it combat sports, be it sports in general, there's conflict. That's what keeps our interest. And what we're seeing when you say the bashing and all that is just that base level form of conflict. And it's going to attract the attention of anybody. The goal or the objective should be to come into the field at least having some kind of understanding of what drives the conflict. And maybe, and this is where, Kevin Samuels will say, well, this is the entertaining portion of it. He'll say what he's got to say, but then the entertainment might be him going back and forth with somebody who rubs in the wrong way when they call in. But he's got an overall goal. So right. you get what I'm saying? It's there's conflict.
No, I hear you. I hear you. And it makes sense. So then my question would be, even for the people who promote positivity and solution-based, why not just put the conflict in here and then just end it with the solution?
Some people do that.
And believe it or not, if you think about it, that's kind of where this is. We're just all talking in a calm tone, but in theory, like I said, I won't push a narrative. I use somebody who's one of my moderators, Vaughn Bryant. He's always had conflict with things he has heard and has come on this platform. And Gail Lockett and I, he wanted to start a channel. We gave him the arguments. You know what I'm saying? We went at him left and right, and it wasn't we was trying to attack him. It was, hey, when you get into this space, these are the things you're gonna have to deal with, and he's been handling it. And after that, Vaughn's been a whole different person. He's still true to who he is as an individual, but he also understands the arguments. He's a married man. So we got examples of what that married man family look like. We just have to put it out there and say, okay, Perry Unlikely, what did you do to achieve this outcome?
Yeah. And
just to show you, like, you always hear me talk about, we ain't signing itch. Right. The name of my business is Stu One International Network.
Right.
I purposely put the word international in there because of him.
Right.
So that I'll never get pigeonholed into, oh, you just got a black business.
Notice why I don't have my channel's not a crypto or real estate channel.
Right.
I didn't want to get pigeonholed into just being that. So I was very intentional about that for sure.
Exactly.
Right. And same thing with my marketing material, all my websites, all my media out, it's all, like my face is not on it. You have no idea that a black person owns this business, right? On
Right.
all four of my businesses, right? Because
Right.
it's not about me. It's about how can I best serve my clientele? Because in business, you're in the service business, right?
Right.
Your job is to find the best way to provide a service so they can give you money and provide it in a way that your competitors cannot do it. And so
Right.
me being a black owner doesn't fit their need, right? It doesn't fit their need because they're not shopping because, oh, this is black. They're shopping because I am the best. My company is the best way to deliver their service or products. Period.
Exactly.
So
And
I don't need to be known.
right.
Thank
And see, and that's where it goes with me, because for me, like I said, Frank Gooden made me step up my game in the sense of production, meaning, hey, you know what? I need to do a documentary. I need to go out here and do this. I need to be able to do a storyboard. I need to be able to show the problem, but then I need to show you the solutions
right.
in the midst of that problem. I don't want to spend 80 minutes talking about a problem and 20 minutes about the solution. Let me give you the problem in 10 minutes, but now let me show you all the areas where here's the solution. I deal with the network because it's just like you said, staying in your lane.
Right.
My lane is not crypto. Can I learn basic understanding of it? Can I learn, finance and investing? Like what the itch will say. I'm not a financial person.
Right.
I'm a business and marketing person. And he's going to echo that. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead with the itch.
No, my background is purely sales and operations, import, export. Anything out of that, like you heard me, right? Asking Perry all these financial questions because that's just not in my wheelhouse. And same thing with Frank Gooding. And we're still waiting for those video tutorials on YouTube on shooting and all that. So I'm waiting on that, Frank. So hopefully
I hear you.
you should do it.
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so here now, I'm going to show you right now. This is where my operations is sales. So Frank, if you do a YouTube channel on filmography, teaching people how to film, cut, and edit, you would get so many brand deals, right? Not only YouTube AdSense, but you would get so many brand deals by putting it on YouTube versus Patreon, right? And you're helping people getting good quality education, and you're making money. So can we count on you, good brother, to have a YouTube channel by the end of this year on filming basics?
So it's all in good timing, my brother. It's something that probably probably something that we can do. But it's all in good timing.
See, that's my wheelhouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Sales. So that's my wheelhouse. Sales, convincing people to do stuff, to buy stuff from me. But you should seriously think about that because I've been researching about how to keep the viewer's attention for long and how to switch camera angles from 8 seconds. I mean, stuff you already know, but very new to me. But things like that, right? So I mean, really consider it. No pressure.
It's something that I agree with you because what Perry alluded to, this media space right now is really crucial. If we can own space in the media space and control our own, I get, for lack of a better way to put it, space in it, then we can provide the kinds of things that are edifying to us on a broader level. When you guys were talking about solutions in general, and part of the problem is that our problems are so nuanced. We have issues in relationships. We got issues with marriage. We have issues with political influence and power. We have issues with upward mobility. So many different issues, and they're so nuanced that, like you said again, Perry, I'm giving you a whole lot of props right now. You said you mentioned how we have to decide what is it that we want, and that's the only way you can kind of make some type of progress. Is first identifying what's the goal, what's the objective, what do you want, and they're so nuanced. And we're talking about things from a personal level, individually, in addition to what is it that we want as a group of people culturally. And a lot of times those things aren't, they don't run necessarily hand in hand. A lot of times what's good for the individual versus what's good for the group. I posted in the chat about a community that's in Georgia. You guys probably know about it and heard about it. The Toombs, I think it's Toomsboro. I think they called it Freedom City, where 19 families got together and bought land.
Yep.
And
that is movement.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And so, but if we had, and it's not like we haven't figured this out as a people in the past. It's just that when we've made progress, the rug gets pulled out from under us. You can think about Rosewood in Florida. You can think about Tulsa in Oklahoma and other communities where we got together and was making progress. But the cities were destroyed for different reasons and so on and so on. We have to be able to get back to some type of collective mentality as a people, or it's just going to be that much more challenging. But this talk starts here, and just like, again, props to Terry. This is it. This what we're doing right now with me, with 500 members on one channel and 100 members on another channel. Uncle Stu with however many subscribers you have. Perry, the same thing. Maybe you're probably actually bigger than where we are right now. But the small channels right now, this is what the beginning of the Renaissance looks like. This is it. And so we have to think, if we are going to be where we want to, then the work that we're doing right now, that's going to pay off 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 years down the line. Perry ain't going to be with Uncle Stu. We going to be, you see what I'm saying? And we have to think like that. This is the beginning of the Renaissance.
And
how
I've had people, my bad,
I've had to get the big fish like Denzel Washington, but he ain't want to talk to no small 300 person YouTubers. I got a bill for that.
Right, but I just want to say this, but we are networking laterally. So it's cooperating with the same mindset and not being afraid to say, okay, we're going to start small. Go ahead, Perry. I can just keep going on this.
No, you're fine. But here's the deal. You look at what Lead Attorney's done. My channel's growing pretty quick because crypto is just growing in general, and that's the direction it's taking me in. I'll reach back always. 5,000. I'm approaching that. It's not a ton, but it's growing.
Yeah.
And I'll reach back, and we'll continue to do that. And what's so important to me is, as we find our lane, we have to financially. We have got to be sound financially to give us the ability to do the things we want to do. We can't just continue to say, well, I didn't have the money. That's just not. So a good example, and please hold on to this nugget. This was the piece of information that changed my life. I was sitting around think about you, Uncle Stu. What if you'd been doing this 15 years ago? Where would you be today? And most of us can't do that because of the work we've got to do. But I think about this. Most of us have in our mind this idea of wanting to be a millionaire. And I carried around this book, Rich Dad. I almost said Get Rich or Die Trying.
Rich Dad Poor Dad. I read that book when it first came out.
Poor Dad, right?
Yeah.
I give y'all the wrong book. But I'd had it for like 10 years. Hadn't read it, but it'd been on my shelf. Every time I move, I'd take it. And I started to listen to that, and then I was on YouTube, and this guy was like, "Man, we're all so fixated on having $1 million. But if you had $1 million, where some of us live, people are like, I'd retire. The truth is, you wouldn't. I mean, it would be gone in no time." And he was like, instead of focusing on $1 million, what if you just bought real estate and replaced your take-home income? And my mind was so blown that I could get a rental property that would pay me $1,000 a month and I got property managers handling it. And the bank will give me a loan to get the property. That the bank would give me money. The only investment, basically, other than the stock market, when you're kind of doing leverage, where they'll give you money to buy an asset. And, as I got my friends involved in it, they were like, but I don't like real estate. You can't afford not to. Because let me tell you what, when you get up every day and you can do what you want and focus on your passion because the real estate's in the background, that is when you open doors for other people. And that's where I'm closing in on that gap. But to think, I can wake up in the morning, and if you, Uncle Stu, you need something from me that's going to take 3 hours, I can say, you know what, I'll clear my schedule. I got you. But it's because time is the one thing we can't get back. Real estate is a real estate, and crypto as well, but real estate is the foundation. That's allowing me to buy my time back. And the main reason I did it, my mom got me to here. My children, one thing I'll never forget, I had some little back and forth with the coaches, throughout the years, and they made me ride the bench because we didn't see eye to eye. My mother knew I was not going to play, although I should, and the game could have been 3 hours away. I always could look up, and she was right there, knowing after she worked all day, knowing I wasn't going to play. So I refused to let someone else take my time and me not be able to do the same for my kids. But I'm in a position I have to buy that time back. You have to consider real estate and investing. You can't. This whole thing is saving your way, and I'm just not giving other people the next 30 years of my life. I refuse to do it. I just refuse to do it. But when you do that and we start thinking different, it opens up the door to be able to do what we want. And once we get into our passion, you go to a whole nother level when you get up every morning and do what you want to do instead of what you have to do. And we have to get there. We just have to get. We have to find a way to get there one way or another.
And I just want to add on to that because once I started hiring employees, you get time, right? Within reason, right? But once you become financially stable or you become financially wealthy, you have to, like right now, the company is going, right? My employees are working right now while I'm at home. All I have to do today is go to one meeting at 1:00 and then I'm done for today. Right. Because now I'm in a place where I'm financially stable enough where I have people now doing the day-to-day operations for me. Right. I have my weekly meetings via Zoom or, WeChat here. And that's pretty much it. Right. I have employees in Kenya. I have Moldova. I have property managers in Moldova, and then I have workers here in Shanghai, right? For just doing meetings, right? But there's sacrifices along the way, right? Like when I first started this, it was a one-man operation, right? I had enough money to pay my rent, took the subway, and working every day. I was sleeping on the floor sometimes. That's a whole nother story. But, it took a lot of sacrifice to get there. In real estate, passive income is a great way to buy back your time because being wealthy is two things. It makes you stable where, you can do things that you want to do. And number two, it frees up your time. So I 100% endorse that. And I think if we're talking about the community and getting things on the right path, a lot of that starts with economics, right? A lot of that starts with economics. If the economics are right, you'll start seeing other things starting to clear up. So, economics is where I would start, and that's why, your channel is so useful because you're teaching people how to do crypto.
Right. And also I just want to add this because we talked about, more so just working in the Black community. We got to stop falling for this nonsense. Look, no offense to Jay Morrison, but guys, buy back the block, the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. This is stuff to trigger you and make you feel real good and invest money. Nothing against Umar Johnson, but guys, I'm the type. Look, I literally looked up how long does it take to build a school, and it don't take a decade. We have to stop this. We have to stop, guys. And this is what we want to contribute. We want to do these things, but we have to hold people accountable. We have to, and I don't speak up on those things because my job isn't to just go after everyone. But guys, it's that simple. And I'm using him as a case study, and he'll probably be calling me a coon at some point when he makes his way to your channel, because he will.
Well,
But how long does it take to build a school? It's that simple. Why has it taken 10 years? Hold them accountable. We have to. We have to be accountable. Everybody needs to be accountable.
Well, see, I don't have any arguments with that. I'll challenge him any given time, any given day. So I don't fear what I call the poverty pimps of the Black community. I don't fear them. And I don't fear them on many different levels. A lot of the language that I'm hearing today, I go all the way back to the early 80s. So,
passion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he is not at that level. Yeah. The next thing is, again, if I talk about solution based, show me your works.
Right.
If we go back to the Bible, okay, fine. You got faith? Show it to me in your works. All I heard is a bunch of jibber jabber, conversation, and foolishness. Right. I don't remember. I think it was Intentional Millionaire said, if what you do, if you live your life like you're going to be on the front page of the news, what does that look like?
Right.
What does that look like? So for me, if someone saw me doing something and I was on the front page, what would they really be seeing?
Yeah.
That's
a great point you make. You have to live. You have to live. I always say that with my wife, or I say it with anybody.
Right.
Ask me to see my cell phone. I'm gonna give it to you because I'm not worried about nothing.
Exactly.
But now we're gonna have a trust issue because you didn't trust me.
Right.
But there's nothing in there that I have to hide. I'll give it to you right now. That's how I always live my life. I have nothing to hide at all. I'm straight up honest, and I live my life looking at myself.
Absolutely.
Make sure I'm holding myself accountable.
Uncle Stu is a fruit inspector.
Right.
Okay, now you're a fruit checker. Now you're a fruit inspector. That's
but I'm one that says I'm going to push the narrative. I say it's a non-narrative, but let me because of the way you articulated it, Frank. Right. There is a narrative. Mm-hmm. My narrative is more of I'm going to move people that are thinking from the far left and try to narrate them to the right to let them see and know how to be successful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Do it. You
know what I'm saying? Because that is the image.
Yep.
Right. You might can't be, we ain't signing it. You might can't, but I know I can move you from this mentality to this mentality if you're willing to sometimes turn your back to the crowd to get it done.
Absolutely. So, Uncle Stu, I want to say something. Anyone, anywhere can do what I did. I think I had like maybe $2,000 in my pocket when I first came to China. I came here, I studied, I worked part-time because, I worked part-time, financed my own education because, my mom, single mom, she couldn't help. So all the things I did not require a college degree, right? Anyone can do, I'm nothing special. Anybody can do this. Anybody can do this, right? It's just, you just have to just get in the game. And I think a lot of times we as Black people, okay, back in the day, our grandparents and our parents will say, if you want to hide something from a Black man, put it in a book. And we took that to heart. So we went to study, we read books and stuff like that. But we were never told, get in the game, right? Get in there. And if you fall down, then, you just get back up, but keep trying. Like I told you, my first business was exactly what I did for 10 years working for someone. I still lost money, but in the end, I made money, and now now it's quite successful, but I failed, right? And failure is just a part of life, and you can continue to do it. But we're not teaching people, if you want to be successful, sometimes you just got to do it, right? For graduate school, I went to get my mid-level career at Harvard. even they will tell you, don't do a business plan, just go do it. All the things I'm teaching you right now, some of it's going to work, some of it's not going to work, but go do it. That's why they teach case studies, right? They teach case studies. They don't, the Harvard method is case studies. They don't teach out of books because you just have to do it. And so that would be my message today, because there's nothing I have done that no one else can do, because the only difference is just that I went out, I did it, I fell, I licked my wounds and got back up and did it again. And sometimes I felt, a lot of times. Sometimes it was my fault, sometimes it's happenstance, right? But you just got to do it. And of course you need a little bit of luck. Absolutely. But luck comes from just doing it. And that would be my message. You gotta get in there, right? And you're going to get punched. You got to get in the ring. You're going to get punched. You're going to get knocked down, but you keep swinging. But at the end of the day, as long as you don't stop, like Perry said, right? We're investing in this gaming currency, right? 5 years from now, he's not going to say, "Oh, I wish I could have done that," or they don't let black people do this. I'm also not going to be the one saying, "Oh, I wish I have done this," right? Because I'm investing. As soon as we get off this call tonight, I'm going to invest. Go right to Coinbase and put my money in there, right? And will I take some shorts along the way? I don't know, but I'm going to get there, because 5 years from now, I'm going to have a great portfolio when it comes to digital currency.
And let's hold each other accountable in terms of, this is a good example. One thing when you're dealing with different people, if I ask Frank what a J cut is and he don't know, that's a problem. You can Google. Look, you guys can ask me any coin you want, and unless it's a little Boosie coin, I know what it does and where it came from. It's because I spent time in it. Now I can't come up with there's new coins out there that are just a stretch. I don't focus on those, but for the most part, you can test me real quick and tell what I'm talking about. If you ask me how's it work, so we got to test people, and if they don't have correct answers, we have to move on. We have to move. That's how we keep from getting scammed and getting taken advantage of. It's very important.
Yeah. No, I mean, don't get me wrong. Do your due diligence, but the thing about it is, I'm pretty sure, even as knowledgeable as you are, I'm pretty sure that somewhere down the line you took a loss somewhere, right? But you learn from it and you recover, and you're that much better, right? So that's all I'm saying, because I feel that we in the black community, we're hyper afraid of failure because we get clowned, right? Because when we try something out, we fail. Then the people, like, for example, I say I'm going to try to do this. Then your group of friends in your community and people in your network say, "Oh, you can't do this. You crazy. You always talking like that." Then you fail, and then you go right back to the people and they clown you. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
We don't get that initial encouragemental support. So, but at the same time, you just keep going, right? And so that's the thing, because we have this over propensity for failure, and we can't never make a mistake, right? If you black and do whatever, we can't never make a mistake. You got to be 100% correct all the time, right?
Absolutely.
But you know what I mean? Like, Jordan, right? 45% field goal shooting average, right? He fell 60% of the time, right? But he's still considered the GOAT, right? Because he was successful only 45% of the time. But that 40% of the time, right? He's the GOAT, right? He's been retired for 20, 30 years, but he is still the GOAT. You see what I'm saying? So failure comes with the process, but do your due diligence. But at the end of the day, you can't let that fear get over you, because I'm talking from people I try to help, and even from my own personal experience, right? A lot of people who come from the hood, a lot of people who come from broken circumstances, right? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, and I know, it might seem like a small thing, but there is a severe fear of failure in the black community, a severe fear that we really, really, really have to address.
I'm gonna tell you, there's two reasons why I believe that fear exists. And you're so right, because when I got into YouTube, it wasn't like I studied for a year how to be a YouTuber, knowing the right equipment. I mean, I I got all kinds of equipment and software. And it's like, okay, now what do I do with all this stuff? So I'm constantly on I done dived in and put my money, my heart, my love into this. But I'm going to tell you where I think that fear come from, and I love to hear from y'all. I'm going to go back to the narrative. And the political social narrative says, as long as I'm telling you you can't do something, and that's coming from people that look like us, I get to stay up in the middle class section. And I'm going to use a little bit of politics. And like I said, you're welcome to push back on this ideal narrative. If I'm a civil rights worker and I done did all this social justice stuff and I want to stay relevant, the last thing I need for you to do is be successful. So if I teach you constantly to fear the police, fear this racial group, fear this, and I'm constantly throwing this fear, negative, you need the government in order to succeed narrative, then that's already ingrained in your head. I can't make it because, hey, the white man. I can't make it because I live in the projects. I can't make it because I live in California. I mean, I hear more of the excuses of can't make it, but it's all this sociological structure. They got this big argument now dealing with what they call it, critical race theory. And I'm saying, wait a minute, y'all really pushing this narrative of the 1970s? You're still arguing that when, hello, we should be able to do for ourselves. I mean, when do we fight? When do we teach black people like what the itch one say? When do we teach black people, hey, this is how you start a business. This is how you do your state ID. This is how you do your federal. Because I ain't gonna lie, that book that Perry Unlikely spoke of has always resonated with me. Rich Dad, Poor Dad may not give you everything, but it gives you enough to say, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong side of the track here when it comes to tax. I'm on the wrong side and I'm thinking totally the wrong way.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to ask a simple question. Whatever you aspire to, you want a Lamborghini, how are they getting them? There's risk investing attached to it. You have to
hold on 1 minute, Perry. Hold on 1 minute. Let me give a special shout out. Jada LaRue is in the house. Me and Jada, we moderate on another content creators platform, and she been rocking out. So I just had to give her a shout out.
Man, okay, Gail got me cracking up.
Gail.
Hey, they trying to hold me back. You ain't worked a job in 6 years talking about somebody holding you back. And that's really how it is. You know what I mean? It's we gotta always measure ourselves and what we're doing. What are we doing? What do I do when I get up in the morning? And do I do everything I can with what I can control and stuff like that. So absolutely.
I want to go back to two things that a lot of y'all said, and then I'll be glad to drop the chat. You talked about economics, and then I love the fact that what the itch talked about time. And Frank, you really talked about understanding narratives, and that I want to try to work all of that in. So I'll start with the narratives. From a production standpoint, how do we begin to learn and then to speak the right kind of narratives that needs to be spoken without it sounding condescending or belittling? Or is it just people's just going to receive it as they're going to receive it?
So you mean in terms of our community? When you ask that, the black community?
I'm going to say the black community, but again, I'm I got a couple of people that is not black that's about to flip the head on the whole poverty argument because we only see us. And I'm about to show you somebody that is going to flip the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
He's coming up. Think he's coming to interview in about a week.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to blow people away when they hear his backstory.
Mm-hmm.
But from a production standpoint, trying to change the narrative.
So what I'll say is that it's kind of what we're doing. So the production side of it is when we are willfully crafting a story that we have a purpose for why we're telling the story.
Okay.
And so, be that a documentary where you're working with actual real life and you're going out and you can't control what the story is, or be it something fictional where you wrote it. And so you have full control over what you're doing versus, I'm a follower of Christ. That narrative says, hey, be obedient, do what, do as Christ commands you to do, and so
Right.
it kind of depends on what we're talking about when we talk about, kind of what the narrative should be. What I'll say is that the most important thing is really beginning to happen when it comes to narratives. And that's, we're just embracing our own narratives and our own truths. And when we learn and grow, we come out here into this YouTube space and we contribute to the overall culture in our own way that we feel like we are prospering. And the key for us collectively is we need to be open to hear and learn and receive from other people's narratives. And when we disagree, we need to do just like what you did, Uncle Stu, where if we disagree, and it's kind of what we kind of did tonight, where, it was a gentle pushback, so to speak, with what was kind of going on with what was, we need to know how to listen, receive. If we disagree, maybe sometimes agree to disagree, learn where we can, and then pivot back to the ways that we can cooperate and move together and progress together. So that's kind of a long answer. It's kind of nuanced. Just embrace your own, be authentic, embrace what works for you. And when you're ready to put that out there, put it out there in an authentic way to help other people, and then be open to listen to when you're receiving it from other people. I don't know if that answers your question, but
no, it does. It does. It really does. That means I got to go back and study some more about production and all this other good stuff.
Yeah, or roll with the people who, like, I'm right here with you. Roll with the people who kind of got it, and then that's it. Pick it up as you can.
Could you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah,
I just want to make sure I understood it correctly.
Yeah, I love the fact that you talked on time, managing time, and how time is so important. Can you speak on that issue of time?
Well, okay, sure. Well, I mean, time, like Perry said, is priceless. You can't get it back. So I guess you're talking about in a business from a business perspective, right?
Like, yeah, because you always hear, I'm going to give you one of the arguments or one of the narratives. Okay. I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to do that. And I ain't going to lie. Ever since I've been doing this YouTube, especially I'm going to say last 2-3 weeks, my calendar has almost become as important as my Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't function without a calendar, because it's like, okay, I got who, when, okay, I gotta get this production, and then lately I've had to get my health, so it's like, okay, I gotta get up at this time, read these books, answer these comments in my comment section. I gotta do this walk. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, wow, I am, if you want to call it, kind of sleeping less, but doing a whole lot more that I got to do during the day to get things done. Now, it's all fun, because it's like, I'm excited, but at the same time, it's like, okay, I don't get it now. If I got to work this hard to do this, how is it y'all got time to do all this crazy stuff, yet you want to talk about you ain't got time? I'm making it make sense for me. So if I had to educate people on utilizing time and how important time is from a business standpoint to get things done. That's where I'm coming from. I see you, What the Funk. Just give me a moment and I'm going to pull you up.
So I would say this, it just depends on where you're at. Like for you, you're busy because you're in your startup phase, right? It's been less than 1 year. You had your YouTube channel, right?
Yes.
But if you're in the same place 2 years from now, then you have bad management skills. And for this reason is this. Like, let's look at the Lapeef network, right? He does something that I think is amazing, right? So
Right.
first he starts off with Lapeef Talk, right?
Right.
Now Courtney has her own show, but when you look at the bottom, it says Lapeef Network. Kay has her own show. It says Lapeef Network, right?
Right.
What you want to do, and this is where people get so caught up, right? What you want to do is you want to manage yourself out of your business, because that's where I'm at. So we look at Anton or Lapeef. I don't know who owns it, right? But they're managing themselves out of the business, right? Because when Courtney has her talk show and at the bottom it says Lapeef, that gets subscribers. Lapeef Networks get the viewership. That YouTube channel is going to get the corporate branding and the money's coming in, right? So now that channel is working for Anton and Lapeef. You see what I'm saying? You have to be able to manage yourself out, because that's how you get your time back. If you are an entrepreneur, there's a startup phase. Okay, you are everyone. But when you're moving to the year 3 mark and year 5 mark, now you're managing yourself out, because that is a businessman, right? That's how you can see Jeff Bezos at all these events, but yet still making $1,000 per minute. You see what I'm saying? Because you're managing yourself out of the business. And Anton and Lapeef is a great way to see that, because look at them, right? When they have King Talk, Anton is not there, but Anton's making money while that's happening, right? When you look at Courtney Michelle doing her thing, or Kay doing her thing, right? They're making money even though those guys are working for them. And that's how you get your time, because you are managing yourself out of your business. And if you are really good businessman, your employees are going to tell you what's the best way to run your business, because they're in their day-to-day, and you're going to be wise enough to listen and execute those things. And I'll close with that.
I want to add to that real fast.
Sure.
Because that's something that even my plans at this point, as I grow my channel, my plans already, from this market cycle, set money aside. Before I ever pay myself $1, I'm going to hire someone full time and say, look, you're going to get paid for this whole year. You're going to help. I'm going to teach you how to edit, or they can, some general editing skills, but you're going to help me focus on this, because I know that I can continue what I'm doing and grow this thing big. And by the way, with the crypto, I'm going to give you, 10% of my portfolio is yours as a bonus. As we grow, as I expand, you expand with me. We're a team for going out. You play your role, I play mine. And that's how you, because I know that if I have someone that can do that, I can expand way faster than trying to do it all myself. So that's the way I look at it,
Right. And same thing, right? I'm going to roll out my YouTube channel in January. I promise you, you're only going to see me. You're only going to hear my voice or see me. I haven't decided yet. Only for that year. After that, I'm going to replace myself, right? The on-camera talent, I'm going to replace myself with someone that looks beautiful, right? Editing, whatever, right? But I'm going to receive that sponsorship, right? I'm going to replace myself, right? Because at the end of the day, I want time, right? I want time to be with my wife and have kids. I'm 42. I still don't have kids yet, right? So I can only donate this 1 year, and I'm going to slowly ease that person in. So you'll see me or hear me for that year. After that, I'm going to replace myself. Right. Absolutely. I mean, and Anton does a great job of that, right? Because when you look at the bottom, it'll say Lapeef Network, right? The views, AdSense, subscribers, branding, all goes to whoever owns that channel, right? But you do not see Anton on all of the panels that they do, or Lapeef in all of the panels that they do, right? But they're getting their money, and that is. And when you look at other channels like Tasty, like cooking, whatever, right? They have all these guests, because at the end of the day, your business has to work for you at some point. right? The best businessmen are the people you don't know about, old money. And I was fortunate enough to go to school with old money, right? And you don't know who they are, right? They network and be around old money, right? The point is to manage yourself out in anything that you do.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's something that you ain't going to find in a book or a college class.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
You know, I mean, that's just real talk. You're not going to find that in a college class. JB, do you want to come up, JB? I can have that link drop for you if you want to come up.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I gotta roll out now. So thank you, Uncle Stu.
Hey, good talking.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, same here. Take care. And yeah, let me know when that panel is. I'm excited to join and be happy to join.
Absolutely, I got you, man.
Appreciate you. Intentional Millionaire, if you want to come up, let me know. If anybody want to come up, definitely dropping the link. What's going on, sir? How are you?
Good morning from Germany. How y'all living?
Doing well.
What's up?
Make sure you have a beer for me.
Perry, help a brother
wish
out.
I was back
Perry,
in Bamberg.
How I fix this? Perry, come on, man, help me out. How I get there? Man?
Hey, I got some.
I got two children. I had to fight for their custody, and I lost it. So how I get it back, man? Come on. I would ask Frank, but Frank is hiding something under that hat. So
right.
Them waves popping, boy. Them waves. What you talking about?
And the bad thing is, they gonna see me lose mine on camera, though. That's the bad thing. They go over the years, they gonna see mine fade away. It's easier to show up without it in the first place.
I shaved mine off,
right?
You know, so I ain't got to worry about it no more. That's why I'm sitting up here walking every day. And soon you're going to see me doing all this crying, lifting weights. Right. You're going to see Intentional Millionaire with a whip talking about, come on, Uncle Stu. Right. Get it, Uncle Stu. Oh, man. My boy JB is in the house.
Did we lose the phone?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, we lost
him. Come back.
Yeah,
pop back on.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. My bad. I didn't realize y'all if I was on mute or not.
Yeah, see, I got to get JB off of the women. You know, he be trying to school the women. I'm like, nah, I'm going to get him on something else. I'm going to get him on some business stuff.
JB's right behind Gail Lockett in these YouTube streets.
I'll be here
everywhere, man.
Yeah, I think Gail. I know Gail got one of them. Look, them Kevin Samuels high value men. She just don't want to brag about it, you know.
Right.
Thank you, Jada LaRue. You know. Now that right there. She be holding the brother down, and I gotta give him much love, much respect.
Much love.
Much love.
I was Uncle, so I was gonna cam up, but then something happened to me last night that traumatized me. So those who know.
Okay. And we'll leave it at that.
No, basically I hopped on a panel and I clicked on the wrong camera. And I basically ended up showing my ashy legs, and people would not stop roasting me. So,
oh man, now you know, bro. You know the sisters ain't going for that, bro. Now that's the one thing you gonna learn about them sisters. Oh, don't come on camera. Look, I got a better camera. Trust and believe. I had to make sure I wasn't showing a bit of ash on my hands or nothing. Right. You know they're gonna get you.
Yeah, man. I'm traumatized after that. I'm scared to hit that camera button.
Look,
but I want. Go ahead, Uncle.
Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say I just really wanted to touch on one thing. Okay, it's the time thing. Like I feel like people undervalue this, so I'm glad. I think it was Perry who brought it up. I'm glad he mentioned it because. I am of the opinion that your time is your most valuable asset, above your money, above anything else, right? And so I think some people, when they look at things, they look at it purely from a dollar value, and then they don't really realize their time is more important. So, I'm so glad Perry brought this up, because even when you're doing the math, right? So like, let's take real estate, for example. Not having a property manager, you could save a lot of the money that you're going to spend on paying the property manager or whatever. People have different arrangements with property managers, right? And depending on the jurisdiction you're in, you may just be able to, set up your own, your own company. And basically, as long as the property manager is only dealing with your properties, right? Yeah, as long as the property manager is only dealing with properties owned by your company and they're hired by you, then you don't need like in Georgia, you need a brokerage license. If it's anybody else's property, right? So, but the point is, when it comes to property managers, some of them take a percentage. Some of them you could actually, like, if you have a duplex, you can have them live on one. Like, there's all the different arrangements, right? And a lot of people, when they look at that, like I've heard folks who are landlords say, well, I can do it all by myself. I don't mind collecting rent. I don't mind doing this. And I'm just like, and it always makes me shake my head, because I'm like, you're clearly not putting a value on your time. So they're only looking at the dollar value of, here's what it's going to cost me to pay a property manager, right? And they're just like, okay, it's going to cost me this much. And it's like, okay, I hear you, but the time that it's going to take you to chase after a tenant for, for the rent money, and then what if that tenant decides not to pay, like, or they pay late, the person to deal with that. What happens when the tenant calls and says, hey, I have a leak? Now you got to take care of that. What happens when there's, the furnace is not working? Now you got to figure out, how to arrange the HVAC guy to come over. Like, all those things, they're going to take your time, right? And to be a good landlord, you're going to need to do things in a timely way. And so having a good and trustworthy property manager, in my opinion, is the best investment you can make, both in terms of actually helping you in terms of managing your property, but also in terms of your time. Because here's the other thing about time, right? The other thing about time is that I can actually get on, get on a panel and spend an hour, right? And that may be how I choose to spend my time, right? And I don't have to worry about that. You know what I'm saying? And like, some people may just look at it as, okay, this time I'm only going to use it to make money. Or but it's the freedom that it gives me to manage my time how I please. And I think it's a mindset that it's a very different mindset than I think the average person understands, right? Because people will always look at it in terms of, I need to be saving the money that I'm investing. So sometimes it's really hard to get people to switch off, to switch that off. So I just wanted to comment on that, because I think that's the most important thing you can do is delegating. Like, the most important thing you can do is delegating. Find people who you mesh with, who you think, like, even if it's a college student that you could give a paid internship, you know what I'm saying? Like, in fact, a lot of college students, honestly, they'll even accept a.
Right. Absolutely.
You said something powerful. I'm gonna come back to that. Stay right there, because I'm not going to forget the point you made. Because I got a millionaire sitting right next to you who deals in real estate. What you got to add to that, intentional millionaire?
I got to say, he's dead. Jonathan is dead on, because for me, I heard the phrase a very long time ago: go make enough money so you can pay people to do the things you don't want to do, so you can have all the time to do the things you really want to do.
Absolutely.
That's
100%. That's the reason I don't cut my own grass. It's not that I'm
exactly
lazy. I don't mind cutting my own grass. I can make.
I don't cut my own grass. I'm not raking no leaves.
The money
I'm not doing none of that crap.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's nothing against nobody that do it. Don't get me wrong. I just want to spend my time doing the things that I really enjoy doing, and the things that, based on my skill set, that I can do very effectively but very easily.
Right. Yeah.
You know what's funny? One of my neighbors, he's a country guy, and he's always clowning me over this, because like, I love listening to brothers like you guys, because it's like, it's always great to find like-minded people, right? Because it's like, he's always making fun of me, because he's that guy, who's always outside working. He's always like working on the yard. He's always working on everything, right? And to a certain extent, I love seeing that. I respect it, right? And but it's like, at the same time, I'll be honest, man, I do not want to, be out there in the sun, landscaping and do any of that. So I pay somebody to do it. And he's always like, man, I ain't ever seen a mower. I ain't never seen you on a mower. I've never, like, he's always clowning me over it, because he's a country guy, Right. He's a country guy in Georgia. So for him, he's just like, man, you must be lazy. Like, I've never, and the thing that makes it worse is my landscaping person is a lady. So he clowns me even more, because he's like, man, you have a woman coming over here doing your, so I just love the fact that these brothers understand this. It's like, Your time is so valuable, right? And you need to, and it also, the other thing that you can, that this allows you is that even if, let's say you have a full-time job, right? If you create a scenario for yourself where you start, let's say you start saving some money that you can put aside to start some side businesses, maybe initially you're putting in a lot of hours. That's what I've done, right? Where initially you're putting in a lot of hours to get it off the ground. But once you get it like well enough, functioning well enough, now you can hire somebody, give them a portion of, you could do profit sharing. There's so many ways you can arrange things, man, and give them a portion, right? Give them some equity, give them some profits. People will do, there's so many ways you can set up things, right? And that person now takes that over, and now you have your time back and you have a functioning business, especially if you give the person some equity. Now they have some skin in the game where they want to contribute. They want to build this thing up to be successful so that their equity is valuable, which means your equity is valuable. And then while you can still at the same time maintain your full-time job and you're still getting a bag from that, and then you have something else that's working on the side. You have to switch your mindset. It's something that people don't understand. You have to switch your mindset, to be able to make money. Right? You have to switch your mindset. You have to not be afraid to invest in yourself. You know what I'm saying? And to risk that you might actually fail. Right? My own sister could tell you the amount of times I've invested in myself and failed. You know what I'm saying? And I'm never afraid to do it. I'll always do it. Even if that means literally I probably will end up broke. I'll always invest in myself. That's a mindset that I have. That may sound crazy to some people, but I am willing to put all of my resources on the line to invest in myself. As long as, right, because I'm not doing things emotionally, as long as when I do the math, right, when I do whatever my probability assessments are, when I do those and it seems like, okay, I have this much chance of succeeding if I take these steps, right? That means that puts a certain pressure on myself to achieve those steps so I don't fail. So my point is, I'm not saying to act emotionally. I'm just saying that you can take calculated risks on yourself, and you should. That's my perspective. Some people are afraid to do that. I'm not. I'm not afraid of going broke, taking the risk myself. And that sounds crazy to some people, right? So anyway, I don't want to just ramble. But I hope y'all get my point. That's what I want to touch
on. You added to something I will be honest and say that I'm learning. And when I say that is because, I invested just in this business alone. I tell anybody, if you want to know, close to over a little bit more than $5,000. And that's equipment. That is computers. That, if you want to call it, all the upgrades. And I probably still need maybe another camera. That's just for me to go out. And I'm not talking about basic blogging. I'm talking about, having something that if I wanted to do an interview outside of this studio, I got to have the equipment to do that. And I'm looking to do that. So that's even more money going out. But at the same time, you're putting that money out there. I done invested this money. So that gives me even more of a motivation to do what I got to do in this business. You know what I'm saying? So It's like, okay, I got to make this money back that I invested and then be able to maintain it from that point forward. I recognize, even now, hey, I wish I did have, let's say, people that can just go out and film various shots that I need filmed. Hire somebody that says, okay, they filmed this, put this edit together. Okay, I'm going to narrate, or I'm going to be, in front of this production as the face of the business. So yeah, and then when you talk about the freedom of time, it is so awesome because I kind of see that now, even though, I'm not where, let's say, some of y'all might be at. The ability to get up and know that I don't have to punch a clock, that I can make film when I just do a 30-minute walk in the morning, video blogging, I'm walking, I'm exercising, I'm still speaking thoughts of my head. I come home, I might trim it off, and boom, I throw it up as content. And then, organizing where I'm able to do interviews, for a certain block of time. And now it's like, oh, okay, now I can make time to actually go to the gym because money is working while I don't have to work for the money.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely, man.
so hearing this is letting me understand, and hopefully anybody that picks this up understand, hey, maybe I need to go home and rethink, what am I doing with my time? How am I spending my time? YouTube got this thing, not YouTube, TuneBuddy got this thing that says how much you supposed to be worth an hour based on the production you've already done. And it's like, okay, so that's what I'm worth an hour. Nah, that means that's what somebody else is worth. I got to be worth more, so I got to start producing more so that I can get into that level. So the idea of where do I want to be a year from now? Who do I want doing what a year from? That's an awesome thing, and I think it's not talked about. Jonathan, you mentioned it's a mindset, and I want anybody to basically answer. How do we re-educate the mindset? Because I'm not going to lie, most of us is more conditioned to the 9-to-5 job or one of those hourly job wages, or we're more conditioned or socially conditioned to being at certain places by certain time, but we never put time where it really needs to be. Is there levels to this time stuff?
So let me answer real quick, and then I'll let the other guys go. So I'm gonna answer, and I'm gonna actually give you a real example, Uncle Sir,
Okay.
right? So, like a real life example. So the way that I look at this is like this: is first of all, you want to build a circle of people, in terms of your friends and just acquaintances. You want to try to build a circle of people that, brilliant people that, they may people that who are smarter than you at something, at least, right? Like, you don't want to ever be the smartest person in the room. And I know that's a very cliche saying, but I've actually found that to be so valuable, and I'm going to tell you why in a second, right?
Okay.
And then the second thing is, you should see everything as an opportunity, okay? And that may sound crazy, but again, in a second, I'm going to tell you why, right?
Okay.
You should look at everything as an opportunity, okay? So, an opportunity could mean monetary, but it could also just mean networking, okay? So now let me take a real life example for you, like very real life, that you can go and verify, okay? So, I mentioned recently that I invested in Bernard Riley, right? Bernard Riley show. He has a show here on YouTube. He's a content creator. So I actually made a formal investment in him, right? But here's what else came out of that. When I went to Saginaw, Bernard is in Michigan, right? So I went to Saginaw, Michigan after he launched his new studio. That's part of what my investment went towards. And so after he launched a new studio, I went over there, right? And so as we're driving through Saginaw, I'm looking at the houses there, right? And I'm looking at the houses as we're driving through like this nice little neighborhood, right? And I'm like, and just out of curiosity, I'm like, I asked Bernard in that specific neighborhood, I'm like, what would a house like that go for, right? And when he told me the price, and I was looking at the house, and I was looking at the land, and I'm like,
Crazy.
and then I'm like, okay, keep driving, and I'm realizing there's a huge opportunity and a gem right there that probably a lot of people wouldn't realize because of this is out in the middle of nowhere almost, right? At least that's how it seemed to me, right?
Right.
And so because now I have Bernard, right, who I actually have an established business relationship with in Michigan. Now, even though I'm all the way in Georgia, guess what we're working on now? We're working towards actually basically adding Michigan to my list of properties. But here's how you can get people to work for you, right? Work for you is now, the way I'm setting this up is I'm setting up a new entity where Bernard actually will have equity in it, okay? And so now he has a reason to work, right? And then he's in Michigan and he gets to take care of everything and whatnot, and I get to get the passive income from that. But it's not like he's just working for free, because the value he gets is the equity, right? So that's what I mean when I say, look, finding opportunity everywhere, is because now we can actually not only is it two black men who are making money together, right? But also now I don't have to worry about the fact that I'm not in Michigan. I don't have to worry about a property manager. I can trust Bernard, and I already trust him because we have an existing business relationship. That's what I mean, is I didn't go to Saginaw expecting to even come out of there with that idea in mind, right? But because I'm always looking at everything as an opportunity, always, right? I'm always saying, like, wait a minute, like, this house would go for this much, because I'm comparing it even into some suburban neighborhoods in Georgia, and I'm like, this looks like a nice neighborhood to build a family. And then I'm asking about the schools, and Bernard's telling me about the schools, and I'm like, holy shit, this is prime real estate right here, right? This is prime real estate at almost at a discount. And nobody, and I don't want to say nobody, but it doesn't seem to be a hot market, right? That's exactly where you want to be. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly where you want to be from a real estate perspective. And so now I get to use Bernard, right, as yet another business now. That's yet something else I can add under my belt, right? And then he gets to manage it for me, right? And I'm making sure he gets a fair percentage out of this, okay? I'm making sure he gets a fair percentage out of this, and he has actual equity, right? That's the key word here. He has actual equity. So that means if the company's successful, Bernard is successful. But what does that also mean for me? That means I get to be all the way in Georgia and I don't have to worry about anything. And I also get to be successful out of it. And if you have enough of those kind of scenarios running, do you see how quickly that adds up? Yeah. Is if you have enough of those type of scenarios connecting, you're like, oh shit, suddenly you have an enterprise, right? Suddenly you have like a set of different companies and different domains, etc. So that's the mindset. It's absolutely a mindset, because some people could be passing through. The reason it's a mindset is because another person could have been sitting right next to Bernard, passing through that neighborhood, and they would have not even cared to ask what the property is going for. Right? They would have not even cared to ask what the schools are like in this neighborhood. And also, how close is the closest hood, right? Like, what's the crime rate like in this area compared to the hood that's like a few miles away, right? How often do home invasions happen here? Like, all these questions, you can go ask Bernard. That's exactly the conversation we had in the car. We didn't plan on having that. But just through rolling through that neighborhood, I'm like, holy shit, this is prime real estate, right? You have to have a mindset where everything you see, you're like, okay, how can I find an opportunity out of this? Another quick example. There's this. This is not my actual example, but there's a buddy of mine here in Georgia, right? So what he does is he basically installs ATMs at businesses, right? And so he's in the ATM business, which, by the way, is surprisingly easy to get into, that a lot of people don't realize. So what he actually did recently is there's this new building that they just put on what is that, Spring Street in Georgia. They've been building it for a while, and he basically, right while they were building it, before the construction was even complete, he managed to secure the business contract to have his business install and manage the ATM in that building, and it's a big building, right? So now that building is pretty much almost done, right? And they're about to have all these people, in there, right, using his ATMs all the time, and he gets to make money. This is a black man, by the way, right? And just because he was smart enough to realize, wait a minute, this is a new business, a new building they're building up. It would probably be nice to have an ATM there. So he was proactive enough to go and look up who bought the building, right? What company it is, and actually take the risk of reaching out to a corporation. This is actually a big corporation, and reached out to them and said, hey, I'm interested in installing ATMs. Managed to get a hold of the biz dev person, and the rest is history. So now his business is about to supply the ATM for that company, right? Because you see opportunity everywhere. That's what I'm saying, is that somebody else might have passed by that and not even thought about potentially being the guy providing an ATM for that company, right? And guess what it's costing him? It's costing him less than $20K to get into that. It's costing him less than $20,000. I don't want to say his exact number, but I'm just like, man, that's brilliant, And so that's my point, is that you have to have that mindset. So Jonathan, anyway, you guys got to stop me when I start ranting, because sometimes I just go on.
Hey man, Jonathan, if you need anything, I got a real estate license in Georgia. It's not my primary gig, but if you need me to look you up anything, send you anything, just don't hesitate. I'll do anything I can for you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I just kind of want to add to that, because I think when you talk about time, the reason why it's so important to get people around you that's smarter than you, but also to hire professionals to do the things you don't want to do, because it allows you to operate in full creativity mode. And just piggybacking off of what Jonathan said, it also allows you to pay attention to the opportunities and how the vision, had it's another set of eyes that most people don't see. Because when you operate in survival mode, it's hard to miss opportunities right there, right in front of you. So I think, and I just speak for myself, because even when you kind of talk about my channel, that's the reason why I had an editor, because editing does take time. And I figured, why put this time into this when I can just spend my time coming up with the actual content and let somebody else do that work, and that free me up to be able to do other things in other areas.
Right.
because even for me, I'm in charge of 33 people on 2 different coasts. But the great thing is, because I got people that's smarter than me working for me, most of the time I just more or less doing a checks and balance, and then just kind of doing a camaraderie to keep everybody kind of in sync when need be. And I think that's one of the key things that, we all got to kind of just continue to strive for, which is good, because it gives other people that may not pay attention to these type things the resources and the guidance on what they need to do. Because I'm telling you, you got to be a master of time and a manager of time, because if you don't manage it, it's going to fade away, and before you know it, it's going to be gone. And the worst thing anybody wants, that's anybody, is to be, in a situation or a state where you don't really have that much choice or options anymore, and you look back and realize how much time you wasted.
Yep. I agree 100%. 100%.
Perry, Frank, you want to add to that conversation?
Go ahead, Frank.
Right now, I'm just receiving. I'm listening in. Nothing to add on this one. You know what to listen.
No, I think they covered it very well. I mean, it just all comes down to time. I mean, the first thing I'll do is probably I'm gonna hire me a like I said, a real life Gail Lockett. It ain't like she's real, but I'm saying I'm gonna hire somebody to help me in my business every day, because I just know how much, if I can just focus on the thing.
She's a robot.
Yeah, man. When I find someone that we can focus on that every day, they know what I need to be successful, I'm gonna pour into them everything I can. And we'll just, that's kind of my line of thinking. I'm in a position where even from YouTube, my real estate, I've never taken $1 out of any of it. So, there'll come a time when I step out, but I want to build it with somebody else first, and then I'll step into it, full scale. So absolutely. And everybody, like Jonathan Benville was saying, it's an opportunity, and I'm like the same way. I look at properties all the time. I mean, everywhere I go, I'm pulling up in neighborhoods, just looking, and you just never know what interaction you're going to have is going to connect you to the first property I bought. I just was telling people I'm a real estate investor. And matter of fact, I ain't have no real estate, but I was like, I read this book, and it was like, tell people you're a real estate investor. And my friend from telling him was saying that he had told his mother-in-law had overheard, and she had some problems with some renters, and it's just this little double wide, worth $40,000, sold it to me for $20,000. That's $20,000 in equity, net worth up $20,000 right there. Been rented out since I got it years ago. No issues. I mean, it's just all about who you connect to. And I just want to add that when it comes to my friends and how you were saying, Uncle Stu, how do we stress that importance? I kind of do it the opposite of Jonathan. I flat out have conversations with my friends in terms of investing. I talk about it. It's just not that big of a deal to them. And I'm just straight up, look, there's going to come a day I'm going to be in the Bahamas for a week, Bora Bora. You're not going to be there because you didn't do what I did. And it's just that true conversation. You're going to want to be there, but you won't because you're not willing to do what I do. So you need to get on board, because where the places I'm going, the sun is nice and I need friends there. So it might as well be you, and I'm here at your disposal to give you that information. But if you're not going to take it, I'm going to take it to somebody else who will use it, So
there is something I wanted to ask Perry.
Are you saying that in turn? Are you saying that?
I was gonna. There is something I wanted to ask Perry about, and maybe anyone else who has any expertise on it, because we're connecting to this in a lot of ways when we talk about actual property ownership. Is to ask you to speak to whatever your level of expertise is on the importance of intellectual property and owning intellectual property. The reason why I kind of pointed at that Perry is because he's in the crypto world, and I think we all can see just how much we're headed, the direction that we're headed when we talk about, this digital space that is continuing to be expanded, and it's like a new frontier. Quickly for me, I mean, it's extremely important because as a content creator, filmmaking, we think back to, you know, content that was created years and years ago, decades ago, like Disney, and you see what's happening with Marvel with their intellectual property ownership, having those same, you know, owning the intellectual property for characters that were just figments of their imagination, but developing it and in owning it, they continue to exploit that to tremendous, you know, value just from the filmmaking side is what I see. So I'm just wondering if Perry or anybody else has a, you know, position from sort of an expertise standpoint on it.
Yeah, I think it's extremely important. I mean, you talk about intellectual property, man. We don't take our ideas. You know, we either tell Johnny on the block about our ideas and don't never do anything with them, or we run off and give them away, and then we look up and say, "Yo, I had that idea, but what did you do with them?" We can't skimp, right? Like, do you want if I ever had legal trouble? Nothing against court appointed. I'm not going that route. I'm going to pay to get the best of the best. And I've always been that way. I don't cut corners. I'm going to spend the money to take care of whatever I got to and move. And that's something we're definitely moving into the age. We're already in it, but we talk about intellectual property, these ideas, especially in crypto, man, things are popping up every day. New ideas. Basically, the world is being remade on the blockchain over every single idea. I'm talking about in the insurance business, the real estate business, everything. Because the thing about crypto is it's like it automatically happens. So there's these things where you go to sell real estate. Well, because it's set up on the blockchain, it knows when the real estate transaction happens and it releases the funds. It doesn't take people to do it. These things are happening now. So when you get these ideas, almost anything you can think of from real life is going onto the blockchain. We got to take those things and run with it. And something that's important for people to remember, any of these cryptos that you've heard about just shoot sky high, we can right now go and create a project, right? We can call it panel coin. We can call it stew coin, right? And we can have someone write the code on it. We can market it if people believe in it. We can write in that we get 10%, and boom, these guys are becoming millionaires overnight. The difference is when you get the right backers and it's a project worthwhile. Because I don't want to be a part of anything that's not worthwhile. You know, you blow up. How many blacks have I seen? How many all black crypto projects have I seen? Zero. And I've never seen more than, I think I've seen once where there was more than one black person that was even a part of a team. So we're moving into the age of intellectual property is everything. And we have got to get up to speed because the gap is getting, I mean, we got people becoming billionaires overnight now. The gap is getting larger.
How do we do that?
Absolutely important.
How do we do that?
So Perry,
no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was asking Perry, how do we do that? How do we begin those steps to close the gap on that intellectual property knowledge? Or even if we got to come from behind, where would you say to start? You know, like you and I, we talked about, was it Rich Dad, Poor Dad?
Right.
You know, do we need to start reading Rich Dad, Poor Dad? Let's talk about this for a week. Let everybody soak that in and find the books that's going to take us to where we need to go.
That is a big part of it. And I think it's the harsh reality that letting people know if you do not shift your mindset, you're not going to retire. It's that simple. You're not going to. You'll have no chance. The gap is getting so big, you will not have a chance. So I just don't want to willy-nilly go through life not knowing if I can retire, and that just seems miserable. We have to let people know, and we have to step up when it comes to our children. Like I said earlier, this notion of just the school's not going to teach them, you know, how do they come out of school and haven't even learned how to balance a checkbook? I mean, it's just so we have to put it in them from the start that you have to be the provider. And also, you know, tax code lets us know that you are rewarded for housing. You're rewarded for the things the government can't do. Housing, those types of things, we have to really push them in that direction. And then when it comes to the digital world, I think Rich Dad Poor Dad's part of it, because real estate is always going to be a good investment. You have to have a place to live regardless. And on the flip side, in the digital world, we really have got to start educating ourselves extremely, extremely fast and understanding that the easiest way to draw the comparison between crypto is telling people, if I told you years ago, hey, there's this thing called the internet, it's going to be big, you need to check into it. I'm telling you that about crypto. And if you don't do it, you're going to be the old person still that's got the old Razor, the Motorola Razor. While all of us are on the iPhone 10, 11, 12. That's
that was my first phone.
Right.
Hey, Perry.
Phone. But hold on, let me.
Hey, Perry.
Go ahead.
Hey, Perry.
Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry. There might be a delay, so I don't know.
Hold up, Jonathan. Let we ain't signing itch because he's in another country on another time zone. So I'm gonna grab him and then I'm gonna grab you.
Okay. I wanted man, why we had to have this conversation today? Like, get out in order to, and Perry is just dropping. Wow, Perry is just dropping things that is blowing my mind right now. So first, I'm gonna tell you what I see, and you can let me know your points on that. And then the second is about this digital currency. So what I see moving forward over the next, let's say, 5 to 15 years in the real estate game is tiny housing, right? To kind of solve the affordable housing. So I see there's a lot of money that could be made there. I mean, I want to know your perspective about that, especially now where you can 3D print homes, right?
Right.
And it's fairly cheap to buy the equipment to do that. So I see it not only as getting real estate investment, I see it now as an opportunity to become real estate developers. Right. And that's what I'm trying to move to. So let me know your thoughts about that, because, like most of my real estate investments is in Eastern Europe, and now kind of in Africa a little bit, because that's where kind of like the biggest returns on investments are from my point of view. But in the US, I kind of see that there's an opening now to not only become investors in real estate, now to become developer. For example, to buy the 3D equipment is only like $20,000 to $40,000. Right. That's the same thing as putting down a home. So why not put down 40, 50K, buy the land, and just start making your own homes, right? Especially with the tiny house movement. So let me know your thoughts about that.
So you're only.
Go ahead.
You're only considering the cost. Oh, go ahead, Perry.
No, I was just gonna say my thoughts on, because I pay attention to 3D printing as well. Now, when you talk about Africa, that's where and other places, that's where I see the biggest opportunity. The problem I see with the 3D printing, it's not so much the cost is great. It's right. The demand. The demand is the issue, because in America we have got such an idea of big, massive showing off. Droves of us to accept a smaller, cheaper home. We just think we're too good for it. That's the general.
What I'm saying is that. Right. What I'm saying is to use that to solve, like, the housing crisis, affordable, low income working.
Be used for.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What is your opinion about that? Using 3D printing to solve that problem. While making money.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Let me just say this real quick. I'll let you go. I actually do believe the biggest need, and if people can solve it, affordable housing is really needed. So that would be the sector, in my opinion, for it. But there's still advancements that need to be made from the research that I have done to this point. You go ahead, Jonathan.
Okay, so my response to this is probably not going to be. I think Uncle Stu is probably trying to talk. It looks like he's trying to talk. You are on mute.
Real quick. Hold on, Jonathan. Real quick. Perry, you said affordable housing, but can you really solve affordable housing with the way the economy is moving, the way investments is moving, the fact that we had a national interest downfall? So, I think it just started, and y'all can correct me if I read it
Yeah.
right. It
So
just started going up within the last 2-3 months, but it's
here's
still at an all-time low.
here's what I mean by affordable housing.
Okay.
A lot of people get into real estate and they like the glamorous, nice stuff. Now, I don't. I stay away from stuff I live in, but I got a trailer park with 19 trailers in it for 119,000. That's
Okay.
Right.
smoking. That's smoking anyway.
Right.
Now the trailers are trash, right? They are, and they require work. But the way I was looking at it is, I'm getting rid of those, bringing in new trailers, selling those, and I just own the land and I charge out $250 or $300 for the lot. I don't want to own the house because I don't want to have to do the work on it. You own it, you do whatever. And what's going to happen is when they go to move, they're not going to want to pay the fee to move it. They're going to leave it back in my hands. And that's the exact way they got the 19 to begin with when they sold them to us. But that type of housing, trailers, lower end stuff, there's a big need for that.
Right.
And it's a really good spot to be in, but people want to have more glamorous homes. But there's a lot of money right there.
So in other words, you would
But
say
it's not
start looking at buying land.
But
land's good, but it's not. It's just not my forte per se, is what I'll say.
Right.
Okay.
Well, the reason why I said that, because like I have 1 or 2 properties in America that I own with my brother.
Right.
And we also own a trailer park. Trailer park has done better, consistently has done better than the other properties that we have. And so that's why I'm want to get your opinion on it, is because if we can do tiny homes for the working poor, right? The working poor or the working class, right? Do you see it doing better in returns on the same level as a trailer park? I should have qualified my question a little bit better.
I'm gonna just say this real quick. I'm gonna let Jonathan go. I don't even speak. I do, but not on its own. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna have a group of tiny homes like a trailer park.
Right, like a trailer. Exactly that.
That's
like
the way I would do it. Yeah,
a group, of course, a group of.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way I would do it.
So I desperately want to respond to this, okay? Because my answer is actually not what a lot of people want to hear. That's a bad investment, okay? And here's why, okay? So first of all, this is why it's not the thing that people like to hear, right? And this is coming from, for those who don't know, like I actually used to be a socialist. I used to be on not just a leftist or liberal leftist. I used to actually be a socialist, and now I'm a conservative, right? And this is why this is important, because the old me would have completely disagreed with what I'm about to say, okay? Right. So affordable housing is generally speaking not good investments. Okay. Right. And that's actually part of the reason why a lot of people hate when, these developers come and quote unquote gentrify your neighborhood, right? And do it the way they do it, because every time, even when they try to implement affordable housing, they always, once they run the financial models, it comes out that it's just not going to work. You cannot make both of those work. First of all, there's actually an aspect to it that's actually much more simplistic. And this may sound condescending a bit, but there's a reason why when you go to the hood, you'll see more trash. You'll see more grasses that are not cut. You'll see, because generally speaking, people in those low-income neighborhoods, they don't take as good care of their property as people in higher income neighborhoods typically do. Part of that is because people in higher income neighborhoods understand how important their property values are. And so they all work and keep each other accountable to keep the values of the homes up, right? So why am I saying this? I'm saying this to say that when you're looking at the tiny houses, the first issue with them is that tiny houses, compared to just normal residential property, tiny houses tend to depreciate. Okay, they don't actually appreciate. So tiny houses, it's very interesting. Tiny houses are much more similar to RVs than they are to normal residential property. Okay, that's the first issue. Is that whereas like with a residential property, so for example, one of my properties, I can have a tenant in it where, even if I don't make any profit within, let's say, the first 4 years, but over time, I know that over time, what I'm really buying this for is for the value of the property in 10 years. You know what I'm saying? So it's a long-term investment, because while I'm getting the cash flow from the rent, that's really that's not why I'm in this. I'm in this because of the value the property will have in 10 years, right? Whereas with a tiny house, it's a very different formula, right? So if you actually put it in the financial model, you will not get the same outputs, right? And on top of that, the other issue with tiny houses is just the laws around it, right? Because, you know, like Georgia right now, there's this issue with tiny houses because the zoning laws and everything makes it very difficult. Because this is something I've been following as well, right? So the zoning laws and everything makes it very difficult. So for example, you can't just buy land, right? Like there's some nice areas in Georgia where you could actually buy land for like $10,000-$15,000, right? So you could probably just say, okay, I'm going to buy some land for $10,000-$15,000, and then I'm actually going to then build a tiny house. Let's say I budget $20,000. Total, you spend $35,000, and you have the land and a tiny house built on top of it. But the problem is because Georgia laws, depending on the jurisdiction, obviously, there's general Georgia laws, and then there's, for example, depending on the county you're in, right? Like in Fulton County, et cetera, they'll set different standards for the different size homes. Like you have to have a certain square footage, you have the dimensions, et cetera, right? It makes it very difficult to build these things, right? So now you have to lobby for them, right? So the amount of investment it takes up front, right? And then what you get back just doesn't make it worth it. And so that's why when people get to talking about affordable housing, you have to be honest with them, right? You have to be honest with them and just tell them straight up. If you're just trying to do charity, I'm not saying this to you, Perry. I'm just saying if you're trying to do charity work, accept that that's what you're going to do. But do not look at stuff like this as an investment. It's kind of like similar to what TI decided to buy this whatever in Bankhead, right? This I think 143 unit complex in Bankhead, and he was talking about it as an investment. And again, I hate to break it to folks, it's a bad investment, but it looks good for TI. It looks, it sounds great. It sounds great on paper, right? But it's a very poor investment. So that's what I'm saying. If you're looking at it from an investment perspective, you have to do the math. You can't look at it emotionally. And honestly, you can't even look at it from I just want to help the working poor. And this is the part where the former socialist Jonathan would have been like, cursed myself out for saying this. But you cannot, if you want to do charity, do charity. If you want investments, you have to think from an investment perspective, from a numerical perspective.
Let me draw, because I actually love that, because I love that nuance. Yeah. Here's what's funny about that. We take it back to where I'm from, right? I don't even look at it. I guess affordable housing is a political term somewhat. See, I wasn't even looking at it that way. Where I'm from, I'm calling trailer parks a affordable housing, but where I'm from, it's a way of life. So I'm not saying in like, never would I do that where I live now, but back home, that's just the norm. So when I say I'm buying a trailer park, they're going to be rented all the time. And honestly, a tiny home to them is like a step up. I now have a home with a little bit of personality, but when I go outside of, I stick within my realm. So when I'm talking about, Southwest Virginia, Northeast Tennessee, all day, but then you draw the same conclusion and we look at it like what TI did. I think that's a terrible idea. Yes, I'm not for the idea of like you said, if it's gonna be charity, it needs to be charity. So I do want to draw that just in rural areas. If I'm talking about in Georgia, I'm talking about a trailer park. I'm talking about Thomaston. I'm talking about the outskirts. So I do look at that difference. So not necessarily affordable housing, more so just more cost efficient housing, more so than affordable and charitable work.
I'm gonna throw something out there because y'all speaking a different language, and it's definitely not a language different than mine, but it goes with that destroying the narrative,
right?
And I'm Adrian Nash. I want to bring you up, please, if you willing to come up on the panel. There's a reason why I'm trying not to laugh so hard. I'm starting to realize a narrative that I'm going, wait a minute. If I put a name on this thing, we'll all be shut down tonight. What do y'all mean? Let me play devil's advocate. What the fuck do y'all mean we can't have affordable housing? What y'all mean we can't have these government programs? Wait a minute now, what are you talking about?
Well, the reason why I brought that up is for two reasons, because I'm looking at tiny homes or affordable housing as a way to kind of expand the market, because if you're in trailer park homes, you understand the governments don't open more land. Whatever is existing exists, right? There won't be any more, from my understanding. I could be wrong.
That's correct.
So am I right? Right. So
Right, with
whatever
trailer
there,
parks, they're basically if you're gonna buy a trailer park, it ain't gonna be a new one. It's gonna be
right, it has to be already existing, right? And now we're seeing that people are making money on it, so people are rushing to buy it, right? So if you have one, hold on to it because it's precious. However, to expand that kind of way of living in the rural areas, as Perry said, right? Would tiny homes be a great investment moving forward in that way? That's what I was thinking. Not putting it in metro areas like what Ti did or the things like that, but like what Perry said, this is kind of a way of life, and would be kind of a step up for them, especially with 3D printing, because 3D printing is actually a great way and a cheap way to produce them, because you're cutting down your labor by 40%. And we all know, anyone who does business, 60% of your overhead is labor, right?
right.
So you're underestimating a few things, though. You're underestimating a few things. First of all,
allow me to finish. Allow me
Okay.
to finish. So moving forward, right, where you have these kind of great ways to drive down your cost, and then a way to kind of expand the working class living situation, on couple with people who have lost financially over the past year or so, for things we cannot mention, why not, right? If the numbers looks good and the environment has set the stage for it, why not try it? Let me just say that. And before we go on that, because I had a second part to this, because Perry said something that really kind of piqued my interest in a way. Would you start your own coin? And to start your own coin, what would you need?
Well,
because why not have a black we don't have to market it as, this is created by all black people, but why not own it?
I think the biggest thing in that is you got to have the right people to do it, and you just don't want it being scammy. And the type of knowledge it takes, we would have to come across the right. I hate to say this because the only person in this space I really know. We'd have to get before the billions. We'd have to get with Anton, these guys that can code, and then they would get with someone who really understands the workings, because it's even another level. It's like cryptography. Just understand the basics of it. It would take that, and when you do that, you just got to do it the right way. And you got to watch out with SEC regulations. It's just very careful in the way that you have to set it up to do it the right way. So, it's definitely doable, and I've seen one, but it ended up being, it was like Black Coin or something like that. And
I want it to be legit,
right,
I'm just saying own it, but we don't have to market saying, okay, it's owned by a bunch of black folks. You know,
the biggest thing, it needs to solve a use case. It can't just be, hey, this is Black Coin that people buy in so black people get rich. It's gotta be what problem does it solve? And there's tons of problems to solve, but it's figuring out the right mechanism to solve that problem, where we would need somebody, at a higher level to help us, put that together.
Okay. Well, I'm just curious because I don't know much about Bitcoin, so I just thought to ask that.
No, absolutely.
Take me there because as a businessman, I recognize that a business is in business to make money, but it's also there to solve problems. And that's how I look at my platform. That's how I really look at my business. What's the problem, and how much time do I need to come up with a solution?
Right.
So I always want to be that solution based. What would Bitcoins really be solving? What is the problem, and then what is it solving?
So Bitcoin originally, right, was born out of, the 2008 financial crisis. Whether people know it or not, our financial money system, when you put money in the bank, it's not there. I put my money in the bank. They used to take 90% of it. Now they take 100% of it, and they loan it out to Frank. Frank comes to the bank. He's getting the money I loaned out. The money, whatever he puts in, then you get it. And it's this cycle. So the problem is, when we all 6 show up to the bank to get our money out. It is not there. So all this money printing, all these stimulus packages, this stimulus is not money. They're literally just like writing. I mean, they do have a ledger, but they're essentially, it's like me saying, hey, you need $100, Uncle Stu? Cool. Let me write $100 down. Boom. I'm going to send you thin air. It's not there.
Right. It's
Right.
points.
So, right. So we used to be on the gold standard where we literally had enough gold until 1971 and Nixon, where the amount of money out there in the ecosystem, there was that much gold to back it.
Okay.
Well, once they took us off the gold standard, they've watered it down and watered it down. So that's why, we have all this debt now. So Bitcoin was to fix that issue essentially by, it's hardwired. There's 21 million. It's hard coded. You can't change that. We know until, I want to say it's till 2140, I believe, when the last Bitcoin will come out, and you get less and less of them over time. So that it's hard money that no one can take. So what happens is anyone can mine Bitcoin. All it's doing, it's computers doing mining algorithms. That's what I even hear them downtown sometimes. You hear these fans running in these empty buildings. I know they're Bitcoin miners is what they are. They're just mining it. So that's the reason they invented it. And then what happened is it's just slow. We figured out that we could come up with better blockchains, and it's become a store of value. So what's happened is it is like the new gold. So, and the reason why is, let's say I'm in China and I need money and I have Bitcoin and I'm trying to get out of the country with my money. Now, if I have cash, they're not going to let me leave with it.
Right.
If I have this Bitcoin and I remember my 12 words, phrases, and it can be random stuff like grocery, cars, whatever. You get that when you set up a wallet. I can leave the country with nothing. When I get somewhere I have internet, plug those 12 in, my Bitcoin's right there. That's because it's on the blockchain.
Gotcha.
That is the problem it solved. But it solved this problem of a ledger where right now the government's not accountable for anything and the banks are.
Right.
But with this, 100%, I can look up right now and pull it and see the day that I first bought Bitcoin, what block it came off of, what time I bought it, and there's a signature on that blockchain. So it's 100% proof. So while they give these narratives that it's good for money laundering, it's actually the opposite. The number one way money is laundered is cash. With Bitcoin, we don't know who did it, but we can kind of draw conclusions, at what time it happened, and we have more facts. So the use case of Bitcoin kind of switched. It's just digital gold now. But then Ethereum came in, and we had this whole new way of the internet because Bitcoin just doesn't work fast enough. It's Visa has 50,000. I think it's 50,000 transactions per minute, and Bitcoin has 7. So there's just no way. So that's the thing. So Bitcoin's basically just like gold now, but it's all those that came after it that are solving, any problem that you can think that you can think. I can do a real estate transaction with Jonathan and put that money in there, and it's locked up until a specific time and won't let it go before you can put money on the blockchain to pay for your kids to go to college long after you're here, and it will disperse that money this much this semester, this much this semester. There's just so many problems you can solve that's why it's become big. So it's all about solving issues,
Because I definitely want to add, moving money around, especially here in China, it's a communist country.
Yeah,
it is like pulling teeth because like even now they're coming out with a digital currency, but just to move money around from country to country, like what Perry said, it is almost impossible to get money out of this country. Same thing in Kenya. It's almost impossible to get money out of there. And the things you have to do and the red tape, sometimes you can lose like 30% in transaction fees and services. So, and that's in your profit.
Absolutely.
So he's absolutely right.
Right. So that's the problem. It's solving really a bunch of new new age, well, not even new age problems, old problems we've had, but just solving them in a new way and on a blockchain. And a lot of people don't realize, this whole thing about voting. They've already the U.S. Postal Service has already applied for a blockchain patent, and they have this voting system fixed already. They have the issues fixed because the deal is, I got to have my private key. The private key is the one you don't let anybody have. That's that key that I put that 12 in, and if I know Frank's, that money's mine now. And then I can send it to a new wallet and do whatever. So you don't ever give that out. I don't even keep mine on paper. So I just, it's like, you keep it in your head basically.
Right.
So because of that, you have the public key also. Now the public key anybody can see, and that's how you can see transactions, and you can look it up and see when transactions happen. Well, when you vote, you have to give up your private key that's tied to specifically you. Everyone gets one vote. It's solving things. It's gotten to a point where it's solving things the government doesn't even want to solve. It's that. So it's all about accountability. It's just the government does a very good job of keeping some of it on the hush. And it's not conspiracy. It's just, you wouldn't know that the U.S. Postal Service applied for that patent unless you really go digging. So yeah, it's just a lot of use cases and stuff.
Let me break it down like this. I know what the itch talked about. Nothing in theory, basically jumping in to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you still got old school mentality that says, where do you begin to read? Where do you begin to research? And I'm quite sure if I typed in Bitcoins or if I typed in, economics, but where would you tell, say, somebody that's not as finessable? Where would they go to, let's say, start by understanding economics? In other words, changing that mindset.
Yeah.
And that's for anybody on the panel.
So I worked mine backwards. I actually started with, like I said, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and kind of worked back and got into kind of heavier books like The Creature from Jekyll Island, which is where you learn about the meeting about changing the monetary, the gold standard and stuff like that.
Hold on, what's the name of that book?
The Creature from Jekyll Island, and it talks about the meeting which is a crazy name, but it talks about the meeting they had about the gold standard, because once you take us off that, it allows you to do these physical gymnastics with money. And but I would also say a very important book. I want to say is it Think and Grow Rich is a very good book. I think there's Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice, which I haven't even read that one yet, but I've read the other one.
I read the Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice. Yeah, I've read that before.
Yes. So those are
the one with Oprah Winfrey in it and a couple of others.
Yes, and I just literally got it. I haven't even read that one yet. I didn't even know that was one, but I've read the regular Think and Grow Rich. So I kind of used a kind of approach where I think the first thing is just to understand how money works, because a lot of people, they don't understand that. So just the basics of money. And then there's a book called The Bitcoin Standard that's good, just to learn about, cryptocurrency in general. So, and I listen to audiobooks more than anything. So,
yeah, I have that. I think once I get to a certain number, I never really wanted the platform to be what they call like, I know you get the ad buys, but if I had to promote a company, that would be the company I would be promoting. I would always want, books within my advertisement.
Right.
Everything else I wouldn't put in my advertisement. I would be very sensitive in that area.
Right.
Because I think once you start getting into promoting certain products,
right,
your name is tied. At least with a book, hey, you can always learn.
Yeah. And then the last thing I'll say is just when I always focus on I love crypto, but I would say focus on real estate first, just because opportunities come and you need to be ready for it. So if I knew what I know now, if I had known that in pre-2008, I'd be a deca millionaire by now. But you take the opportunity as it comes. But it is the real estate that allowed me to go heavy into Bitcoin, and I feel like the learning gap in real estate, it's less than with crypto. It's still, you got to learn a lot. I mean, you really need to know a lot, but there's so many avenues in real estate that you can find out. If you want to really do the groundwork, you can do some stuff in real estate, and just by virtue of people, someone's always selling a property. So
right,
that's my thought.
I'll answer. So are we talking about what to learn to get into real estate, or what to learn to get into business? Whatever you want to do.
Well, where I was coming from was like, say the argument might be getting into business or understanding, when I say understanding the economy, someone took up economics.
Right.
They can't read Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, because we long beyond Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations now.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So
yeah.
Right. So I would say if you're a high school student, college is going to be your best bet, right? Go to college, learn finance, or major in math, right? Because most math guys actually end up in investment banking, right?
Right.
So, study finance, study econ, probably study math would be the best. So if you're beyond the college age, I would say Cornell University, Columbia University, Harvard University, they all offer online courses to get you up to snuff in business and finance, right? Cornell is probably the best, right? Where it's I think it's like a few weeks program, $2,000-$3,000. You can interact with professors, and most of the professors, especially at that level, are tried and true and proven. All are millionaires. Like at Wharton, all of my econ professors are all multimillionaires, things like that. So, I would say that's probably the best route. If you don't have the finances for that, then the third option will be Coursera, because those are free courses that you can learn. Again, you have Harvard professors, Columbia professors. When we're talking about just learning the business, finance, whatever, economics, you can do Coursera, which is free, and you can sign up with those courses. And you have guys from Berkeley. You have guys from MIT Sloan that do these free courses that you can sign on, or marginal cost, like $100, $200. Then the last one is to go to Udemy, where you can get tailored courses on Udemy, right? Because the thing about it is the internet has been so disruptive. You no longer need to do what you needed to do in 1997 when I graduated high school, right? Mm-hmm. So you can have access to an Ivy League education for $100, right? And learning. So those are the resources that I would go to get the fundamental understanding of how money works on finance and economy from Coursera. I think Udemy is the worst resource. I think Coursera is a bit better, but if you can afford it, I would definitely do the online programs. What is that called? The executive extension programs at Cornell. Cornell is probably the best for finance. Cornell, then Columbia would be the second best, and then MIT Sloan has some, and Anderson also has it, right? These are business schools. UCLA or Berkeley, I think it's Berkeley. Anderson is Berkeley, right? Where you can go to get this information, right, within a few months, and then you're ready to rock.
I just want to make sure I got you right. Cornell University and then Columbia. So you're saying Cornell has a course
for
online?
Finance. Yeah, for finance, they it's the best, in my humble opinion. Cornell is the best for outreach to the teachers, your pod group, just how it's set up. I think Cornell is the best. Now, Cornell is not the best financial school, right? But it's just their online program is the best, right? But you know what I mean. But those are the two best. But you're gonna have to shell out some money, right? And then Coursera is going to be better than Udemy.
So, all right. So, Perry, do you see the link I just posted in the chat, in the private chat?
Yeah, what was that link, Jonathan?
All right, so I just want to show you something so real quick. So click on that link real quick, and then I'm going to explain why in a second. So click on that link real quick. Are you on the computer?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, so you're on the page, right? It's a transaction. All right. Click to see more.
Let's see.
Click to see more.
Oh,
you see that?
Right here. Yep.
And you see where it says input data?
Yes.
All right. Click view input as, and then select UTF-8.
Okay.
Do you see what it says in there?
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
Okay. So here's the reason why I just showed you this, right? Now, if you go back up and you click from, go back up and you click from, right? That address, you'll see some of the contracts that it has deployed, right? So the reason I shared this privately, and the reason I mentioned this is because when you were talking about this, all of this, what you didn't know, and this is why I always say I'm a mystery, is that I'm actually an expert.
That's impressive, man.
I'm actually an expert. I'm actually an expert at smart contract development as well. Actually,
that's awesome, man.
So I actually, and I wanted to prove it rather than just say it. So that's why I actually went. I just did this transaction on purpose just to show you. So,
no, absolutely. So basically, that's awesome. I keep up with all of the different things that they, when they mark the milestones in Bitcoin, when they write different things on the blocks, man, I keep up with them. So, man, that's awesome.
Yeah. So actually, I also have a software consultancy, and we actually do smart contract development for clients. So that's actually one of the. So some of the contract you'll see under this address, because we use different addresses, is for one of my clients in the Netherlands, and that's in Amsterdam. So it was just kind of funny listening to this. That's why I kind of stayed silent, because I was listening. I'm just like, obviously you know what you're talking about, but
that's awesome.
I was kind of laughing in the background, because I'm like, what you were mentioning Anton, and before the billions, you didn't even know. Right.
No, I did. No, I was just saying, no, I did not. And the funny thing is you know more than they do about the blockchain and smart contracts, evidently. So
yeah, I literally write the contracts. Because I'm an engineer professionally.
Okay, that's awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. So I actually write smart contracts myself. So that's what I was.
Jonathan Barronville is the one that we can create our.
I told you I'm a mystery. I'm a mystery.
Absolutely, much respect,
unlikely.
Man.
Didn't I tell you? I'm putting together a network. Didn't y'all just tell me get the people that's smarter than me to get surrounded?
What's funny, I said we need them, and then they'll need to go to someone. They were going to go to Jonathan Barronville.
Why you think I said I got to get him off of these dating platforms so he can spit real knowledge?
Yeah. Hey, and that's good too.
But you see this,
Jonathan, that he knows. I don't act like I know something I don't. I'm like, hey, that's a little bit above my pay grade.
Well, the thing is, so I was staying quietly because one, I wanted to listen, right? Because I wanted to listen to see, if you actually know what you're talking about, what you do. But the second thing is, I was behind the scenes. I was creating the transaction.
Yeah, that's
I was
awesome.
creating the transaction so that I could prove it when I say it, because it may just sound like I'm talking out of my ass. So
Absolutely. You see, and that's what I was talking about, accountability. And I definitely, man, that's awesome. Let's see on the Binance Smart Chain.
Yeah, so that's I mostly build. So for my clients, I tend to try to recommend Binance Smart Chain over Ethereum, precisely for what you mentioned earlier, the gas fees. Yeah, so what you'll notice is for this transaction that I just created, it costs 5 Gwei. In Ethereum, that same transaction would probably run me. It would cost me a lot. Like that was in the sense in terms of how much it costs, right? So that's the difference. Like, so if we can, I always try to recommend that, hey, let's actually use Binance Smart Chain. But obviously, the clients come with their own, they come with their own expectations and what they want. So if they can't be, at the end of the day, they have to, decide what they want. There is a solution for Ethereum. So one client, maybe I could show you this project as well. One client, what we did for them was there's something called the gas station network. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah, I have.
So the gas station network is actually pretty cool. So we actually set up a node for one of my clients. We set up a node on the gas station network. And basically how it works is that you get to basically, for their product, they wanted to use Ethereum, but then they wanted to prevent the user from having to spend the gas fees. So what you do with the gas, when you use that is basically you provide it's a way of, what's the best way to explain this? It's a way of storing gas for future use. So, that's actually a terrible way of explaining, because that's more like gas tokens, but just hear me out. So it's basically
Like
a way
the
to
mempool,
basically,
basically. Yeah.
here's how it works basically. So the way it works is, you know how on Ethereum you have actual transactions and then you have messages that are broadcast.
Right.
So the way that that works is that you send the transactions as messages, so they're not really transactions, and then you basically have a way of letting the client handle the cost of the gas fees, and you prevent the users from using it, from having to pay for them. So but yeah, so there's solutions for Ethereum, but I tend to like to use Binance Smart Chain because it's just it pretty much works like the smart contract. So like the one I just sent you here, that
Right.
smart contract, we ended up killing it, but if you look at the code and whatnot, that same code, you could just copy the smart contract code from there and bring it to the Ethereum side, and it will compile just fine, right? So it's exactly the same virtual machine, the same thing. It's just it's just a different environment.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I had no clue, man. I had no Uncle Stu, man, knows how to pick. I had no clue, man. I had no clue.
Well, I put it this way.
Awesome.
This is where I'll get a little bit spiritual. I pray for the best of the best. You know, if I had to use old history teaches me from Mr. Ford himself. You know, they said he was the dumbest man, but when they tried to take his company, what did he tell them? He said, "Look, I may not know history, I may not know this, but I keep a machine. And if I need to know this information, I push this button. If I need to know this, push this button." You understand what I'm saying? Like I get the principle of surrounding yourself with the smartest and brightest people that's going to get the job done. Absolutely. You know,
I agree.
And that's all I need. I'll tell anybody any day, I don't want your money. I just need your brains.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't, yeah, if Johnson say here and give me $1 million, then no, I'm not going to sit up there and say, "Nah, dude, you can have this money back." But in reality, teach me how to fish so I can do it myself.
Absolutely.
Now, if you like the zeal and you're investing in me, then I know that you're going to see a return in your investment within a certain period of time. So I'm smart enough to know that part.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, but give me your richness of knowledge. Dude, I can live for the longest.
Absolutely.
But you know what's funny, Uncle Stu? You know what's funny? Is that what's funny to me is I'm not going to mention where, but I was on a panel once, and not too long ago, and they were talking about crypto and whatnot, and I tried to provide some insight, and they basically completely dismissed my point, and I was sitting there thinking I literally have a consultancy where I build these things, right? But what I like about this is that that's why I actually first of all sent the link, so that you guys could see, because I think a lot of times people are so quick to assume. I think especially when you're a black man, and especially when you're a young black man, to assume you don't know what you're talking about. When behind the scenes they don't even realize this is, I literally make money from this. You know what I'm saying? I literally make. So that's why I love the fact that I can come on here and kind of share that perspective, because I think this is basically how we can network, right? That's how we can grow. Because now that you mentioned that, do you realize how easy it is to create a token? It's basically just a specification called the ERC 721, right?
Right.
So, NFT specifically, but for regular tokens, it's ERC 21, right? So it's and from a coding perspective, I could create a new coin in the next hour, and if you want me to prove it, I could literally do it, right? In the next hour, I could write a new coin in the next hour, right? But that's the kind of thing that if you are networking with other people and they immediately underestimate you, I'm just like, okay, well, I don't have to, share that with you, right? Right. And so now that's a lost opportunity, right?
And that's how you connect. Exactly.
Right. And because I got Adrienne Nash up here, and she's gonna give her perspective of this whole conversation.
Absolutely.
She's about to blow all y'all brothers out the water. but Jonathan, you proved something that Perry said earlier. You study, you learn, and then you sit back and you really listen to who really knows what they talking about.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And it's from there that you already know what is going on. So it's like you're sitting back and you're going, okay, I'm gonna be quiet. Okay, Perry know what he's talking about because I can hear it in his language.
Right. And what I love about that, what I love about that is too that like I didn't proceed to act like I knew. I know when I don't know something, and that's what we got to be willing to do. You know, like I know when something
Right.
gets above my head, but there's people out there that do know, and that's how you
Right.
build a community. So I love
And
that.
the thing is,
I just wanna add on that.
and the thing is,
I just
there are just real quick, wait, Tony, I got you. So the thing is too, I mean, even in the in the space, right?
Mhm.
I could probably, I'm not gonna do that because I don't like, I don't want to mess people's stuff up. But I've heard some of these streams sometimes. I hear these guys talking about crypto, right? And I just sit back and listen. And I, like you said, I can pretty much tell
Who's
who's just
faking?
who's capping and who knows what they're talking about, right? Because I just sitting back and listen because it's like behind the scenes, I'm probably writing a smart contract as they're talking about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm writing a smart contract as they're talking about it, and I'm just like, okay, you're full of shit. But so
Right.
when I heard you talking, in particular, actually, even when you were talking about the private keys, I was listening closely, right? Because I happen to know a lot about that. And it was
Right.
like, oh wow, he actually, especially for somebody who's not an engineer, you actually explained that pretty well. Now that being said, I would advise you to get a Trezor, get a Trezor Model T or something like that.
Yeah.
And don't try to remember your private keys in your head. Get a Trezor Model T. I have like half a dozen of them. Highly
I got a
recommend them.
ledger, but Trezor seems to be better from what a lot of people are saying as of lately.
Yeah, we can talk
Now,
offline
let
about
me-
that if you'd
We
like,
will.
but yeah,
Hold up, Jonathan. Let me hold you up. I want you to keep that thought in your head, okay? Because not only do I have the great Adrian Nash up here, but I have the uncam version of Adrian Nash. So right now, can I get a little praise? I got the uncam version. Y'all ain't gonna get this from no other YouTube channel now. I got the star. So I'm giving myself a pat on the back. I don't care what y'all say. She can say whatever she want, and we're gonna close the stream down because I got the uncam version. Go ahead, Miss Nash.
I said you're doing the most. Y'all summon me out of bed. I was just trying to type in the chat. Y'all get the bed head right now. Like it's some situations, and this is just what it is. So good evening, all.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How can I contribute to this discussion?
You tell us. We're waiting. We're ready.
I mean,
We've all got something to learn.
I need something. I mean, what? I was listening. I was enthralled. Where we at? What we doing?
Okay.
Well,
let's hear because of your study in business and in finance. We've heard kind of collectively the whole vocabulary of like anti-poverty message in the sense of, housing. We always hear, okay, we got this housing problem and affordable housing. And we hear the narrative of we need more affordable housing. But on this panel, we've kind of had a pushback on that economic narrative. These guys is talking owning your own business and understanding how to own a business and understanding that owning a business is really the best way to deal with a lot of economic situations. We've also heard the narrative by Black, where a lot of these gentlemen on this panel were saying, no, you just need a business and start selling and doing your products and services towards the masses than towards a particular color or nationality. And then if you want to do charity work, you take the masses of the money that you're getting from the mainstream in order to do the charity work. But you got to separate business, which is about making money, versus charity, which means you're more being of the philanthropist aspect of things. For me, it appears, and what I'm hearing is a lot of broken down narratives being broken down on this panel.
Okay.
Because the major narrative is wait on government, wait on your reparations, We got to get government to do this, government to do that. And these gentlemen is like, we ain't waiting on government. We're going to make our own money and our own path. So I'm trying to, because of your background, where does all this fit within that narrative? Or is there narratives right? Or is there aspects we all might be missing? Did I sum it up right, Perry? Everybody?
Yeah. I thought you
okay.
hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
So first of all, let me just re-clarify my background. I am a trust and estates paralegal with an MBA with emphasis in financial planning.
Okay.
I'm not an attorney. I'm not licensed to practice law in any state of the union. I, quite frankly, do have some aspirations of becoming an attorney. And so I am considering maybe in about 2 years from now reading the law in California. So I don't know if you all are familiar with Kim Kardashian's path to law school. She's reading the law. So in California, you don't have to go to law school to become an attorney. You can go through that particular situation, let's say.
Right.
But for me, with my personal family background, when I entered into paralegal school, I was always interested in probate and estate planning. I did have some interest in intellectual property law. Prior to my interest in law, I was a chemical engineering major.
Okay.
So I've had quite a lot of heavy science, math background. I probably could circle back and get a chemical engineering degree, but I don't know that that's my path right now. So all of that being said, one of my biggest learning takeaways from my MBA program is that people just need to define what their goals are. What do you want? Okay, now let's figure out how to get you there.
Right.
And then also, I'm sorry, I left one thing out. I do plan on sitting for the CFP designation in March.
Nice.
So I had, actually yesterday, I had a really encouraging conversation by phone with JT, the pocket watcher. JT passed the CFP exam November the 2nd. I'm so really proud and excited for him. So he was like, giving me some pointers on what to look out for on that exam and such what.
Do y'all float in the same circle? You and JP? JP?
Well, I think he caught my attention on the Lead Attorneys channel.
Okay.
And then on Father's Day past, he and I had an interesting discussion at my initiation about the valuation of people, women in particular, by using a life insurance needs analysis. There's a lot of interesting discussion in these spaces. Women are asked, well, what do you bring to the table? And so I say that by using a life insurance needs analysis, you can figure out the economic value of a human being, i.e. a woman. So a woman can say, well, let's do this life insurance needs analysis and figure out what we're bringing to the table. Sir.
So make sure you come back, because we're going to get that, because you're about to destroy another narrative. So, Miss Nash, we got you for another 2 hours. We want to know that answer, too.
Well, so to that point, relevant to that conversation that I had with JT on Father's Day on the Lead Attorneys panel, it depends on the person. Like every person is going to have their own unique skills, domestic and otherwise, right? And so, if it's me, like, I have quite a few interesting quasi-masculine skill sets. And like we kind of talked about that. What was that? Right. Miss Vanessa's?
On Miss V Vanessa's.
Right. Yes. Because of my family of origin history, like, when I was a young woman, I'm out in the yard building fences with my mother.
Too. Right.
Right. And so, I can sling a wrench, not the Gail Lockett type wrench, like a wrench. I can sling a wrench. Right. I can do some plumbing. I can do some cooking. I can do some financial planning. I can do some estate planning. And so, probably someone like that who can do like all of these kind of wide and varying skill sets from a life insurance needs perspective, when they're partnering with someone, they have huge economic value. Okay.
And she says that with such femininity, y'all.
Absolutely.
Did you see the humility rise?
But so yeah, and so I've kind of had some conversation with Frank on his channel too, like, well, let's do this life insurance needs analysis. And he's like, what? What's that? What?
Hey, Gail said she's good with both wrenches.
You said what?
Gail said she's good with both wrenches.
This is what I'm talking about. You have to sling that wrench in real life. Yes. So, but yeah, so I mean, but in the big picture, like, again, one of my biggest learning takeaways from grad school was figure out what your goals are.
Right.
There are ways of doing things. If that's the thing that you want to do, then okay, well, let's figure out how to get you there.
Right.
I was just a little bit concerned about some verbiage I heard as I was rooting computers out and such what. Somebody suggested that a person or an individual could be beyond college age, and I have like a little bit of concern and umbrage with that. Like, if you want to go to college, I don't care what your age is, go get that if that's your goal. Uncle Stu, if you want to get some, training about business, finance, or accounting, if that's your goal, then you might want to consider pursuing some sort of, bachelor's degree, advanced degree. Like, you're a veteran. The VA will pay for that.
Yes.
Go get that.
VA, where I stand right now, I can sit back and just go get a PhD and don't have to worry about it.
And actually that might be, and I don't know your economic situation, Uncle Stu, but that might be the more economical thing to do, because the VA is going to pay for it versus you coming out of your pocket to take, a little mini Coursera course or whatever. There are ways to doing things.
Right.
So, find yourself, I think, some good people, maybe some people with some credentials, so that that they have credibility. That there are some protections for you as a consumer.
So in other words, Adrian Nash is part of my network.
Okay, sure.
Well, let me hop in real quick.
Adrian Nash part of my network. I want the documentation for that insurance analysis. I want to sound intellectual like you. See.
That's right.
But hold on, Uncle Stu. Can I need to clarify a point, if I may.
Sure.
I wasn't saying that someone is too old or too young to go to college. I was just listing available educational resources depending on where your situation in life is. If you want to go to college at whatever age, then you should do so. Because my personal point on college education, it kind of aligns with Perry, where I think it's a backup plan, right? If you have other options to do something else, I would explore those first, because like I said before, college doesn't move you into the next group like it did in the past. So, but to make a long story short, I never said or advocated that someone is too old or too whatever to go to college. I just was listing resources. That's all.
So for someone like you, Uncle Stu, just based on the limited things that I think I know about you, you can get the VA to pay for all that.
Yeah.
And all of that. So, you know, figure out what your goal is and align yourself with some good credentialed people and go get that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like I said, I have been in deep prayer, and little by little, that's definitely coming, you know. And what I mean by that is really getting that network around me of smart people that can, you know, either they know it, so it's like, okay, I'm entrusting you with this to take this up to the next level. And I think that just comes with like the title of my name, you know, which is the Stu One International Network, because I really wanted this platform, which is morphing into, is that source of knowledge where people get to see people doing real things in real life at a real time, you know, and not no longer having the justification of, well, I can't do this, or this people is holding me back. And it's like, okay, tell me what's holding you back. Tell me what you claiming is holding you back, and I'm going to show you're not really being held back. Now, you know, we can sit up here and dissect every racial element in every single institute. I ain't got time for that kind of energy when I know I am surrounded by the best of the best that can point you in every single direction to be successful. So I'm destroying that narrative of, well, I can't do it because, nah, you might can't do it in a yet moment, but not because.
Right.
Two
But Uncle
different
Stu,
words.
you're not considering the fact that the white man wakes up every day and takes his strong white feet and puts them squarely on my neck.
That Jonathan being sarcastic.
Jonathan, you know what? I can't with you.
Jonathan, does he actually wake up and spend all of his energy planning for you?
Yeah.
You know, see, all jokes aside though, what I always find
Yeah.
interesting is like, and again, yet another reason why I left the left, pun intended, is because it's like, is when a lot of black people, and specifically in America, right, the way they talk sometimes when it comes to this racism stuff and oppression and all that, they really talk as if white people wake up every day thinking about you. Listen, I thought if the white man is running everything, why does he have time to be thinking about you every day? Right? Like, it's just, to me, it's such an absurd thing to think that white people wake up every day with you on their minds. They don't. They don't. They got so much other shit to do, right? And so I could probably go on a rant about this, so I'm gonna stop myself right there. But I think I know I'm joking when I said that earlier, but it's like I hear people say this all the time. When I was on the left and I was a social justice activist and all that, that was the exact narrative every freaking day. It's like when will you stop using this excuse? Like, where's this white man? Where's the boogeyman? I do not see him. Where is he? I don't see him. I'm trying to look for him. I checked the closet. I checked under my bed. Okay, I checked in the barn. He's not. He's nowhere to be found. I want to find him. Help me find him.
Hold on, you checked in the barn.
Gonna have me do a video tomorrow.
Where she stole my thunder for that?
I'm trying to be
should have clipped
thorough.
that.
I'm trying to be thorough.
I mean, just to partially concur with what Jonathan said, I mean, when I think about the people that have caused me the most anguish and the most heartbreak, they look like me.
Me and
They're
Mr. Perry said
related
that earlier.
to me.
The person
Same
that
here,
hurt me the
Adrian.
most looked just like me. Yes.
They look like me. They're related to me.
And to be honest, you
And
can't blame anybody else until you fix home. You got to fix your, like, this community needs to be fixed first. So it's so obtruse to me how it's so quick to point a finger somewhere else when you know, like, you got what they say, 4 fingers point back at you. So it's like it has to be at home first. You know what I'm saying? And
Miss
then
Finesse,
what's up?
Miss B Finesse, you remember when? I think just real quick. I think that was on Intentional Millionaire, the Intentional Millionaire. Just real quick, like, remember when I think I was on your panel when I said this? Like, I said the same thing that Adrian just said. That's exactly been my experience. It's sad to say this, but it's the truth. Like, when I got stabbed as a kid, it was by another black kid that looked like me. Right? I've had guns pulled on me. Okay, it was by other black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, like, some of the worst things I've experienced in my life has been by other black people. Okay, let's just be honest about it, right? Like, when I go to the ATM, well, I don't go to ATM at night, but if I were to go to ATM at night, you know who I'd be worried about? Not the white man pulling up behind me. I can tell you that much, right? So, to your point, I think we have to start looking within. Like, and it's like, I just hear this narrative every day, and it's like, we all have the same 24 hours. So I don't want to hear any excuses whatsoever.
Right.
Like, we all have the same 24 hours.
You have no excuse. And then we're in this country, we're in this Western world. And I keep telling you guys, I always go back to my experience as an educator, telling you these kids from other countries come over here with this hope and ambition that is by far, like, it's so awesome to see, because it's like, I really wish, like, we had that, you know what I'm saying? Because they know that they have everything to lose. So when they come over here, they work their butts off. They're doing what they can do to get picked on or say, like, why are you doing that? Or why are you being extra? Because my life is on the line. I've had so many kids that came over from, like, Ecuador and Brazil and Haiti and just all other countries. And it's life or death for them. But they're getting picked on because they actually sit down and do the work and they listen in class and they're answering questions. And I'm just like, don't worry about the American kids. You come here and you finish what, you know, your people, your ancestors want you to do to come up, because, like, everybody should have, if you have the drive, you should receive what you put your drive in, and stop hating on the other people that you see have what you want, because you're not putting in that effort to get it like they are. And don't get me wrong, obviously there's other things that are set up and, you know, different dynamics, and this can go to a whole nother level. But I'm just saying, like you said, we all have the same 24 hours. We have the same library, the same access to books, the same access to each other if we really wanted something bad enough. And it's just like, who really wants it? You're going to figure out ways to get it, just like you figure out ways to buy these tennis shoes, just like you figure out ways to sit on TV all day and watch crap you don't need to be sucking in. Just like anything you really want to do, you make time for it. And I was just talking to Intentional about this, and Gail, like, it's really what matters to you, what's important. That's what you're gonna prioritize. And I'm sick of excuses. That's it. Mic drop.
But what's your goal, and how hard are you willing to hustle to get it?
Facts.
Go get it.
Let's be honest. For most of us, our biggest catalyst when we come to looking at other races came from somebody that did not look like us. Yeah, most of the time it came from somebody that did not look like us, but they gave us the information / resources / direction that allowed us to level up.
Yep.
So we really can't keep using the whole race thing. I've been over it, because to me, it never was about race. When you're at the bottom, race don't matter. You just want to get out.
Sure doesn't.
Yeah. I have a new person. You're a moderator. Speak to us, moderator.
Gail.
Yeah, she don't want to cam up. I'm going to get her.
That's me.
She don't want to cam up.
That boy sounds.
I got Adrian Nash to cam up, but I can't get the queen of the moderation to cam up.
Queen of the moderation.
Uncle Stu, listen, it's wash day, and I've been natural for 10 years. So imagine about what I look like right now.
Shrinkage for real.
That's such a listen. That's such a convenient. That's such a convenient black woman excuse where you can get away with it, dude. Like
the shrinkage is real, Jonathan. Quit playing.
Oh my gosh, I hate shrinkage.
Hey, LaRue, you ready to come up here? I'm gonna get some backup for the women, Jonathan. See,
Jada, come on up. Jada LaRue, come on up. Come on up here.
Y'all might see me Saturday. I'm gonna be with JP and probably the lead and a couple more people Saturday.
Gail's birthday's coming up, guys.
Channel.
Oh,
I'm trying
Gail's
to get.
birthday.
So I'm trying to get Gail when like she said we might be linking up this weekend. So I'm trying to get her to go to Magic City with me, and she's not with it. She's not with the ratchet group.
I ain't going nowhere.
Magic City. Okay.
I remember the first time I passed Magic City. It looked like a garage. I was like, "Oh, that's it." I was a little shocked. I expected more. But
listen, Gail, you can't be in a garage.
It's not the outside.
Listen, Gail, you can't be in a
counts, right?
What, Adrian?
Wait, Gail, what's happening
you can't be in
on
Atlanta
Saturday?
and
not partake.
I'm not fooling with Jonathan. Not gonna do that like that.
No, we're not going to the strip club.
Did you hear me?
We're not going to the strip club, but I'm okay.
Hold up, Jonathan.
Oh,
was trying to
no,
speak.
I was just saying I'll be in Atlanta this weekend, and I may cam up. El Guapo is going live at 8:00 p.m. Eastern time. It's a shameless plug, ain't it? My bad.
No,
you just said it because your birthday's coming.
I got the Patreon.
Yeah, El Guapo's going live at 8, and Lee's gonna be on live with them as well. And I'll be in Atlanta, so you might see my.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I was trying to get Gail to go to Magic City, but she said no. She doesn't like ratchet behavior. So instead we gonna I'm gonna make sure Gail has a good time though. So I'm saying you like this is home, so you good. We gonna have a good time.
Okay.
Gail doesn't believe it yet because she still thinks I'm about to take her somewhere to see somebody throw it in a circle, but that's not. But I understand, Gail, that you would like to divest from the ratchet behavior. Okay, so I will not bring you back to it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Perry, what state are you in?
I'm in Atlanta.
Okay, I'm gonna be there for a while. So.
Let me know. Yeah. I'm in Atlanta. Yeah, we got to link up.
Mm-hmm.
So all y'all folks are in Atlanta?
Yeah.
No, not me. Not me.
I was fleeing Atlanta.
You left.
I'm free. I'm free. Give me free. Give us free. Let me get west of the Mason-Dixon line.
Don't do us like that.
It was like that.
What part of Atlanta you lived in?
Gail, I was in Jonesboro.
And it was bad in Jonesboro?
Jonesboro, Ellenwood.
Jonesboro is mad. Like it's some parts of Jonesboro.
But what you need to understand though is that I'm a California girl.
Oh, okay.
So okay.
It's just
look at she holding.
I tried, but
her pearls. Look at her.
Where she needs the beach. She needs to see. I understand. I just
the weather alone. After living in Baltimore, the weather alone, and just being from Virginia, it's enough for me. It's just good weather. It doesn't really ever get too cold. I can deal with it. And when I fly somewhere, I go straight there, no stops, no matter where I go.
I love that.
I go right there. I don't have to take no connection flights really ever, just straight there. So I like that.
You know what's crazy, Perry, is I never thought about it like that until you said it just now. I'm like, you're so right though. Like because man. when I was in Massachusetts, I always had to take these connection flights.
You always end up here anyway.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're so right. That's crazy. I never thought about it like that. Like because Atlanta, there's always anywhere I'm going, there's always a straight one, just a single stop. So.
Yeah, straight there. I went to Paris, flew straight from here, straight there, came back from Rome, right back here. No stops or nothing. It's just nice. Anywhere
What's
you go.
up with
California,
the crazy infrastructure of Atlanta?
You get used to it.
No.
I'm on 285 every day.
No.
It don't
Mr.
faze me.
Unlikely, listen.
Mr. Unlikely.
Listen, wait. Peachtree Street should not cross Peachtree Lane, should not cross Peachtree Boulevard, should not.
You're
this
right.
is
You do have to explain which
confusion.
Peachtree you on. You're right.
Make it stop. They need Benjamin Banneker to come down here, come down to Atlanta.
Not Benjamin.
And fix all that infrastructure. Yeah, I said that.
Wait. Hold up. I got inside jokes. Miss B Finesse.
What up?
Make sure you take that name back to your channel, please.
Which name? Benjamin Banneker?
Benjamin Banneker.
Oh, we talked about him, huh?
Oh no, because somebody said they didn't learn about it until Obama got in, and that name is an old name.
Oh yeah, that's throwback.
Oh, that's real old school.
That's throwback.
Exactly.
Mr.
So,
Unlikely.
You've been hearing this
Mr. Unlikely, let me tell you something. A city should be constructed on a grid, not some kind of crazy looking spaghetti bowl situation.
You better come back to the DMV, bro.
Spaghetti bowl.
Now, okay, so
Junction.
here's the thing, though, Adrian. Right? Okay, first of all, I'll say this. Okay, if you're from California, I think you should go to some areas like Austell or Stockbridge, like those kind of areas I think would be good for people from California. Right. That being said, if you want to talk about Atlanta, okay, we can talk about California. Okay, we can talk about California and talk about all the things.
Wait, I'm missing there's something I'm
101 to 105.
I'm saying I said California. California. Yes, California. Okay, because if you look at yes,
I guess.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Johnny, you better be quiet. You got OG in the house. She's gonna come up here.
First of all,
she was cammed up earlier tonight, and I was
she
like,
did so good on her show. Shout out to OG Patrice. She had a good show today.
She did. She was looking lovely.
She had a show on Black girls getting their shift together. Yeah, it was kind of. I think it was kind of during yours. I was jumping back and forth, trying to moderate for yours.
Oh, she was gorgeous, man.
You up here stirring, singing all over the platforms. I still can't get my cut. All right, I got you.
She in these
streets. Listen. Let me make this point.
Okay, the California point. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm trying to say that. Okay, there's so many reasons why I would never live in California. Okay, like so many reasons. And I'm talking about both southern and northern. Okay, on the northern side is where so many of my friends are. In the Bay Area. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like you can't go a block in San Francisco, even in Oakland these days, without just basically bumping into homeless people left and right. Okay. And then LA, it's too fake. And then just in terms of the state itself, there's so many things that I love about living in the South and living in Georgia in particular. For example, my Second Amendment rights. Okay. I love that. I love that if somebody breaks into my crib, okay, I can defend myself and not have to, whereas in California, like you can't even, in most places in California, you can't even carry. You can't actually, it's so hard for you to get a license to carry in most places in California. And then even in the place where you can get it, it's all restricted. What else? I could go on and on. I could go on and on, but I'm just saying,
let me help you out with that, Johnny.
The grass ain't so green.
Yeah, no, let me help you out with that, because being from up north and then living in the South, you have to understand the whole dynamics. And here's the dynamics that everybody misses. And I think this is where the argument of the Second Amendment come from. All right. In the city, it'll take less than 30 seconds to a minute for a police officer to get to me. In the country, it could take 20 minutes. So it's a little bit easier in certain country areas, both New York and California, to get a licensed gun versus trying to get one in the inner city. That's where everybody misses the debate. The other part that people miss in the debate is who should really have a real license. A lot of these issues is coming because I'm a military man. The M16 was not designed to kill a deer. It was designed for me to kill as many people as I can in under a minute.
That K word.
Oh, sorry. To
Delete,
eliminate people.
delete. Yeah,
delete people in under a minute. So really what the debate should be is the type of weapons a person can have. There is no way in the world that a person who is not trained like me should be operating an M16 or any one of those weapons. It took us 8 weeks to train on those weapons. There's no way in the world you're going to master that weapon in 2 days. That's the big debate. It's not whether somebody should carry, it's the type of weapons that's being carried. And that's the argument you don't really get. And so that's the whole big deal between California and Georgia. Remember, the Black Panther Party's main argument was the Second Amendment. This is when Ronald Reagan was the governor of California. Right. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you really want to understand what the Black Panthers was doing, you got to remember, LA had a situation going on that wasn't really national. We didn't really have, even under, what is his name? Before, like many of us in New York wasn't facing police brutality. They was facing that garbage in California. So when we saw this F the police and go at, that just shocked everybody. Like, what the heck are they talking about? Because most people was not under that regime. California has something totally different than any other state. So that's why I say sometimes in a lot of situations, you know, we try to make it national when a lot of issues are not national, they're local, but people want to make it national. Just like Chicago. Chicago is an outlier. But in most cities, we ain't got all that kind of crime. But they'll use Chicago and say it's a national epidemic when it's not.
So, Uncle Stu, I agree with. By the way, I'm gonna make sure we don't actually go down this tangent much.
Oh no!
But I do want to make this point because I'm big into firearms, right? So I do agree with you on the training part. And actually, for me, that was one of the interesting things for me when I moved from Massachusetts to Georgia, because in Massachusetts they mandated that I got trained when I was trying to get my LTC in Massachusetts. Right. So they actually, like, I had to actually get a training that was actually certified by the Massachusetts State Police. And so, which meant I had to go through like basically several courses, and then depending on the license you want to get, you have to go through several courses. Some of them are multiple days, and I'm talking about multiple days, not just hours. Each day, it's like the entire day you're training and whatnot. So for me, when I moved to Georgia, and it was like, oh, I can just go get a weapons carry license as long as I don't have any felonies, and they didn't really require training, although you can provide it to make it easier. It was very interesting. So I agree with you on the training part. However, I strongly feel that the government should not have any, say on what firearms I can purchase. And I feel strongly about this. I don't think the government should have any say on what firearms I can purchase, as long though as the first point applies, which is I think people should be mandated to have training. You should be mandated to know, for example, proper firearm safety. Even the simple things like people just muzzle flashing and all types of just things that people, I feel like, don't understand because they just get a gun and then go get a license. So, but
do you believe the background checks?
Yes, but with an asterisk. Yes, but it would have to be something. Here's what frustrates me. Okay, I think I can answer this with one statement. What frustrates me about the whole process for firearm safety, firearm operations, etc., is the fact that every state, and even different jurisdictions have different rules, right? And so it actually the whole process of owning having a license And then the different states, for example, in Georgia, my weapons carry license covers me in Florida when I travel to Florida. But I also have a Florida license, which covers me in Georgia, and then some other states that Georgia may not cover. But it's a whole maze. The whole process of gun ownership, and especially if you travel, if you're going around the country, it's a whole maze, which makes it much easier for you to break the rules. I actually think if they formalize the whole background check system, and they actually, which you kind of, I think, sounded like you went against it in your statement, but if they actually made it more national, where they made the rules in terms of like the training and the background check standards and everything more national, so that your license could be reciprocated whatever state you go to, but in a way where we know that everyone carrying these firearms and everyone who has a license is actually formally trained, I think that would be a much better system than the broken system that we have now. That's my take on it, is that I shouldn't have to, I have six different firearm licenses, right? In order to cover me across, I think they cover me across 46 states, right? And it's like based on the reciprocity laws. And it's just such a complex maze. Every time you go into a different state, sometimes even different counties, you have to go look up the laws and see, if an officer stopped me, do I have to tell him I have it? Do I not? Like, it's just so complicated. And that's my main concern with the whole background check and just the whole process, is that I think they could make it much less complicated if they just set some general standard guidelines across the board at the national level. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but that's my stance on it.
I think the only argument with that is the fact that it's state rights versus government versus national. I think that's going to be a hard thing to do, because states will argue against the federal government. But I don't know what anybody else think. What
I
you
agree.
think, Ms. Nash?
Oh, I was just gonna say, for me, it being in Georgia was an experience, and when it was extremely off-putting, quite frankly, and scary for me personally, to go into the courthouse in Clayton County and see the marshal, sheriff. I don't know what branch of police this person was, but I mean, he had like a rifle and a gun on his hip and like bullets strapped all across his chest. And I don't see things like that in California. Like, I'm going in the Walmart and I see people with like guns strapped on their belts, and it's just, for me, it was very off-putting to see all these guns. For what? You just go into the Walmart to buy some butter. Like, what is this?
Yeah, when I was in college,
for me.
I would see. I was a little surprised at first. Every truck in the parking lot has a gun in it, and at first I was
Where
like,
did you go to college? I'm sorry. What state?
I went to Auburn. I went in Alabama. And, yeah. So
Auburn.
Yeah. So, it was coming from Virginia. It was a different experience. It was like, oh, everybody's got guns, and then now, yeah, I'm used to it, and I like my options as well. I mean, I thought about it honestly the other day on the road. I was looking around. I was like, 100 cars, probably 85 of these got guns. It just is how it is. It's just.
But here's the difference, though. Here's why. Here's
like, you're just brandishing a gun to like puff your chest out for what?
I just think it's kind of a rite of passage. Like, if you're gonna try to take mine, you're gonna leave with something. That's just the mentality.
So let me actually answer that question, because I think it's a good question and I think it deserves a good answer, right? Here's the alternative, right? In California, the difference is that the criminals still have the guns, you just don't see them, right? That's the difference. And I can tell you right now, I've actually had a personal experience. When I mentioned earlier that I've had guns pulled on me, I've had my gun has successfully saved me. Okay, has actually successfully. So I actually have one instance where I didn't have to shoot it, but I'm just saying I've had one instance where just me having a firearm on me, okay, saved me from a situation. Okay, and this is a situation that I could probably in the back chat put some information on the case, and you could actually look it up, right? Where my firearm saved my life. So my point is, and that individual was a criminal. I'm not, right? So I think the alternative is when you don't see all those guns, because in Georgia, at least you can know if the person's open carrying. In Georgia, Georgia's not an open carry state. It's only open carry if you have a license. So if you see somebody open carry, you can at least assume that they have a license, which means that for the most part, this is better than the person who's carrying the gun that you can't see, who's gonna try to rob you, right? That's the thing that people fail to see is if you just look at the gun and you're just scared, whereas compared to the fact that like, you know, a lot of these cats, they're still in the states where one of the things you'll notice, like for example, Chicago has some of the strictest gun laws, and yet you see how much gun violence is taking place in Chicago by criminals, right? Yeah. Like some of the strictest gun laws, right? And so I think that's the part that a lot of people don't consider is when you see. I think I personally love it actually, and I actually grew used to it compared to Massachusetts, where Massachusetts is a blue state, right? Where even in Massachusetts, if you have a firearm license, Massachusetts, specifically a carry license, they actually separate the license classes in Massachusetts. If you have a carry license, you can actually technically you can open carry, but even the sheriff will tell you not to do it, right? Because most people in Massachusetts are not used to, like I remember they told me that, like they're not used to seeing people, you know, just open carry. So somebody's gonna call and report you, right? And then that's just gonna cause you to be in a whole situation. Whereas in Georgia, because it's so normal to see people with guns, like it's not, you get used to it. And I think again, I prefer 100%. I 100% prefer to see people with guns than the criminal that's gonna pull up and try to rob me and tell me to run my pockets. I 100% prefer to see those people. And also it shows me, especially if I know, because I know the laws, I know this person carrying, especially if they're open carrying, they would not risk open carrying when they know it's illegal, right? To open carry without a license. And I can tell you quite frankly, being at the gun ranges, being a part of certain firearm clubs, gun owners tend to be very responsible. You'll notice most of the stuff that happens, most of the things that go wrong with firearms, they tend to be by criminals. There's no surprise on that. Like if you actually look at the stats, the news, etc., most of the time when things go wrong, it's actually by criminals. It's people that already broke the law. Like when you go to the range, every range I've been to, you make the smallest mistake, they'll kick your ass out. They'll kick you out. They'll tell you like, you know, you pull the gun out the wrong way, you accidentally muzzle flash anybody, they'll basically, you know, kick you out. So I just want to point that out, that it may seem scary if you're not used to it, but I think there's a good argument for it.
It's scary. I'm not used to it. And I just, when I think about tangible things, I'm insured up the yang. So you want my watch, my purse, my earrings? Here you go. Here it is. For me, it can be replaced. What cannot be replaced is a human life or, you know, human health, if someone is hurt or maimed. But those are my values, and this is just the way that I think. So guns, not for me.
But Adrian, what I'm saying though is I think
I'm Adrian Nash, and I approve this message.
So Adrian, what I'm saying though, Adrian, what I'm saying aligns with your message though. What I'm saying, I don't think you realize it. What I'm saying actually aligns with your message, because I'm actually telling you, like, and you could actually do your research on this. Most of the people, like when you say you value human life, I agree with you. All the things you just said, and you'll find that if you do the research, you'll find that again, most accidents that take place, most of the bad behaviors with guns are by criminals, people who are already breaking the law. So in other words, what I'm saying is, even in places like California and other places, it's going to be those criminals that already have the guns anyway when they shouldn't have them, who are actually causing these, you know, the harm, who are actually killing people the most with these guns, and etc. It's usually in those scenarios. So the people that you're seeing, and those are causing you to be afraid, although they're not the ones actually causing the issues that you're worried about. You see what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying, and I understand, especially if you're coming from a place like California, I understand it. But that's also, you know, and I'll just end with this. That's also pretty much the reason why I could not live in California, because it's just like, for me, I want the ability to protect myself. I don't want to have to rely on, let's hope the police gets here on time. No, I want to know if I hear a sound, you know, if I hear something, some glass break in my living room, I want to know I can grab my AR-15 right now and take care of business. I want to know that I can do that. I don't need to have to wait for the police to show up. Personally, for me, I value that so much because I value my personal life and safety and my ability to protect myself and my loved ones, right? Whereas when you're in a state like California, where you have to worry, even if you have the license, you have to worry about the fact that you still may end up going to jail because there's no stand your ground laws. There's no like situation where even self-defense is hard to defend yourself against in California, right? And so that situation to me makes it like very scary, where even if I have to protect myself, and even if I have proof, and by the way, there's tons of evidence of this, you still may end up in prison for murder, manslaughter, etc., for killing somebody who tried to kill you, right? So
hold up, Jonathan, we got to watch that K word.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, anyway, that's my last point. I kind of derailed this with the firearm thing, but I wanted to make that point about the California versus Atlanta thing that Adrian brought up. So I hear you though, Adrian.
Well, what I am going to say is I have totally been educated. I have totally been redeemed intellectually. You know, we know that She Stole My Thunder is definitely going to clip this because, you know, I got Miss Adrian Nash to cam up. Oh, you done made Miss B Finesse mad now.
No, I ain't mad. I've seen Adrian before.
Oh, okay.
I've seen Adrian a couple times.
But I love the conversation. I love the intellectualism. I love the fact that we was actually able to come together on one mind and on one accord and recognize solutions, recognize networking, and finally trying to change the narratives of so many different things. I thank you, Ms. Nash. I definitely want to see that insurance analysis. I think that needs to be brought to the table. I think that it needs to be taught because for me, I'm gonna be honest, I never heard of it before. So that's
what happens is, let's say you and I are partnered up.
Okay. And see, I got a smile too. See, that's gonna get clipped.
Sure.
But yeah, so we are each other's spouses, and we need life insurance on each other. And so what you're going to do is you're going to do this life insurance needs analysis to say, okay, well, what is the value of my spouse? Like what types of services would I need to hire out if my spouse were to perish? So I can do plumbing, and I can chop down a tree with a chainsaw, and I can do financial planning, and I can do estate planning, and I'm good in the kitchen, and I know about nutrition. And so if you were to need to hire several different types of people to replace me, we have children, let's say we have children, and you would need to hire several different types of people to replace me from a life insurance needs perspective, then you can put a value on me. And what I found actually in my program, when I looked at all the hypotheticals, and there was like 5 in the course, when I looked at all the hypotheticals and I looked at these families to replace the wives were actually worth more.
Let me ask you something, and help me with this argument. And I'm just going to give you an argument from a flip perspective.
Right.
Pretend Perry Unlikely is unmarried. We're looking at Jonathan.
Right.
These men that got something. They got something in their portfolio.
Well, let me just pause you for a second.
Okay.
What I'm going to say, it is really going to depend on the situation. So when you are looking at a family's financial statements, everybody's situation is different. I didn't hear the early part of your stream, but I have the perception that Mr. Unlikely is like super big pimping. And so he's super big pimping. Okay, I'm just gonna make some assumptions. Okay, these are listen. you can make an assumptions as the
Right.
CFP. So I'm going to make some assumptions. Let me just start there. So I'm going to assume that Mr. Big Pimpin' Unlikely is probably worth more than $10 million. This, when I say worth, I mean net worth.
Right.
Okay, you got all this foolishness verbiage out here. High value man. What the hell is that? Talking about net worth.
Right.
Okay, assets minus liabilities, net worth.
That's where
Okay.
I mean value really lies.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Monetarily.
net worth is what I'm talking about, right? So, okay. Let me change partners. So and I don't know Mr. Unlikely's marital status, but let's say that I were to partner with Mr. Unlikely. Well, I'm coming into the situation. I'm just a little paralegal with an MBA. I finished my MBA in 2016. I have a ton of student loan debt, right?
Right.
So, let's say, a few years from now, we have a couple of babies. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
These situations are going to really, really depend.
Right. Yeah.
But don't you think, or would you think, because this sounds like another great panel intellectual discussion where we all need to understand our true value versus say the argument of, I'm this type of man, I want this type of woman. But then if we did a real analysis of ourselves, how much are we truly
and your
worth?
potential partner, and I say do that.
Well, I think also
do it of your potential partner.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I think also to that point, if we're just saying high value, 100,000. Now everybody's different, but I don't carry credit card debt, none. I used to, I don't anymore at all. When we start to dig into those little things, if you make 100,000, you might owe, you might have 120,000 going out a year. That's not high value. So you really got to get down to the nuts. That's why when you say net worth, that's everything
net worth,
together, how much
minus
you
liability.
actually have.
Right. So to that point, Alonzo, I'm talking with Alonzo, the All-Star advisor, about doing some work with him.
Mm-hmm.
And he was showing me some financial statements of a client that he has, a pharmacist who makes, I don't know, $140,000 a year, somewhere in the Northeast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But we are drilling down and looking at his financial statements, and we are drilling down and looking at his footnotes. These are parts of financial statements. This man had a negative net worth.
I can believe it. Yeah.
He had all these liabilities.
Spending too much.
So, you got these men out here talking about, I'm a high value man, I'm a high earner, but you earn $140,000 a year, but you got like $400,000 worth of liabilities.
So here's the thing.
That's not something I want to be partnered with.
So here's the thing, right? I think you guys are correct on the net worth thing, right? But I think Uncle Stu knows this by now, and Gail knows this. Like, I have to be real, right? I have to be honest. I think this is a disingenuous point, okay? And here's why I'm saying it's a disingenuous point. When you use the high value concept, obviously we're talking about Kevin Samuel, so we don't have to go beat around the bush about it, okay? He uses that as a framework to make a point, right?
Right.
And so he's not trying to make a financial advisor analysis about it. He's using that to make a point. It's a base. I'm sorry. Hold up. No.
I have a question. I have a question. I just need a clarification. When he's talking about that, is he talking about earnings, high earnings?
Again, so just let me finish the point. Again, he's using that Like it's not an all day and all be all, right? So I think my point is this: if we're going to use, because I'll be quite frank again, I don't like throwing shade on people's stuff, especially when they're not there to defend themselves. One, and then two, especially if you're taking what they're saying out of the context they're saying it. When he's saying it just as a basic framework to build upon in terms of here's one way you can qualify something. Obviously, we understand that, and I actually agree with you guys on the net worth, and you know, and if we want to be real about it, most of the debt is actually Black women, right? Most of the people who are coming with a ton of debt are actually Black women, right? But not to make this about women, I'm just making the point that it's not the men. So even to your point, that would apply more to the women than anybody else, right? But that's beside the point. The point is this: is that it's just something that he uses as a way to make the argument. Kevin likes frameworks. That's why he has the Henry thing, the high value thing. He likes things that makes things simple to make an argument, right? So if you're going to take that, again, he makes his point, right? Now you can make a general point about the concept of high earning versus net worth, and I will be in agreement with you. But I think it's very disingenuous to take the point that he's making in a very specific context and then use that to essentially indirectly throw shade at him. And I'm not doing this.
Jonathan. Let me push back on that.
Let me just finish my point real quick, right?
Okay.
So I'm not trying to be kind of like a Kevin Samuels fanboy or anything like that. But I see this a lot. So the reason why I want to make this point is because I think it's very disingenuous, because again, you can make a general point about high earning versus net worth, and I'll be 100% on board with you. But you can't take the man's concept that he uses in a very specific framework. And when he talks about high value, he's not just talking about high earning. He mentions 6 different things that people. So you can't just talk about it as if it's just a high earning thing. He mentions 6 different things that make somebody a high value man. So when you just take that one thing and then you're like, these men out here are talking about this, you're throwing shade at the man. He's not here to defend himself, and you're using his concept out of context. When the main point you're making is that high earning is different than net worth, which I 100% agree with you on that, because I know tons of people who are making 100, and actually when I say tons, I'm not exaggerating. I actually know a number of people who are making over 100K who are living paycheck to paycheck, and it blows my mind, right? So yeah. I understand your point. I'm just saying the way you made it is very disingenuous, and I just don't like the indirect throwing shade, because you're taking his very specific concept and using it out of context.
Okay, let me show you where I'll push back on that. This ain't even a Kevin Samuels thing. That's not even the first time I heard it. Kevin Samuels is not the originator of that concept. That's one. 2, this isn't really shade against Kevin Samuels. This is enlightening in the sense of, let's just be totally honest. Jonathan, 50% of the people that's following Kevin Samuels don't even make that kind of money.
Right.
So we're not even dealing with those type of people. Where you understand money, a lot of the people that's trying to echo his whole persona ain't making that kind of money. And then you got to recognize that $100,000 in California is a joke. $100,000 in New York is a joke. $100,000 in Houston, Texas is a joke. $100,000 in somewhere in the Midwest might be huge. You understand? And then
again, Uncle Stu, he makes that same point. He makes that same point. He says this all the time.
Hold on. The whole language that I was getting, that Adrian Nash was articulating, which is something different that I've never heard before, is this whole concept of insurance analysis. In other words, if I went out here to go get insurance, right? How much insurance do I need? Normally, the way I was taught insurance is, what is all the assets that I have, and get insurance based on that. Never, or if my spouse made $40,000 a year, then that's what I look at that number. She's coming from a whole different angle that I'm going to say, if I give it a number, 90% of people never came at. When I say, let us try to teach that concept, it is simple to say, people don't understand money.
Uncle Stu,
Period.
I don't disagree with anything you just
Yeah,
said.
and that's
Look,
where I'm
because
coming from when
Uncle
when
Stu,
I
here's the
say
point.
high value. I'm not speaking Kevin Samuel's principle. I'm going
Okay,
straight off of what she was saying.
Uncle Stu, here's what I'm saying though, and I think this is very important, and I will continue saying it because I would do the same thing for you. If you were on your show, right, and you made a point, right, and then
Right,
somebody else then went on another show and then took your point out of context, and I heard it, I would feel the need to say, well, that's not what Uncle Stu is saying, or at least that's not how it was meant, right? And especially if they're using it in a way that's indirectly throwing shade at you. I understand that Kevin Samuels didn't invent high value, the concept of high value. He says that himself. The point you made about 100,000 being worth differently or based on cost of living and all this stuff, he literally says that every time, even when he asks people, how much should a man make in Atlanta dollars, he'll say, or something like that, right? Because he
right,
understands that concept. So again, I'm just saying, generally speaking, I understand that he didn't invent these concepts. I'm not trying to even have that argument.
right.
I'm just saying, generally speaking, when people speak on these concepts, they are referring to Kevin Samuels. Let's just be honest about it. Generally speaking, most people when they use that, they are referring to Kevin Samuels. And so if you're going to use this point, I say use it at least in good faith, because he basically just uses it to make a point. He uses it as a framework, as a basic framework, just like the BMI. It's not really, it doesn't apply in every scenario, right? If you're a bodybuilder, the BMI would probably not work for you, but it's a basic thing that you can build on, depending on your situation, right? So I'm just saying, Adrian's point could have easily been made by just talking about the difference between high earning versus net worth, right? Because that's the essential point that she was making. So I just don't see the need to indirectly throw shade at the whole concept, because I mean that point is completely different. It's a very different context. And again, I agree with Adrian on this. I agree because I know people who make a lot of money and spend most of it, and I know people who make a lot of money and have so much debt that by the time they pay off that debt, that's when they'll finally have a positive net worth. So up until they pay off that debt, they're literally like more than broke, right? And so that concept, what she just said, is completely on point. I just don't see the need to indirectly throw shade at a concept out of context. And I said, Uncle Stu, I would do the same exact thing for you. I would do the same exact thing for you or Miss B Finesse or whatnot. It's just not useful. It's not productive because it's just that's my point with that.
Okay, I can agree with you on that because it could be thrown out, but I was not intentionally trying to throw shade at him, But I get it. I get how it could have been taken in that direction. I totally get it.
I want to make a point real quick. And I pointed out earlier that, and I say this all the time, Kevin Samuels he's just making the point of high value, and yeah, there are those factors. So I always defend that because I know exactly what he's talking about, but the biggest thing I see the issue with really is it's obviously not Kevin Samuels. It's really the people in the, I'm not even gonna say the chat. It's not like I'm in there. I don't really know, but I know I guess the buzzword now has really been overtaken by people who statistically aren't that now. So I don't have to be bothered with that because it don't apply to me. I know they're not talking to me, but I would imagine from a woman's standpoint, as they're buzzing, even just based off of his own statistics, the ones that are actually doing the barking, they're not high value. So I think it's certainly not Kevin Samuels. He's, he has nothing to worry about. But that is something I'm starting to see where some of these communities are kind of being overtaken by people that, and then I do see people, and I actually think it's funny, but I see people saying, bow down and kiss the ring. And it's just like, it's just funny to see them doing that. I actually find some joy in it. I'll hop on and look at it, but it's just a concept. And I do imagine that for women, that's got to be an interesting dynamic because surely all the people in the chat are not high, even by his standards. 50% of the people in the chat are not even 50 based on the standards are not high value.
But here's one thing though, Perry, right? So here's one thing to consider. Here's one thing to consider, right? And I think for me, this is actually, just to give you an idea, this is actually one of the reasons I actually started supporting Kevin Samuels very hard, right? Is because of this, right? what people don't consider when they say that, because what you're saying is correct. Statistically speaking, most men are not going to be quote unquote high value, right? Even if we just focus entirely on the hierarchy, right? Most men are not going to be that. However, because of the things that Kevin speaks on, right, he tends to attract a good portion of that audience. And I think for me, that's one of the things that shocked me. One of the reasons I started supporting Kevin is because in my own professional and business life, right, I would be talking to random people, even some white men who I would never think even knew who Kevin Samuels was, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm so and so in the chat." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you know what I'm saying? And it's like I didn't even realize this. It's like, oh, I'm so and so in the chat, and this is somebody I know in real life, right? This is somebody I know in real life who owns tons of properties and whatnot. And so I'm saying that because of the message he speaks and the fact that a lot of us men in the professional world, men who are actually productive and accomplishing things, men who do fall into that category, he tends to actually bring a lot of those men, because it also happens that a lot of the men in this category are running into all the problems that he's talking about. And so because of that, the men, as much as you may think that most of this chat are not those men, there's probably a much higher concentration of those men that follow Kevin and listen to him in that comment, right? That than you think, right? And even I've had people like I've had people throw shade at me. No, just hear me out, right? I've even had some people like when I've had some comments where I made on Kevin's channel, and somebody will respond to me, and call. That's actually why I call myself a broke Dusty and call me Dusty and all that. And it's like, and I'm like, bro, and I'm not even trying to be condescending. I'm like, bro, like I'm probably worth more than you and your whole family, right? And I know that sounds messed up, but I'm just saying they just think because I'm commenting or because I'm on the internet that they know my story or they know anything about me, right? And so my point is just that assumption, while you're probably correct mathematically speaking, just consider the fact that there's probably a higher concentration of those people, right, in there than you think.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. There's probably a higher because the message he's speaking tends to attract that, right? Just like somebody who speaks on women's issues will probably attract more women, right? So that's all I'm saying. But I agree that there are men who are talking about the stuff that are not that. But as just a final, as a just my last point right now on this is the other thing that I think is important is I think a lot of people who essentially are detractors, one of the things that kind of frustrate me with it is that they tend to try to call out all the so-called issues with Kevin and his tone or the fact that he uses high value, but it's like this man actually has results. You know what I'm saying? And that to me is what frustrates me, is that people don't touch on those. And I can actually name drop one person I know in real life right now. Her name is Dalun Lamotte. I can type her name in the chat. You can look her up. Okay, I know her in real life. I introduced her to Kevin, and right now she's about to get married to a quote unquote high value man, right? And so I'm saying this to say that, and this is literally as a result of her listening to Kevin. I know this woman in real life. She was a womanist, and she was rolling her eyes when I first introduced her to Kevin last year. Right. And now if you go in the chat, in Kevin's chat, every day you'll see De La Motte. That's my friend. You can go in the chat and ask her if she knows Jonathan. That's my personal friend in real life. Right. And she has changed her life and she's on her way to marriage. Now, would we do like this is a black woman who was single, who didn't even understand men, and now she's actually about to get married to a productive black man. That's a real life result that I just gave you right there, right? And there are several black women who have uploaded videos saying, I'm getting married because of Kevin. I'm about to get married because of Kevin. There's tons of these videos on YouTube. Just look it up. So why is it that those are positive results for black people, for black women, for those black men, right? But people will just focus on, oh, he says I value, or he talks with this tone. And I'm just looking at, okay, where are your results? Where are the people that have got married because of you? Where are the black women who have a ring on their finger because of you, right? Where are those people? And they can never produce that. But I know somebody in real life right now that you can call, that you can like message her, and she can tell you, here's my man. And you can look up this man, and he's the CEO of a company in Florida, right? Of a big company in Florida. And she last year did not know shit about men. Right? She did not know a damn thing about men, and just from listening to Kevin and just having an open mind, she has changed her her outcome. This is this is a real person. You know what I'm saying? Not just a robot. This is a real person, and I think that's extremely important. If you can address all the problems and all the issues that you see with this man's thing, but for me, when I see results, I see this man speaking truth, because a lot of things he's talking about. I'm a professional black man. Okay, I'm a professional black man. I may be a little on the younger end, but my results speak for me. I don't even have to brag. Like, I can literally just point to my results. And I see all the things Kevin is talking about on a day-to-day basis, right? I see them on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
earlier.
And, and that's what I want JB to understand.
I call that out because I'm a supporter, but here's the thing. What has happened because of the phenomenon? Everybody is bottling themselves into this one, and that's just not, like I said, for me, when you look at it, you got all these women. It appears, right? It's like they're getting themselves ready to get a high value man. My wife was high value. If you want to use that sense, I was. There's so many different dynamics. I just don't think it's easy enough to. And then I guess the other piece is how do we? It just seems so one sided. I don't know how. I don't know if it's not, and I don't think it's Kevin Samuels because I am one who's documented that he used to tear men from limb to limb, but it's become so. It's gotten to the point now. It's even more of a back and forth now than it was, and I don't know how we stay productive.
And productive is results.
Hold up, JB, because hold up, JB, because you're running into my day now, which is Veterans Day. This is what I'm going to say, and we can definitely bring this conversation back up at a later time. No one here, at least me, no one here has ever threw shade at him. I have defended a lot of stuff. Kevin
I got videos on him on my second channel.
A lot, right? And even in this, even here, there is no one that's going to deny one of his biggest arguments is getting the conversation started.
Absolutely.
Okay. No one is going to deny. I mean, if you see the interview I did with Before the Billions, I put that out there, and you're not going to see me throw shade at him, not one bit. I said earlier, even today, that he's more fierce against men than he is against women. Yeah, okay, I said that earlier. The other thing is when you talk about results, you got to look at that's his results, but there are others that got results. What I am arguing and what I'm advocating is for those that ain't in that level, then there needs to be another platform where people can get some reality checks, because let's be honest, a lot of those women that's going up there, and I done had women that seen that program, it ain't Kevin Samuels they fussing at. They're trying to figure out how this female with a high school diploma and 4 kids thinks she gonna get somebody that's a millionaire. And we heard Ms. Nash just say, okay, if this man is at this level, I'm just at this level. So I'm not bringing a whole lot of stuff to this type of man. So Ms. Nash is already saying, I recognize what values I bring. So if she tried to date a man that's making $10,000 and she already knows she's worth $100,000, it ain't going to work. But she also said in the same breath, she ain't going to try to go after no man that's probably making $10 million, because he's going to see her as, well, you're just this amount. So when you hear me say I want to bring her back on another panel, it is to have the intellectual conversation with people who might be delusional as to where they are. It has nothing to do with Kevin Samuels or his talking points or anything that he says. You understand what I'm saying? We still have a fan base or a community out here that is delusional. Now,
so I agree, Uncle Stu.
And that's where I'm saying I need Adrian Nash to say, okay, y'all think y'all here? Okay, let's do the fingerprint and let's go through it, and then you recognize when someone went through my finances and I thought I was doing all that in a bag of chips, and I realized, hold up now, the money I got and the money I thought I had, I really don't have. Now, yeah, I was able to flip it when I was able to see some things.
Let me say this one thing, I'll be quiet.
And not deep on the negative.
The biggest issue I have with the whole thing, just my opinion, is it's the money issue to begin with. Rita doesn't meet Rita is not with Anton Daniels to this day if she's just looking for high value. They
Right.
became something.
Right.
And that's what I'm more focused on myself. Now I'm married, so it's different. But to just focus off of the money and those elements is a problem in its first place, because I don't believe that's what
Perry, here's the
Okay,
here's the
hold up, Jonathan. OG Patrice said let Adrian speak. So we gotta let Adrian speak, because you know OG be on the YouTube street. She'll get all of us.
So, Jonathan, baby, I recognize that you are a Kevin Samuels acolyte. And that's cool. And just to be clear,
I'm a
I
what?
take some just to be may I
No, I'm just trying. I just didn't hear what you said. I'm a Kevin Samuels what?
acolyte. Okay. And so just to be clear, I take some very serious umbrage with his whole paradigm. So these are facts. Okay. So let me just say that. But at the end of the day, if we are trying to look at what somebody is economically bringing to the table as a human being, there are ways to empirically place value on people so that you can decide if maybe you want to partner with that person. So I say, let's do that. Let's see what these empirical values are and figure out if we want to partner. And that's just it. That's just all.
Okay, so
hold that thought, Jonathan. Hold that thought, Jonathan. I want you to hold that thought. I will bring this panel and some more people onto this panel again. And Jonathan, you are the number one person that will be coming to the panel, along with Miss Adrian Nash, and along with Perry Unlikely, and we're gonna get some other people. Hopefully, I can get JB.
So Uncle Stu, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair, because she just made a point. I have to be able to respond to it. Okay, like
no,
because
I understand.
I have to be able to respond.
You know why? It's gonna go back and forth, and I'm not
right.
But
that's not right to allow her to speak, right? And then she makes a point that applies to me, and then I can't respond to it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think that's right.
Okay, go ahead.
So first of all, I want to make the point that I really don't appreciate like the fact that because it's not the first time and the first interaction I've had with Adrian where she's done this, where when you're like, you know, like the whole baby thing, you know, like that condescending baby thing. I'm a grown man. Okay, don't do that to me. So and I want to make that clear. I'm a grown man. So I don't want to hear that. But the second thing is that I don't even want to respond to that anyway. But I just want to make a point, Perry, to what you said, right? Because I think there's a big disconnect here. First of all, I think that when you talk about the money thing, right? Here's what you may be missing. How long have you been married?
I've been married
Perry?
for 4 years.
For 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here's the thing that you may be missing, right? Is that Kevin speaks for the market as is right now.
No,
right?
I get no. I understand 100%.
No, let me finish making the point. Let me finish making the point, right? So what you're talking about again is the whole idea of building with a man, right? It's building with a man or building with your partner. We don't even have to make it the man thing, right? Building with your partner, you don't have to come up front with it. Unfortunately, in our market, okay, most of these women do not want to build with a man, right? They want a established man. They want somebody who already has it, and Kevin speaks to that. And again, I am speaking from my own personal experience. This is what I have personally experienced, right?
I just spoke about that earlier in this live stream.
I know. So I know. I'm just responding to that point, right? Because I would agree in general that if we just make it all about money, right, that is an issue. But if you speak to the market as is, which is what these women want, right? Which is what these women want, then he's speaking specifically to that, right? Where, you know, and again, I took my friend as an example, right? She basically was that quote unquote delusional woman just last year before I introduced her to Kevin, right? And then, but she was able to then go back and reflect and say, okay, here's where I'm at in my life. Here's all the requirements I had. And she just so happened to have, like, she wasn't even looking. She got to the point where she wasn't even looking for this high value, quote unquote high value man. But that's what she ended up landing, right? And she had a whole mindset shift as a result of listening to Kevin. And I think my whole point is that when you all the detractors I hear on Kevin, I'm not calling you a detractor. I'm just saying I have an issue with this and whatnot. My main thing is, okay, I can personally name a result of Kevin. There's tons of results of Kevin on the internet. Where are the results of the people saying, like, where are the verifiable results of the people saying, what's the alternative is what I'm saying. And when you talk about productive is results. And that when you have real life results, real Black people getting married, right? Real wealth potentially being created as a result of these Black people being, we have to put an actual legitimate value on that, right? And so when this man is speaking, when he's speaking on this topic, he makes things simple, and he uses these simple concepts. Yes, if you look at it from a financial advisor standpoint, from a financial analysis, I agree. You can't just talk about high earning. Net worth is way more important, right? And I've mentioned this myself before, right? So I agree on that point. But right. Kevin's not trying to be a financial advisor. He's just he's just building a general framework. So I think this is very important. That's the entire point I want to make. But I just want to say this, Uncle Stu. I don't. With all due respect to you, I don't really want to be on a panel with like Adrienne in the future, because it's just like this. She's always so condescending, and I don't know why. Like, just always this kind of like, why can't you make a point without being condescending? Like this whole baby thing, and I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, you can.
All right. Well, I definitely appreciate you coming up here tonight and sharing your knowledge, your wisdom, and your understanding. And I will be more than happy to accommodate that situation. And as they would say in the church, if all hearts, minds, and souls is clear, we will definitely, I'm going to tell y'all right now that I got my network being built, from GA to California to Florida, I'm loving all of y'all. So this is what we're going to do. I'm definitely going to put together a panel, because I think there's a wealth of knowledge and wisdom that definitely needs to be taught, not preached to. I think we need to teach everybody how to come to the table and eat whatever they can eat. If you're a vegetarian, get your vegetables. If you're a meat lover, get your fried chicken and collard greens, with the smoked turkey necks in it. I don't eat pork, so I can't do the pork. But and really come together. I think, what is it, Miss B Finesse, and really come up with a decent action plan. And those that's coming to the panel get to learn and eat and contribute. And we come out with something that we need to get done, because I think, again, we need an action plan. We need an action plan for those that say they can't rise up. We need an action plan for those that say, hey, we don't know how to get to the next level.
I think it just takes time, Uncle Stu. I think it's okay. I think, Jonathan and Adrienne, I mean, I don't hear anybody cussing at anybody. I don't hear anybody just overly exacerbating it, and it just takes time. And you just have to respect if people feel.
Miss Finesse and Uncle Stu.
Yeah, what's up, Adrienne?
I heard Jonathan talking about himself on your panel, and I found that to be very, very intriguing. I'm reaching for another word. Very, he was talking about some of his challenges and vulnerabilities, and I found that to be very appealing. So, Jonathan, I can't see you in your eyes and in your face, but you should know that we are more alike than you think.
I think
Uncle Stu, I just wanted to remind you of my comment the other night when you were interviewing Frank about critically thinking, right? I tend to think that I'm a critical thinker. And so when I'm looking at you know, one person or another kind of making general blanket statements about what one person should do or another. Like, no, I would be the one to like scratch behind the surface and see, well, what's really going on back there. So,
Gotcha.
you know, regarding this high value person statement, I have a problem with the statement. You know, people look at the flash and the bells and the whistles and they think that, okay, it looks cute. But again, when you get back behind their financial statements, you get back behind their footnotes, that house is rotten.
Well, with that being said, Adrian, cause my eyes are burning.
Yeah,
I'm not even
yeah,
gonna front. Listen,
Oh
yeah.
my God.
y'all done listen.
It's
Y'all done had
1:30
me
on the
pull,
East Coast.
yeah, y'all done had me pulling it out right here. I've been listening to everybody
Right.
going. I'm modding in the chat too. I'm jumping back and before the bins. He got a stream going. I gotta tap out. All I gotta say is you keep rocking, doing what you're doing. We just gotta understand, guys. We gotta take the meat, throw away the bones. When people are asking specific things, if there's something they don't like or they don't prefer, just don't do it and keep rocking. I mean, but once again, guys, we have to listen to each other. We don't have to agree with everything. We do need to critically think, like Adrian said. We do need to be aware and listen to each other. And it's certain things. It's he just said specifically what he didn't like. And so, I feel like if somebody said specifically something bothered me, you just take it and keep moving. It's not now we got to take personal. I think, it's great dialogue going on here. I think it's just a misunderstanding of sliding of words.
Miss B
And
Finesse.
yes.
See, Ms. Biffin, I don't
wanna-
like when people do that because I think you're diminishing. I
Okay.
know you well. I know you mean Ms. Biffin. I know you mean well, right? I know you mean well, right?
Jonathan,
But you're diminishing. You're diminishing. No.
Jonathan,
Let me make this point. You diminishing.
No,
You're
which
diminishing
everybody
my.
don't. Jonathan. The reason I'm trying to slowly shut this chat down, guess what? I am the only veteran on this panel. This is Veterans Day. This is my day. And I told you, I will be glad to bring you back with no problems. It is not a slight against you, but I raised my right hand for this country and I got to honor the men and women that died so that we can sit on this panel together. That's what I want to be honored for today. And it's not about you, Kevin Samuels, or anybody on this panel. This is where I become the arrogant one. This is about me and the men and women that died so that you can be where you are and speak the way you speak. I want to honor my brothers and sisters today. That's all I'm asking for. That's all I'm asking for.
Uncle Stu, may I speak for a second, please?
Go ahead.
Okay, we're the older generation, right? In these YouTube streets, trying to do the right thing and make things right. And sometimes we bump heads with the younger generation, right? We're going to be the older generation that demands a certain amount of respect. The younger generation deserves that as well. So when we get into misunderstandings, disagreements, and Jonathan is clearly saying that he feel a way about something, that should not be diminished. It should not be dismissed. And that's where we go wrong as a people.
That's what
Come
I'm trying
on.
to say. He
I
said
came
exactly
all the way
what
up here
bothered
to
him.
say, listen, I'm talking, please. I'm saying we gotta do better when we see somebody is saying that I don't appreciate what you said to me. You made me feel like you're dismissing, you're being diminishing, and this is what I'm telling you, that you're sounding condescending to me. Pay attention. Don't just dismiss someone's feelings. If we are the elders that are going to set the example, we have to do that when we're wrong too. It's nothing wrong with making amends and saying, I apologize. If that's how I came off, I did not mean that. It's nothing wrong as a people to say that. If we can't get past the little things without without this, how are we going to get past and resolve big things? So I'm just saying that sometimes we need to realize too that when it falls back on us, we need to be able to say, hey, if I made you feel that way, that was not my intentions. I apologize. I heard that all the way from in the chat. Come on, guys. Do the right thing by each other. If somebody tells you that, don't be dismissive of somebody telling you that's a condescending tone. I'm taking it as that. He said, clearly, I'm a grown man. Please respect me. Don't call me baby. Now, if he'd have said something towards Adrian in a condescending tone, I would be up here defending her honor as well. Right is right and wrong is wrong. That's all I want to say. We got to get along, but we got to not dismiss each other when they tell you they make you feel away. Acknowledge that. And it's nothing wrong with apologizing. Nothing. All right, I'm going back down. Good night.
Hey, Uncle Stu, this is the last thing. This is the last thing I'm going to say. I'm just going to say this too, Jonathan. It's a couple words. When you said, and this is just from my opinion, when you said that, and I didn't know if you were talking to me and her, but when you said disingenuous, that's where I thought that was an issue, because some women are having an issue with this. So I think she probably took that the same way I did personally, but the same way that you felt about what she said, because I don't think she was trying to be disingenuous. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that's.
But again, Perry, this is the issue. The issue is that you assume that, and I understand that. Just like I was about to tell Ms. B. Finesse.
Jonathan,
right?
can you finish telling me what you were saying?
So what I was trying to say is that, like, I know you mean well because you only look at it from that perspective. But this is not the first interaction I've had with Adrian, right? And so I'm saying this as somebody who's interacted with her before. That's the context y'all are missing. Is that the context you're missing is that the last time I interacted with her, she did the same thing, where she basically, and this is actually one of the reasons that I'm so glad Patrice said what she said. And again, I'm not even gonna hold you guys any more time, but this is one of the primary reasons why I actually, for the most part, have avoided getting on panels, right? Because it's like I actually have, and I can say this confidently. It may sound cocky, but I have so much I could talk about. Like, I have so much I do. I'm a 27-year-old guy who's literally worth over $1 million, right? And I'm not gonna say my exact net worth, right? But it's like there's so much I could talk about and teach people. This is the exact reason I don't get on panels, is because like somebody like Adrian will come and just talk down on me and use like baby, and if it was the first time she said it, I would have not thought anything, right? But Jonathan, the last time I interacted with her, so hold on, right? So when that happens, it's just like, you know what, screw this. I don't need to hop on these panels, right? So then when as a result of me saying that, then like, you know, because I'm kind of a bit annoyed by what Uncle Sue just said, because I'm one of the main people who always are shouting out the vets. I have a ton of respect for vets, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like, while I'm just trying to make that last point. So anyway, I don't mean to go on and on. I'll just leave this there. I'm sorry that I inconvenienced you guys. I'll just hop off.
No, hold on, Jonathan. Hold on. Did you finish? Did you hear what I said though, Jonathan? Oh. Can I get clarification before I get off? Did you guys hear what I said? Did everybody hear me? Because what I said was, he said exactly what bothered him. So if we heard what bothered him, then just don't do that. Or was that misunderstood?
I don't know. You know, I was not trying to be dismissive. You know, I was trying to close the platform. But being dismissive, he said he did not want to be on the panel with Adrian Nash. So I said I will honor that request. That means I'm hearing what you're saying, I'm understanding what you're saying, and that's exactly what I was going to honor, that they would not be on the panel at the same time, which meant I heard his issue and I heard his complaint. The only thing I'm doing is saying, can I have my day, which is Veterans Day, which is for the military? That has nothing to do with dismissing his feelings. I think I have a right to say, hey, I would like to finally celebrate my day. I didn't think I was being dismissive of anybody. It would be equal to you saying, well, I don't want to be on the panel with Wally. And I say, okay, if I do a panel, I'll make sure you and Wally is not on the same panel. I'm honoring your request.
Uncle Stu, I want you to have a good day. I want you to start your day off well. I just wish you blessings. I appreciate that you're here and you did your service. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know. But I don't want you to I want you to know we
him to
appreciate you.
have negative feelings. I don't know what else could be done or said. We all kept saying, at least I'll say it this way. Me and Perry kept on saying we had nothing against Kevin Samuels. We had nothing against him. What I said was, and I quote again, there are some people that's been in his chat that I know is not of that level. So I'm trying to bring a different conversation. That's it. That has nothing to do with Kevin Samuels. Now, if you didn't like that, I said high value. I said earlier in the chat, okay, I'm going to give you that. If that's what you heard and you felt that was a slide, then fine. I agree.
He wasn't talking about you, Uncle Stu.
Huh?
He wasn't talking about you. I'm not sure. He's a grown man, and for someone to call him baby in that condescending way, that's what he was talking about. That's what he said.
But Gail did not say that though.
I don't know. I heard that, and I know a grown man won't be called no baby.
And that's what I said when I was reiterating. I said he doesn't like for you to talk down to him or call him out of his name. So just don't do that. That's exactly okay. I don't know.
Let's just run another chat at some. We do another one at some time, Uncle Stu, because I think there's some stuff. Even with Jonathan, I'd love to talk to him to clear up because remember, I've been married, just over 3 years. I navigated this market myself. So I'm not different. I'm not any different. And I think we should talk through that. We'll do it in a different time. I think that's what we should do.
Yeah, whoever can get to him, just let him know. I didn't want him to drop.
Jonathan's still here. He's in the chat. If you guys look, he's in the chat still. So he's still in here.
Yeah. I definitely want to talk to him, man. That brother's smart. He's got a lot to offer.
He is.
And these are the type of conversations we need.
I never want him to feel that his feelings, his thoughts is dismissed. I was only trying to shut down this chat because, again, this is Veterans Day. And, I know people that died.
Okay. Well, Uncle Stu, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He just, I guess, he wasn't nothing you did or nothing that Perry did. He already mentioned it clearly what upset him. So, I mean, I guess all you can do is now just don't have him on the panel with Adrian and everything will be fine.
Gotcha.
That would be perfectly fine with me. Now, Uncle Stu?
Yes, ma'am.
Happy Veterans Day.
Thank you.
Sincerely, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And I recognize that because of men like you and women that you served with, I have the freedoms that I have. And for that, I am truly appreciative. Thank you. Now, regarding Jonathan. Jonathan has overcome quite a lot. And for that, he has my admiration and respect. I hope you hear me, Jonathan. And please have a good night.
Thank you, Uncle Stu, for having me.
All right. I want to thank each and every single one of y'all. May the peace and the blessing of God be with everyone on the panel and in the chat. And as I always will say, thank you for coming. Be emancipated by your mind, and the rest will follow.
Peace. Good night, y'all.
Night, y'all.
Night.